Amidst a raging tempest, a bolt of divine lightning tore through the heavens, a brilliant spear of judgment aimed at the earth below. It struck a desolate stone platform with cataclysmic force, shattering the ground and revealing a desperate battle already underway. In the heart of the maelstrom, a lone warrior was already locked in a furious struggle against a legion of shadowy figures. They called him the Fist King, a title bestowed upon the man who subjugated the chaotic world of Jianghu using only his bare hands. His name was Dan Wuzing, but the legend of his title had long eclipsed the man. Now, that legend stood bleeding in the torrential rain, hand pressed to a grievous wound, yet his eyes burned with unwavering defiance as he faced the assassins that surrounded him. A sharp, searing pain shot through his body, a grim reminder of the cowardly ambush that had led to this moment. A mysterious cabal had hunted him, their numbers in precise coordination overwhelming even his prodigious skill. After a long and brutal conflict, the ground was littered with his vanquished foes, but he could feel his own formidable strength beginning to fail. His weary gaze lifted towards a nearby cliff, where two figures observed the battle's conclusion with cold detachment. A man armed with a sheathed sword and a woman holding an elegant fan emanated an aura of profound power, far surpassing the grunts he had just dispatched. He assessed them critically. These were the true threats, the masterminds of his demise, but their origins remained a mystery. With a guttural roar, the Fist King hurled one of the defeated assassins toward the cliff's edge. "Let me return your subordinate to you," he announced, his voice laced with contempt. The subordinate, crawling and pleading for his master, the sword demon, to save him, was met not with aid, but with a flash of cold steel. The swordsman cut down his own ally without a flicker of hesitation, a truly merciless act. That single, ruthless action confirmed Wuzing's darkest suspicions. The calculated cruelty, the utter disregard for a follower's life, and the blood-red symbol on the sword's hilt all pointed to one infamous group. Fixing his gaze on the pair, he spoke, his voice a low growl of accusation. "That symbol, and this cruelty. You two are from the demonic faction, right?" The swordsman offered a condescending smile, his praise dripping with mockery. "I'm impressed, Fist King. You held up for so long." Wuzing cut him off, his pride refusing to be patronized by his own killer. "Shut it," he snarled, gathering what remained of his strength. A blaze of determination lit up his eyes as he made an impossible vow. "I'm going to kill you in just 10 attacks." Amusement danced in the swordsman's eyes as he drew his blade. "How arrogant," he scoffed, relishing the wounded warrior's final, desperate stand. "Let's see how long your arrogance lasts." In a flash, he unleashed a tempest of violet energy, his sword strikes slicing through the rain and air with lethal precision, determined to end the fight. But the Fist King met the storm of steel with a storm of his own. Blue lightning crackled around his fists as he moved with a speed that defied his injuries, weaving through the deadly arcs of energy. The swordsman's arrogant smirk faltered, replaced by a flicker of genuine shock. Even on the brink of death, the Fist King's velocity was almost supernatural. 1, 2, 3. Each count was a thunderous blow, a relentless flurry that battered the swordsman's defenses. 4, 5, 6. Yet, as the assault continued, Wuzing felt a disturbing disconnect. His fists, honed by 1,000 battles, were inexplicably veering off course, missing vital points by mere inches. It was as if an invisible force was restraining him, guiding his blows away from their lethal targets. His eyes darted back to the cliff, and he found the source. The woman, no longer a passive observer, was weaving intricate hand signs, manipulating him with ethereal threads of purple energy. This revelation, this discovery of her wretched interference, created a fatal opening. As Wuzing's focus shifted for a split second, the swordsman seized his chance. The blade plunged into his chest, a chilling finality that stole his breath and his strength. As blood erupted from his lips, he staggered backward, the world beginning to dim. The swordsman loomed over him, his face a mask of triumph. "This is it for the Fist King's reign," he declared, savoring the fall of a legend. But the fire in the Fist King's eyes had not yet been extinguished. With his last ounce of will, his hand shot out and clamped around the sword's blade, trapping his foe. The swordsman gasped in disbelief as a terrifying torrent of raw power exploded from Wu Xing's body. It was a final, suicidal gambit that engulfed them both in a blinding flash of destructive energy. When the light faded, the ground was a smoldering crater. The swordsman was on one knee, grievously wounded, as his partner lamented how close he'd come to death. But before he could recover, a bloodied fist slammed into his jaw with the force of a battering ram, fulfilling the warrior's promise with his final, 10th strike. With his vengeance enacted, the last of his energy vanished, leaving in profound emptiness. His body finally surrendered, and he collapsed into the mud and rain, his consciousness fading. I guess this is the end, he thought, a warrior's regret his final companion. I wish I could have hit him just one more time. Thus, the legend of the Fist King, Dan Wu Xing, met its end at the treacherous hands of the demonic faction. His final, defiant act scarred the very earth, a testament to his indomitable spirit. Yet, far from the bloody battlefield, within the peaceful confines of the Jiuhua Mountain safe house, a new and unexpected chapter was about to begin. A young man's eyes fluttered open, his mind a swirling fog of confusion. A servant girl, startled by his sudden movement, rushed to his bedside with a concerned expression. "Master, are you all right?" she asked. He scanned the unfamiliar, elegant room, his thoughts struggling to form. "Where am I?" he mumbled. "Did someone treat me?" He sat up, bracing for the agony of mortal wounds, but felt nothing but a dull headache. "I don't have any injuries," he noted with bewilderment. The servant addressed him as First Young Master, a title that felt utterly alien. His gaze fell upon a small mirror, and he recoiled at the sight of a pale, unfamiliar young man staring back at him. His mind reeled, grasping for a rational explanation. He brought the cup of water to his lips, then spat it out in a comical rainbow of shock. His hands flew to his face, frantically searching for the seams of a disguise. "Who put a mask on me?" he thought in a panic. But his searching fingers found only skin, soft and unblemished. This was no mask, this was his face. The chilling realization washed over him, a wave of pure horror. His bizarre behavior terrified the servant, who stammered that she would fetch the physician before fleeing the room. Alone with his terrifying new reality, the man slapped himself hard across the cheek, a desperate, futile attempt to awaken from what had to be a nightmare. The analytical mind of the Fist King fought through the panic. This complex situation was beyond the demonic faction's known abilities. Such power would have already let them conquer the Jianghe. If not them, then who was responsible? He gazed into the mirror once more, his fear slowly being replaced by a cold, hard resolve. "I will find out who this person is, and who did this to me." He rose and attempted to assume a basic martial stance, a movement as natural to him as breathing. Yet, this new body was clumsy and weak, his limbs refusing to obey, staggering like a newborn fawn. He collapsed in a heap of frustration and disgust. "This body is so pathetic," he seethed. "It's absolute garbage." Searching the room for answers, he discovered a letter on the desk. It was from the Yunhe Merchant Group, a powerful entity he vaguely recalled from his past life. More importantly, the letter was addressed to the owner of this frail body, Li Jinian, the eldest son of the group's leader. He sifted through more of Li Jinian's personal effects, and a portrait of a thoroughly useless man began to emerge. The letters were filled with desperate pleas for money, details of gambling debts, and messages from various women. It was clear the previous owner of this body had been nothing more than a degenerate. "What a loser," he muttered, his contempt absolute. He considered the facts again. It was not sorcery, nor a mask, and his body felt strangely normal, devoid of any unnatural energy. A single, insane possibility remained, a concept he had only ever heard of in stories. Could this be reincarnation? The soul of the Fist King now trapped in the body of a wastrel. He let out a long sigh. I must be losing my mind." The door burst open and an elderly physician named Gongsun Myung rushed in, his expression one of exaggerated concern. First young master. Are you all right? He cried, grabbing Jinion's wrist to check his pulse. The Fist King's instincts screamed in alarm. Something was deeply wrong with this man's cloying demeanor. The physician wept dramatically, explaining how worried he had been. Jinion, however, felt only suspicion and pulled his arm away. I'm fine, he stated coldly. Unperturbed, the physician had servants bring in a bowl of chicken soup, claiming it would restore his vigor and health. This rotten creature. Jinion immediately recognized the dish. While nourishing for a healthy person, its potent ingredients were a deadly poison to someone with the chronic illness the real Li Jinion supposedly suffered from. He now understood the physician's earlier touch. He'd checked his pulse, found him healthy, and was now trying to murder him with medicine. He played along, calmly asking the physician how long the Dragon Phoenix martial competition had been running. The physician, confused by the non sequitur, estimated it had been about 200 years. With the information he needed, Jinion feigned weariness. I see. I've lost my appetite. Leave it. I want to sleep again. Once alone, Jinion processed the new information with a grim sense of relief. 200 years meant very little time had passed since his death. His old enemies, the demonic faction, would still be active. A dark smile touched his lips. He had old scores to settle, and now a new one with the treacherous physician. It seemed he was already surrounded by people who needed a beating. A predatory gleam entered his eyes, the soul of the Fist King roaring to life within its new, fragile prison. He slowly clenched his new hands into fists, a silent vow echoing in his mind. Don't worry, you rotten creatures. He promised the ghosts of his past and the new enemy before him. I'm going to kill you all with just one punch this time. In the villa's dining hall, a lavish breakfast was being prepared. The servants marveled at the spread, a far cry from the simple porridge their master used to eat. His appetite had returned with a vengeance, a clear sign of his recovery, and they chattered with relief, expecting him back from his morning walk at any moment. Just then, Li Jinion entered the room. He had just finished his training, his upper body bare and beaded with sweat, revealing a physique far more toned than before. Running a hand through his damp hair, he surveyed the breakfast preparations with an air of command, a stark contrast to the sickly young master they once knew. He took a robe from a servant, casually instructing them to keep future meals simple. As he walked away, one of the maids whispered to her companion, in awe of his transformation. It was undeniable. Their master had truly gotten healthier, carrying himself with a new, intimidating confidence. Jinion sat down, ready to begin his meal, when a voice from the doorway announced a visitor, physician Gongsun Mion. With a flicker of annoyance, Jinion granted him entry. The old physician shuffled in, his shoulders hunched and his gaze averted, cutting a pathetic figure as he approached the table. Jinion observed him with a wry internal smile, thinking the man's behavior was laughably rude. Yet, Gongsun's face suddenly split into a wide, fawning grin, reaching out as if to embrace a long-lost friend. The sudden shift was jarring, and Jinion's suspicion deepened. This act was too much, too desperate. A cold, predatory thought flickered through his mind. It was time to play with this little rat. Maintaining his composure, Jinion sipped his tea and asked the physician's purpose for visiting. Gongsun feigned loneliness and concern, remarking on Jinion's improved complexion. With a dramatic sigh, he lamented that all the effort he had put in now felt meaningless, unwittingly providing Jinion the perfect opening for his trap. Effort, Jinion repeated, a knowing smirk gracing his lips. He leaned forward, his voice low and pointed. You mean trying to deal with me with Dragon Phoenix soup? The physician froze, his feigned smile shattering as pure shock contorted his features. He was caught. Gongsun stammered, frantically trying to defend himself by calling the soup a nourishing tonic. Jinion tilted his head with false curiosity. Oh, really? I thought it was poison. Cornered and flustered, the physician puffed up his chest, declaring his position before turning to flee, muttering that he would take his leave if he wasn't welcome. Physician Gongsun, Jinion's voice cut through the air, sharp and cold, stopping the man in his tracks. He leaned forward, his eyes burning with an intensity the physician had never seen. "You came without being called, and now you'll leave without being told to? Are you the master here, not me?" The pressure was immense, but just as Gon's sun was about to break, Jineon chuckled, dismissing it as a joke and leaving the old man trembling with a forced, nervous laugh. With the physician thoroughly intimidated, Jineon issued a new command. He needed to send a letter and Gon's son would be the one to write it. As the physician prepared the ink and brush, Jineon began to dictate. The words were a carefully crafted confession, speaking of his stubbornly long life and asking his master for advice on what to do next. A bead of sweat trickled down Gongsuen's temple. He was being forced to incriminate his own employer. Jineon watched the physician's hand tremble, the brush hesitating over the paper. "What? Why aren't you writing it down?" he asked, his voice deceptively calm. Panicked, Gong's son could only stammer before the tension became too much. The writing brush snapped in his hand with a sharp crack. In a flash, Jineon's hand shot across the table, his fingers clamping around the old man's throat. His eyes were like chips of ice. "Hey, old man," he growled, his voice a low threat. "I'm not the Li Jineon of the past anymore." The physician's eyes widened in pure terror, finally understanding the fatal depth of his miscalculation. Jineon began to list the man's mistakes. First of all, dragon phoenix soup. To healthy people, it may be a tonic, but to someone as ill as I was, it's as good as poison. You, a physician, must have known that. He then recounted the moment Gon's son had checked his pulse, thinking him asleep. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice? I saw the shock on your face when I didn't die." And most importantly, Jineon continued, his voice dropping, "When I dismissed everyone, you couldn't even hide your intentions to kill me." He tightened his grip slightly, his accusation hitting with the force of a physical blow. "You're clearly not acting alone. Write down the name of the one who gave you orders in that letter." Gon's son made one last, desperate attempt to feign innocence, but Jineon simply sighed, his patience exhausted. Seeing that the act was useless, the physician's face twisted into a venomous sneer, his true nature finally revealed. "So you finally show your true colors," Jineon said calmly. "I was trying to let you pass with dignity. How foolish." "There's no other way," Gon's son hissed, his eyes glinting with malice. "I'll have to kill all the servants and silence them." From his sleeve, he produced a slender, poison needle. But as he lunged forward, Jineon's fist met his face in a brutal, bone-crunching impact, silencing him instantly. With the physician slumped unconscious on the floor, Jineon nonchalantly picked up a piece of meat and took a bite, muttering, "Don't get distracted while I'm talking." He then looked at his own hand, throbbing with a dull pain. To be hurt by such a weak counterattack, this body was truly, pitifully weak. A grim resolve settled over him. He needed to recover his strength, and quickly. Once his power was restored, it wouldn't matter if the entire Yunhe merchant group stood against him. His first priority, however, was to investigate Gong's son Myung and uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this assassination attempt. As he contemplated his next move, a sudden, splitting headache seized him, forcing a pained grunt from his lips. The room seemed to warp, and the physician's name echoed in his mind as if from a great distance. Darkness swirled at the edge of his vision. He was plunged into a disorienting flood of images and sensations that were not his own. Fragments of a life unfolded before him. A lonely child, a disappointed father, sneering brothers. With dawning comprehension, he realized what was happening. These were the memories of Li Jineon. The memories painted a sorrowful picture. Li Jineon, the first son of the wealthy and powerful Yunhe merchant group, was an outcast in his own family. He possessed neither the intellect of his second brother nor the martial prowess of his third. He was simply a lacking eldest son, a constant source of disappointment. He had tried to compensate for his shortcomings with money, throwing himself into a depraved life of pleasure-seeking. But by the time he recognized his mistakes, it was too late. His health had been shattered, and his family, seizing the opportunity, exiled him to this remote villa to live out his final days in obscurity. As the flood of memories subsided, Genie On felt a sense of clarity. His family wouldn't care about this place of exile. This meant he finally had the isolation he needed to focus solely on reclaiming his martial arts. It was a shame the original owner had wasted such an innately gifted body, but with his past life's knowledge, he could reach new heights in no time. He paused. To accelerate his progress, he would need rare elixirs. A slow smile spread across his face as he remembered Li Jinion's past. For the first time in either of his lives, he had access to immense wealth. Looking over at the physician's still form, he made a mental note. Oh, let's bury him later. 1 year passed in quiet dedication. The seasons turned, blanketing the villa in blossoms and then snow. For Genie On, it was a year of relentless training, a period of rebirth where the weak flesh of the merchant's son was forged into the iron vessel of the Fist King. The villa's tranquility was broken by the arrival of a visitor. A man wearing the uniform of the Yunha merchant group's guard squad, Mak In Siup, approached the servants. He announced he had a letter for young master Li Jiniongan. The maids, surprised, simply pointed toward the courtyard. Mak In Siup followed their direction, his eyes falling upon a figure seated in the middle of the yard. His breath caught in his throat. This couldn't be the sickly, frail young master he'd heard about. Before him sat a man whose bare back was a landscape of powerful, sculpted muscle, radiating an aura of disciplined strength that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. A few seasons passed in quiet solitude. As a single leaf drifted from its branch, it marked the end of a year dedicated to rebirth. In that time, Genie On had sat in deep meditation, focusing his immense will to reconstruct the very foundation of his being. The first crucial step was complete. His energy core, the nexus of a martial artist's power, had finally manifested within the frail vessel of his new body. With the core established, the true work began. Genie On's mind, a library of countless martial techniques, began to etch its knowledge onto his new flesh. He meticulously retraced the paths of the enlightened mobility art for evasion, the enlightened body art for defense, and the rapid stride for movement. Finally, he focused on his most formidable power, the White Lightning 10-phase art, a technique that allowed him to command the heavens' fury. So far, he had painstakingly managed to reach the 4th phase. His training had gone smoothly, but the Fist King's standards were impossibly high. Genie On opened his eyes, the placid surface of his meditation breaking. He took a slow, deep breath, the air filling lungs that were no longer weak and diseased. This body was finally beginning to feel like his own. As another leaf fluttered down from a nearby tree, Genie On's senses tracked its descent with supernatural precision. In a blur of motion, he intercepted it mid-air. With an almost imperceptible flick of his fingers, he sliced the delicate leaf perfectly in two. He examined his work, a bead of sweat tracing a line down his temple. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his face. It's not enough, he thought. This level of skill was child's play. He was still a shadow of his former self. His concentration was broken by the arrival of an outsider. A man in the uniform of the Yunha Merchant Group's guard squad saluted him respectfully. It's been a long time. I am Mak In Siup of the guard squad, he announced. I've brought a letter from the main clan. Genie On remained seated, his back to the visitor. Okay, he replied, his voice calm and steady. Let me see it. Mak In Siup froze, his mind reeling in disbelief. He remembered a sickly, frail young master who could barely speak without coughing. This man, radiating power and discipline, couldn't possibly be the same person. He stared, arm outstretched with the letter, completely dumbfounded, until Genie On's voice cut through his shock. My arm's about to fall off, Genie On said dryly, finally turning his head. Mak In Siup snapped back to reality with a start. Inside, Genie On sat across from the guard, unrolling the letter. His expression darkened as he read its contents. Father has collapsed and is now bedridden, he murmured, his eyes scanning the elegant script. The letter detailed the transfer of leadership, but offered no cause for the sudden illness. A seed of suspicion took root in his mind. Such a vague explanation was highly unusual. Mak In Siup leaned forward, his voice a low and worried whisper. That's most likely because of the Ouyang clan. He explained that the protection fees the merchant group paid had spiraled out of control, becoming less a fee and more of a crippling tribute. The financial pressure had been immense, wearing down the group leader's health and spirit. Jinion's eyes narrowed. But has the Ouyang clan done anything to deserve raising those fees? He asked. Makin Siup's face contorted with rage. Nothing at all. Those dogs. He caught himself, then continued, explaining that when the little deity sect tried to impose their own trade taxes, the Ouyang clan simply dismissed them, refusing to offer any of the protection they were being paid for. Makin Siup sighed in frustration. Our guard captain couldn't even protest, because this is Ouyang who we're talking about. The name echoed in Jinion's memory. Ouyang who, a well-known figure in the Jianghu, was indeed strong enough for even the Fist King to have heard of him. A slow, dangerous smile crept across Jinion's lips. I see, he said. So if I just deal with the Ouyang clan, everything gets resolved. The guard stared, shocked by the casual way Jinion spoke of taking on a major clan. Deal with them? He stammered. There is also another crucial reason behind your father's collapse. He revealed that the final straw was a sword fight between the second and third young masters, a fight their father had witnessed firsthand. Jinion's expression soured. Don't tell me. Did he collapse from anger? That's correct, Makin Siup confirmed, shaking his head in dismay. To get into a sword fight in front of the merchant group leader, the shame must have been too much. He tried to reassure Jinion, but was cut off by a sudden, intense shift in the young master's demeanor. No, Jinion declared, his eyes flashing with resolve. I can't just sit back and watch. Jinion rose to his feet, a commanding presence that filled the room. Pardon? The guard asked, confused. You may keep the letter, Jinion stated, his decision made. He walked past the stunned guard, his voice ringing with absolute finality. I'll go myself. Back at the Yunhe Merchant Group headquarters, Makin Siup slammed his hands on the table, trying to convince his skeptical colleagues. He's completely changed, he insisted, his voice filled with awe. He's become a perfect martial artist. His body was amazing, I tell you. His animated description, however, was met with looks of disbelief. One guard spat his drink out, erupting in hysterical laughter. Bahaha, the infamous young master Jinion, a martial artist? That good for nothing? Another sneered. Are you saying he's suddenly some master of bedroom techniques now? If that scoundrel's a martial artist, then I must be a legendary martial master. The mockery continued, with another guard advising Makin Siup to put more effort into his jokes. Through the cacophony, only one man remained composed. Han Yip, the vice captain of the guard squad, listened with a subtle, calculating smile. So young Master Jian really has regained his health, he mused to himself. Han Yip playfully grabbed the jeering guard in a headlock. Young Master Jinion as a martial artist, he's always had a fine physique, ever since he was a child. He turned to Makin Siup. Do you know when he's planning to return? Before Makin Siup could answer, a frantic shout came from the doorway. Young Master Jinion has arrived. Let's go. We have to greet young Master Jinion. Han Yip commanded, releasing the guard. One man grumbled. Do we really have to greet that good-for-nothing? Han Yip's gaze hardened. Don't forget who feeds us. Stop whining and get moving. Meanwhile, a lone figure in elegant robes approached the towering gates of the merchant group's main building. As Jinion stepped through the gates, he paused, taking in the sheer opulence of the estate. This is insane, he thought, his eyes wide. So this is the Yunhe Merchant Group. He had underestimated the wealth and power of the family he'd been reborn into. This wasn't just being well off. This was a life of absolute luxury. Dismissing the two maids who had traveled with him, Jinion made his way toward his father's quarters. I'll go see father immediately. You two go ahead and rest. He strode down a pristine corridor, but an unsettling feeling grew with each step. By the way, why isn't a single person welcoming me? The silence was a louder insult than any jeer. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a line of guards appeared, blocking his path. With a synchronized metallic ring, they raised their swords in a formal salute. Congratulations on your safe return, young Master Jinion, they chanted. Han Yip stepped forward from their ranks. I am the guard squad's vice captain, Han Yip. Han Yip offered a respectful smile. You're almost unrecognizable. I'm relieved to see you looking healthy. Behind him, a younger guard watched in disgust. Vice captain, do you have no pride? He thought, remembering the old Jineon's arrogance and cruelty. He was certain the vice captain's respect would only be met with mockery. But the mockery never came. Instead, Jineon gently stopped Han Yip's bowing hand with his own. A slight, knowing smile touched his lips as he returned the greeting with a perfect martial salute. This is quite the enthusiastic welcome for a troublemaker, he said, his voice devoid of its former arrogance. Thanks, everyone. A wave of collective shock rippled through the assembled guards. Their jaws hung open, their eyes wide with disbelief. He greeted us? That good-for-nothing did. The man who had always treated them like dirt was showing them respect. As Jineon was led away, the guards could only stare after him, utterly bewildered by the transformation. Han Yip watched Jineon's back as they walked, a profound realization dawning on him. The young master had changed in more than just appearance. The oppressive, antagonistic aura was gone, replaced by an air of quiet strength and confidence. For the first time, Han Yip felt that he wasn't looking at an enemy within the clan, but a powerful, dependable ally. They arrived at a set of large, ornate doors. I already informed your father that you would be visiting, Han Yip said, gesturing for him to enter. Jineon nodded. Thanks. He prepared himself to face the man whose life and family he had inherited. Before his hand could touch the door, a voice dripping with condescension stopped him. Well, would you look at this? A man in rich purple robes, Li Jiyan, the family's third son, stepped into his path, draping an arm over his shoulder with a leering grin. If it isn't the perverted Jineon. Jiyan squeezed his shoulder, his tone mocking. Your expression makes you look like a completely different person. You can even glare now. Han Yip's good mood evaporated, a sense of dread washing over him. This is bad, he thought grimly. It looks like he's about to get smacked again when he just came back. Han Yip quickly intervened, placing his hands on both brothers' shoulders. You two brothers have finally reunited after a long time. Both of you must be thrilled. His attempt at mediation was cut short as Jineon violently slapped his hand away. What do you think you're doing? Jineon's voice was dangerously low. Touching my body without permission. Han Yip froze, stunned into silence. Jiyan's amusement turned to fury. He felt utterly disrespected by both his brother's defiance and the guard's interference. As if dealing with this good-for-nothing wasn't enough, now you're looking down on me. Vice Captain, he snarled. His eyes, burning with malice, fixed on Han Yip. Should I teach you a lesson so you can never look me in the eyes again? Jineon's voice, cold as a winter storm, cut through the tension. Jiyan. Before his younger brother could reply, Jineon's hand shot out, grabbing his face. With a sickening crack, a brutal backhand sent Jiyan reeling, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. Jiyan crumpled to the floor, stunned and bleeding, while Han Yip could only stare in utter shock. Jineon loomed over his brother, gripping his face and forcing his head up. A chillingly calm smile played on his lips. Jiyan, he said softly, I was so excited on my way here. He tightened his grip, twisting with punishing force. A strangled scream of agony tore from Jiyan's throat. URGGHAGH. You unhinged maniac, he shrieked. Jineon's smile widened into a predatory grin, his eyes glowing with dark amusement. Unhinged maniac, he echoed. You should be calling me Big Brother. At the opulent main house of the Yunhe merchant group, a commotion echoed from the private quarters. A studious-looking man with spectacles, Li Weiyan, paused in the corridor, his brow furrowing with concern. The guards shifted nervously, their expressions tense. Recognizing the location of the disturbance, Weiyan's face hardened. That was his father's room. Weiyan, the second son and an overseer of the group, approached the anxious guards. What is all this ruckus? He demanded. A guard hesitantly explained there was an argument between the first and third young masters. Weiyan's mind immediately went to his volatile younger brother's history of tormenting their older, frilier sibling. The third must have harassed him again somehow, he thought, his irritation mounting. His patience snapped. "What are you all doing instead of stopping them?" he yelled, a flash of fear for his older brother's well-being crossing his face. But as he looked past them, he saw a scene that defied all his expectations. Jian, the supposedly weak first son, had his younger brother John firmly in his grasp, silencing his struggles with a quiet command. "Be quiet," Jian warned. "We're right in front of Father's room." Jian's face was a mask of flushed, indignant rage, utterly powerless in his brother's grip. Just then, a voice from within the room called out, "Is that you, Weiyan?" Weiyan could only stare, dumbfounded by the sight before him, his mind struggling to reconcile the brother he knew with the man who now held their unruly sibling in a vice-like grip. Inside his father's antechamber, the tense atmosphere was palpable. Weiyan sat calmly at a table, observing the bizarre tableau. Jian stood with an air of absolute authority, while Jaeyeon knelt on the floor, hands raised in punishment. Weiyan sipped his tea, his sharp eyes appraising his older brother. "I heard that you returned," he began, his voice even. "You seem like you're in good health." Jian's lips curled into a faint, confident smile. "Yes, I'm fine now," he confirmed. Weiyan's gaze then fell upon Jian's bandaged hand. "Did the third do that to you?" he asked, his tone darkening with suspicion. Before Jian could dismiss the injury, he turned towards Jaeyeon, his expression unreadable. "It's not a serious," he started to say, just as his hand blurred into motion. A sickening crack echoed through the room as Jian delivered a swift, brutal backhand to Jaeyeon's face. His voice dropped to a menacing whisper, his eyes shadowed with a chilling intensity. "You shouldn't wield a sword against your older brother if you don't want a beating." Stunned and terrified, Jaeyeon could only stammer his understanding, while Weiyan sat frozen, his tea forgotten, a silent witness to this shocking display of dominance. Jaeyeon's mind reeled in pure disbelief, tears of humiliation welling in his eyes. He, the one who had always tormented his older brother, had just been effortlessly subdued. Weiyan was equally stunned, memories flooding his mind of a time when the most Jian could do was cower and avoid a beating from Jaeyeon. This man was not the brother he remembered. Weiyan collected himself, his analytical mind searching for an explanation. "Did something happen at the safe house? You seem like a completely different person." Jian simply offered a cryptic smile. "You've got a good eye." His gaze then fell upon a set of scrolls on the table, and he reached for them, his curiosity piqued. Weiyan explained, "That's the list of employees I need to take to the conference tomorrow." Jian unrolled a scroll, his eyes scanning the names with unnatural speed. He had intended to investigate the recommendation for a specific individual, but as he read, a larger, more sinister pattern emerged. From the vice guard squad leader to the front gate guards, one name appeared again and again as the recommender. Yang-hu. A grim smile touched Jian's lips as the face of his enemy materialized in his mind. It was him. With newfound purpose, Jian placed the scroll back on the table. He turned to face his two brothers, his expression turning deadly serious. "Weiyan, Jaeyeon," he began, his voice leaving no room for argument. "If any of you are working with the Ouyang clan, tell me right now." The abrupt and grave accusation left both brothers wide-eyed with shock. Weiyan was the first to recover, his face a mixture of confusion and indignation. "Do you really think that's a possibility?" Jaeyeon, still smarting, quickly agreed. "Yeah, that's ridiculous." They passionately declared their loyalty, stating they would rather die than see another clan take over the business their father built. Jian's stern expression softened into a slight, satisfied smile. Internally, he thought, "Good, I won't need to kill them then." Shifting topics, Jian inquired, "Are all the higher-ups going to be attending the conference tomorrow?" Weiyan, still slightly flustered, confirmed that they would be. "In that case," Jian announced, his decision made, "I shall attend it too." Without another word, he turned and walked out, leaving his brothers to call after him. "I'm going to see father," was his only reply. Left in the wake of Jian's whirlwind departure, Waiyan and Jaeyeon stared after him in confusion. The day's events finally crashed down on Jaeyeon, who exploded in a fit of pure frustration, pulling at his hair and screaming, "Yeah, I should have gone to the Jiuhua mountain." His tantrum filled the now empty room, a testament to the utter chaos his newly returned brother had wrought. Jineon arrived at the heavily guarded doors of his father's personal chambers. A servant announced his presence, and a weak voice from within permitted him entry. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of medicine. His father, Lee Seongmin, the formidable leader of the Yunha merchant group, lay in bed, a shadow of his former self. "You're here," Seongmin rasped, before asking about the earlier noise. Jineon brushed it off. "Nothing." Jineon took a seat beside the bed, listening as his father spoke of the crushing stress that was failing his old body. Seongmin reached out a trembling hand, studying his son's face. "You've changed a lot. For the better," he murmured, a hint of awe in his voice. "Are you really Jineon? I'm glad to see you doing well." A strange feeling settled over Jineon. As a man who had grown up an orphan in his past life, this paternal affection was an alien experience. He delved into the original Jineon's memories, finding a deep well of love and respect. In those memories, Lee Seongmin was not a frail old man, but a towering figure of strength and kindness, a truly great father. Jineon took his father's offered hand, his own scarred, powerful hand enveloping the older man's. He was struck by how fragile his father felt. The hands that had once seemed impossibly large in his memories were now small and weak. A somber question echoed in his mind. When did he get this small? His voice was low but filled with an unwavering resolve. "Father, don't worry. We just need to eliminate the cause of your stress." The word eliminate hung in the air, making Seongmin flinch. Seeing his father's unease, Jineon's face broke into a disarming smile. "It's nothing. Don't worry." But the smile didn't reach his eyes, and Seongmin couldn't help but wonder, why is he smiling like that? The next day, the Yunha Merchant Group conference was in full swing. At the head of the assembled guard stood Ouyang, who, the ambitious guard squad leader from the Ouyang clan. His men whispered amongst themselves, their eyes fixed on an unexpected attendee. It was the first young master, Lee Jineon, seated with an air of cold confidence. "What is he doing here?" they murmured. Ouyang, who watched Jineon with a dismissive sneer, convinced the boy was merely posturing to protect his inheritance. He propped his chin on his hand, bored by the proceedings. Meanwhile, Lee Waiyan attempted to conduct the meeting. "So, does anyone have a different opinion? If there isn't, I'll move on too." "I do," Ouyang, whose voice cut through the room as he raised his hand. "I heard that the first young master still doesn't have a guard despite coming back. I have someone I can recommend." Across the room, other clan members grumbled under their breath, decrying the Ouyang clan's blatant power grab, as half the merchant group was already filled with their people. As one man whispered his dissent, Ouyang, whose eyes flashed with menace. The teacup in his hand shattered, a clear and violent warning. The room fell silent. "Goodness, my hand slipped." Ouyang, who said, his voice dripping with false apology as he pointed a threatening finger. "My bad." Ouyang, who scanned the terrified faces of the assembly, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Is there anyone who has something to say in regards to my suggestion?" No one then. But his victory was cut short. From the head of the room, a clear, steady voice spoke. "Me." It was Jineon, his hand raised. "I have complaints." All eyes turned to Jineon as he rose and strode forward, his every step deliberate and heavy with purpose. He walked directly toward Ouyang, who, stopping just before him. "I would like to make a suggestion too," he announced, his voice carrying throughout the silent hall. He raised a hand and pointed directly at the guard squad leader's face. "A suggestion to fire the guard squad leader, Ouyang Hu." A wave of shocked gasps and murmurs swept through the conference. Ouyang Hu's sycophants immediately leapt to his defense, laughing it off as a bad joke and praising his loyalty. Hearing their pathetic defense, Jineon let out a short, mocking burst of laughter, utterly unimpressed. Ouyang Hu leaned back, a look of condescending amusement on his face. "You want to fire me?" he scoffed. "You must have forgotten because you've been bedridden for so long. But that's not something you have say over." A slow, chilling smile spread across Jinion's face. "Is that so?" In an explosion of power, Jinion's fist, wreathed in a brilliant blue aura, crashed into the wooden floor. The entire building shook as the ground shattered, sending splinters and debris flying in every direction. The force of the blow threw Ouyang Hu from his seat. When the dust began to settle, he looked up from his knees, his eyes wide with terror, at the crater left by the single punch. A single drop of cold sweat ran down Ouyang Hu's temple as Jinion stood over him, his presence utterly overwhelming. Jinion's voice was like ice, cutting through the stunned silence. "You must have forgotten because you've gained some influence," he said, slowly clenching his bandaged hand into a fist. "But the Yunhe merchant group belongs to me." As they walked towards the General Assembly, Waiyan's voice was laced with disbelief and anxiety. He questioned Jinion's sudden decision to dismiss the guard captain, a man with deep connections and a powerful clan. Jinion, however, walked with an unnerving calm, a faint, knowing smirk on his lips. He paused, turning to his younger brother, his eyes sharp. He explained that in the world of martial artists, underestimation is a fatal error. The one who assumes is the one who gets devoured. Jinion gestured towards the guards gathering below them, their ranks filled overwhelmingly with members of the Ouyang clan. He posed a chilling question. Was the Yunhe merchant group not already being consumed from within? The reality of the situation crashed down on Waiyan. He hadn't noticed how insidiously Ouyang, whose influence had grown, replacing their own loyal men with his clansmen. Sensing his brother's panic, Jinion placed a firm, reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Though you shouldn't worry," he said, his voice a low, confident murmur that seemed to possess a power of its own. "I, your older brother, will handle this." Waiyan stared, bewildered by this newfound strength and authority. He could only watch as Jinion descended into the courtyard where Ouyang Hu and his men waited, the crater from his earlier display of power a stark reminder of the storm that was about to break. The moment Jinion stood before them, the courtyard erupted in tension. The Ouyang clan guards, loyal only to their captain, drew their swords with a metallic ring. Ouyang Hu stared from across the shattered ground, his face a mask of fury and confusion. "What is the meaning of this madness?" he roared, convinced the once frail young master had finally lost his mind. Before Ouyang Hu's men could advance, a loyal guard of the Yunhe merchant group leaped to Jinion's defense, his own sword drawn. "Insolent," he yelled. "How dare you draw your sword against young Master Jinion?" But Jinion was unperturbed, pushing the guard's blade aside with a casual flick of his finger. He looked at the armed men before him, a bored expression on his face, and questioned their audacity in drawing blades against their own employer. Jinion mumbled under his breath, a predator toying with its prey. He turned his gaze directly to Ouyang Hu, a chilling smile gracing his lips. He spoke of feeling a little bad, offering this confrontation as compensation for ruining the captain's retirement plans. The statement hung in the air, a cryptic threat that left Ouyang Hu utterly baffled. With the attention of everyone present fixed on him, Jinion began to unravel Ouyang Hu's intricate plot. He revealed how the captain had conspired with physician Gongsun Myung for a slow, subtle assassination. He exposed the scheme to instigate a feud between the second and third brothers, a conflict that ultimately caused their father to collapse from stress. It was a masterful, bloodless coup, designed to let Ouyang Hu seize control of the Yunhe merchant group by manipulating the family like puppets on a string. Ouyang Hu burst into condescending laughter, dismissing the accusations as pure delusion. But his laughter died in his throat as Jinion's expression hardened. Jinion stepped forward, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. He revealed the fatal flaw in the captain's plan. The assassin, Gongsun Myung, had died. That, Jinion declared, was where Ouyang Hu's fate took a turn for the worse. A flicker of shock crossed Ouyang Hu's face. Jinion leaned in, his smile predatory. "Don't be too sad," he mocked, patting the captain's shoulder. "I sent him off in a single strike." With that final, devastating revelation, he turned away, chiding the captain for not trying harder in his attempt to take over the group and casually mentioning filing claims for damages. Humiliated and enraged, Ouyang, who could no longer contain his fury. His body erupted in a violent purple aura as he lunged, his hand shaped into a deadly claw strike. "You arrogant whelp," he screamed. But just as his attack was about to land, Jinion's eyes glinted. "Got you," he thought. With impossible speed, a fist wreathed in brilliant blue lightning met the captain's strike, shattering the attack in a blinding explosion of energy. The force of the impact sent a shockwave across the courtyard, forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes. Ouyang, who was thrown back, clutching a hand that now felt broken and useless. He stared in utter disbelief, his mind reeling. Lightning energy? The sickly young master had learned martial arts? All around them, the other guards shared in his shock, unable to comprehend how their captain's powerful strike had been so effortlessly blocked. Jinion feigned a pained expression, rubbing his neck. "Ouch! Is it really okay for you to strike me when I've just finished recuperating?" he asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He then declared that since it was now an official duel, it was all permissible. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang, who, consumed by arrogance, loudly called for witnesses from his clan. Formally initiating the duel, he was now certain he could win. A cruel smirk spread across Ouyang, whose face. "There, is that good enough?" he sneered. Jinion simply clenched his fists, the bandages straining around his knuckles. "No," he replied, his voice flat and cold. He raised his fists into a fighting stance, the aura of a true brawler radiating from him. "This will be a life-or-death duel." Ouyang, who launched his attack, his movements swift and practiced. He praised Jinion's newfound skill, but arrogantly proclaimed that he was lacking in true combat experience. He closed the distance, aiming a powerful kick meant to end the fight decisively. But Jinion met the attack with an almost bored expression, catching the captain's leg with ease. "Experience," he echoed, the word laced with centuries of unspoken irony. Before Ouyang, who could react, Jinion's hand crackled with blue lightning. "You dare speak of experience to me?" He growled, his voice a low threat. He countered with a fluid, powerful motion that sent the captain stumbling back. To Ouyang, who, it felt like being hit by a mountain. "You're 100 years too early for that, little one." Ouyang, who struggled to regain his footing, his arms trembling from the sheer force of Jinion's defense. A cold dread began to creep into his heart. What was this monstrous strength? Jinion's eyes narrowed, a predatory gleam within them. "Allow me to show you what a true difference in experience looks like," he declared. Unleashing his enlightened mobility art, Jinion became a blue blur, his movements too fast for the naked eye to follow. He weaved through Ouyang, whose frantic slashes, parrying each strike with contemptuous ease. The captain was completely outmatched, his sword feeling impossibly heavy as Jinion's relentless counters drove him back step by agonizing step. A cold sweat broke out on Ouyang, whose brow. This wasn't the fighting style of a novice. Behind Jinion, a ghostly blue aura took shape, the imposing, battle-hardened visage of the Fist King, a warrior who had dominated an entire era. Ouyang, who realized his terrifying mistake. He was not facing a boy, but a seasoned martial master. Driven by desperation and rage, Ouyang, who gathered all his remaining strength for one final, all-or-nothing attack. "I won't lose to a brat like you," he roared, unleashing his ultimate technique, the three-form sword art. The blade glowed with malevolent purple energy. But as he lunged, Jinion simply used rapid stride, vanishing and reappearing directly in his path. Ouyang, whose eyes widened in terror. When did he get there? Before the question could fully form in his mind, Jinion's voice, devoid of all emotion, cut through the air. "Farewell." A fist, glowing with the power of condensed lightning, shot forward and connected squarely with the captain's face. The impact was absolute, the force of the blow sending Ouyang, who flying backwards like a broken doll. The entire courtyard fell into a stunned silence as Ouyang, whose body slammed into the ground. Weian and the loyal servants could only stare, their mouths agape. Far away, in a quiet room overlooking the estate, Jinion's father, the merchant group leader, noticed the plume of dust rising from the courtyard. A knowing, proud smile touched his lips. "My son," he murmured, his hands clasped peacefully. "It appears he has learned martial arts." Ouyang, who lay motionless in the dust, his face battered and bleeding. His men, snapping out of their shock, rushed to his side, screaming his title. One of them, his face twisted in fury, cradled the captain's head and glared at Jinion. But Jinion simply looked down on him with utter disdain. "What now?" he asked coolly. "Do you wish for me to deal with you too?" The guard flinched, but another, more level-headed clansman stepped forward. He formally testified that the duel was fair and without irregularities. However, his eyes hardened as he issued a clear warning. From this day forward, the Ouyang clan would seek revenge through official duels, and the Yunhe merchant group would have no choice but to accept them. It was a declaration of an unending war of attrition. Jinion was unfazed. "Fine," he said, his gaze sweeping over the hostile guards. He stated his simple code. Kindness would be repaid with kindness, and grudges would be repaid in full. He made it clear that if anyone sought retribution, the responsibility would be his alone, not the merchant group's. Waion cried out in alarm, knowing his brother was inviting endless danger. Jinion turned, his back straight and his presence commanding. "I said, the Yunhe merchant group is mine," he declared, his voice ringing with absolute authority. He continued, explaining that it also belonged to his ailing father, to the loyal guards who welcomed him back, and to the servants who cared for him. His eyes narrowed, sweeping over the remaining members of the Ouyang clan. "So our Yunhe merchant group has no intention of being toyed with by filth like you," he stated, his words of final, damning judgment. "If you understand, then get lost. You're all fired." Stunned into silence by his sheer audacity, the Ouyang clansmen could do nothing but carry their fallen captain away. One of them shot back a final, bitter remark. "Well then, I wish you luck." With that, they departed, leaving Jinion standing victorious before his loyal followers, the crater in the ground a testament to the new power dynamic he had just established. The tension finally broke. One of the younger guards began to cheer wildly before his senior clapped a hand over his mouth, reminding him they should feel shame for having stood by and watched. But the relief was palpable. Jinion turned to the chief administrator, Waion, who snapped to attention, his expression a mixture of awe and residual fear. With the immediate threat handled, Jinion's focus shifted. "Buy me an elixir," he commanded Waion. He reasoned that since he was taking full responsibility for the clan war he had just started, the least the group could do was provide him with support. Overjoyed and fully convinced of his brother's capabilities, Waion promised to prepare the highest quality tonic available. Jinion laid out the next steps, buying the elixir, hiring new guards. Waion would be busy. As for the new guard squad, Jinion already had a candidate in mind. Miles away, in a dimly lit tavern, the very same guard who had delivered the letter to Jinia, Manhwa, was being questioned. He held a piece of gold, confirming to his comrades that the request had indeed come from Li Jinion, setting the stage for a new alliance. A few days prior, on the very first day Li Jinion officially joined the Yunhe merchant group, a quiet stroll through the main compound foreshadowed the coming storm. He walked with the chief administrator, Waion, his expression a mask of calm composure. To any observer, he was merely the recently recovered young master, but within, the Fist King was taking measure of his new domain. Waion, attempting to make conversation, turned to a guard squad vice captain, Manhwa, and asked if he had eaten. The guard, looking weary from his duties, confirmed he had been working since dawn and had not yet had a meal. This simple exchange caught Jinion's attention, a stark contrast to the laziness he was about to witness. A dark, calculating smile touched Jinion's lips. He watched as a group of guards, who should have been on duty, were instead gambling and drinking with abandon. The disparity was galling. Some worked tirelessly with no time to eat, while others grew fat and complacent, living off the money of others. A cold resolve settled in his heart. These parasites had to be purged. As this thought solidified, Jineon's grip tightened on the wooden balcony railing, shattering it under the unconscious pressure. Waiyan looked at him, startled. "The problem is," Jineon began, his voice low and dangerous, "I need someone to fill their place." The implication was clear, and Waiyan could only nod in understanding as Jineon set his sights on the source of the rot. They arrived at a lavishly decorated building, its lanterns glowing brightly against the night sky. "There they are," Jineon stated, his eyes cold. Inside, the air was thick with the sounds of raucous laughter and the clatter of gambling tiles. The ringleader of this debauchery, a man with a smug grin, reveled in his ill-gotten comfort. As Jineon entered, a hush fell over some of the patrons. They recognized him instantly, not as a figure of authority, but as the pushover, the young master of the Yunha merchant group. They whispered amongst themselves, mocking his past weakness and eagerly anticipating how much money he would waste this time, completely oblivious to the predator that now walked in their midst. He approached a private area, only to be blocked by a hulking guard. The man greeted him with a wide, greasy smile, his words dripping with false respect. "Oh wow, it's been a while, young master," he boomed, barely catching himself before calling Jineon a sucker, instead asking if he was there to make another generous donation. Jineon's gaze was like ice. "Don't touch me," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. "Open the door." The guard's jovial facade shattered, replaced by sputtering indignation. For this walking wallet to speak to him with such disdain was an insult he could not comprehend. Ignoring the guard's outrage, Jineon strode past him and into the private room. Seated around a table were three men, a smirking, arrogant man and two imposing, bald-headed twins. The arrogant one, Chol Myungo, greeted him with a lazy drawl. "You're here." Myungo, also known as the Poisonous Fox, looked Jineon over with a mocking expression. "Whoa, you actually look better," he jeered, before turning to his stoic companions, the twin brothers Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo. He theatrically scolded them for their lack of warmth, insisting they show more concern for their long-lost friend. As Myungo continued his performance, Jineon remained silent, his mind drifting to the true nature of their relationship. The word friend was a bitter poison on Myungo's tongue. For the original Lee Jineon, it had never meant companionship or trust. Their supposed friendship, which began in childhood, was a lie. It was a parasitic bond built on a foundation of one-sided violence and relentless financial exploitation. Myungo had used, abused, and bled the weak young master dry for years, all under the guise of camaraderie. Jineon inwardly scoffed at the memory. "Looks like the definition of friend is a bit different these days," he thought. Myungo pushed a sack of coins across the table, his words slick with false generosity, while his inner thoughts revealed his true delight at having his personal cash cow back. Myungo's taunts grew more insistent as Jineon continued his unnerving silence. "Hey, you've been quiet this whole time, you fool. You're getting on my nerves." When he finally demanded to know what Jineon was thinking, the reply came back, flat and chilling. "I'm thinking," Jineon said, his eyes locking onto Myungo's, "about whether I should kill you or not." His true focus, however, was on the twin brothers. They were powerful, wasted as common thugs for this parasite. In his eyes, they were assets far too valuable to rot away under such a pathetic master. Having made his assessment, Jineon's decision was made. He ignored Myungo's sputtering and extended his hand. "I've decided," he announced calmly. "First, hand over the vault key." Myungo stared, bewildered by the absurd demand, assuming it was just a strange new way of asking for money. "Yes, I'll just take cash for now," Jineon conceded with a sharp grin. He began to casually list the debts owed to him, the thousands of niang he was forced to invest in this den, the accumulated interest, the extorted money, and compensation for his medical bills. "I think about 100,000 niang should be fair." The demand was so audacious that Myungo could only stare for a moment before bursting into roaring, hysterical laughter. He slapped the table, tears of mirth in his eyes. "Oh, Jineon, you must have studied arithmetic while you were recovering. You unhinged fool." Myungo's laughter faded into a sneer. He leaned forward, grabbing Jinion's robe with a proprietary air. You think the vault only has that much? It also contains jewelry, gold, and silver, he scoffed. But there's nothing in there for you. He tightened his grip, his expression turning ugly. If you need money, just ask me, and I'll lend it to you. Now, what's with this sudden demand? And why have you been completely ignoring me this whole time? Myungo's patience had finally snapped, his face contorting with rage. The dam of his anger broke completely. You act all fragile because you are a patient, but now you're scowling, demanding the vault key, and ignoring me? Get a grip, you fool, he shrieked, his voice cracking. Do you know who I am? I'm Chul Myungo. Jinion's placid demeanor only fueled Myungo's fury. What's wrong with you? Do you have a death wish? He snarled. Finally fed up, he turned to the twins. Cat got your tongue? Pin this fool to the ground. Maybe a beating will straighten him out. With a curt, yes, sir, the twins moved to obey. One of the brothers, Yuk Jinbo, grabbed Jinion by the shoulders and slammed him down onto the table. As his face was forced toward the wooden surface, a cruel smirk spread across Jinion's lips. Seriously, he thought, a predatory light in his eyes. I even went to the trouble of showing kindness. In a blur of motion that defied his captor's strength, Jinion twisted. He seized Jinbo's arm, using the man's own momentum to flip him effortlessly over his shoulder. The heavy twin crashed to the floor, his face a mask of pained surprise. As the second twin, Myungbo, lunged forward, Jinion kicked the bag of coins into the air, creating a momentary distraction. It was all the time he needed. He met Myungbo's attack not with defense, but with a series of precise, devastating strikes. With sickening crunches, Jinion shattered Myungbo's wrist and ankle. Before the man could even register the agony, Jinion spun and delivered a powerful kick to Jinbo, who was just beginning to rise. The blow, charged with internal energy, connected squarely with his jaw, sending him reeling. Jinion landed lightly on his feet, his long hair swaying from the motion. He watched the aftermath of his assault, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his features. His body was still weak, yet the results were potent. This was unexpected. What truly surprised him, however, was what happened next. Both twins, shaking with pain from their shattered limbs, began to push themselves up from the floor. He had broken their wrists and ankles, yet as he looked into their eyes, he saw no fear, only unwavering, defiant resolve. A slow, appreciative smile grew on Jinion's face. These two weren't just common thugs. They were warriors with indomitable spirits. They're the real deal, he murmured to himself. With guttural roars, the twins charged again, their broken bodies fueled by pure willpower. Now then, Jinion mused, easily sidestepping their desperate, clumsy attack. The twins stumbled past him, their momentum carrying them forward. They stopped, bewildered, looking around the room with sweat beading on their brows. Where'd he go? Before they could turn, Jinion was already behind them. His hands shot out, gripping the backs of their heads with inescapable force. As expected, he whispered, a predatory glint in his eyes. You two are too valuable to just let rot away. With a final, sickening thud, he slammed their heads together, rendering them both instantly unconscious. He let their bodies fall to the floor, his expression calm. Stay put, twins, he commanded their lymph forms. I won't warn you twice. All that's left now is... Jinion turned, his gaze falling upon the last conscious opponent in the room. Chul Myungo was frozen in place, his face a mask of abject terror and disbelief. Jinion brushed his hands together and offered a serene, chilling smile. Guess it's just you, my dear friend Myungo. With the twin bodyguards lying unconscious at his feet, Jinion stood as the sole victor in the room. His gaze, cold and deliberate, settled on the only man left standing. Now the only one left is... He mused aloud, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Our dear Myungo, huh? Chul Myungo froze, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as the full weight of his predicament crashed down upon him. Trying to mask his terror with bravado, Myungo scoffed. Ah, Darn it. If you had spent your recovery time learning martial arts instead of arithmetic, maybe you could have put up a fight. But his words were hollow, a desperate attempt to reclaim a dominance he no longer possessed. Jinion's expression remained unchanged as he took a silent step forward. "Myungo," he said, his voice level. "You're usually quick on the uptake. What's going on?" Myungo recoiled, brandishing a dagger. "Hey, don't come any closer. Let's talk this out, yeah?" Panic gave way to a surge of adrenaline. "Ha, seriously," Myungo muttered, his mind screaming at him. What was there to be afraid of? This was the same pushover Jinion he had always known. Bolstered by this fragile self-deception, he lunged forward with a roar. "First strike wins, you fool." Myungo's desperate charge met an unmovable wall. Jinion sidestepped the wild slash with fluid grace, his eyes betraying a hint of pity. Before Myungo could even register the miss, Jinion's fist, glowing with a faint blue aura, slammed into his stomach. The impact was like a thunderclap, sending a shockwave that rattled the very floorboards. Gasping for air, Myungo felt his world tilt as Jinion seized him by the hair, forcing his head up. "Second strike wins, you ruffian," Jinion corrected him, a predatory grin spreading across his face. A brilliant, crackling blue energy enveloped his hand, pouring directly into Myungo's skull. A gut-wrenching scream tore from Myungo's throat as the electrifying agony overwhelmed his senses. "Aha!" Outside, a lone guard flinched as the horrifying scream echoed through the building. "Geez, someone's going to get seriously hurt today," he whispered, his face pale. Inside, Myungo's body convulsed violently, his teeth grinding as tears streamed down his face. Jinion finally released his grip, contemptuously letting the broken man fall to the floor in a heap. Jinion leaned over the twitching form of his old friend. "Hey, snap out of it," he said, his voice laced with mock concern. Myungo could only manage a choked hiccup in response. He stared up at the man looming over him, his mind reeling in disbelief. What in the world did this guy do during his recovery? This wasn't healing, it was a metamorphosis into something monstrous. Myungo's mind flashed through fragmented memories, taunting Jinion, taking his money, the casual cruelty of their youth. The horrifying realization dawned on him. Did he fake his illness and secretly train this whole time? All of this, for revenge? The thought was paralyzing. This wasn't a random act of violence. It was a calculated, long-awaited retribution. With his life on the line, Myungo abandoned all pride. His face contorted into a desperate, fawning smile. "Hey buddy, besides the key, is there anything else you want? Just say the word," he pleaded, crawling closer. "I mean, you beat me up a little, but we've been friends since we were kids, right? We've always had a special bond." Jinion's expression softened almost imperceptibly, giving Myungo a sliver of hope. Seizing the moment, Myungo threw his arms around Jinion in a grotesque display of affection. "From now on, I'll never beat you up again. We're real friends. No, we're brothers." Jinion pushed him away with disgust. Undeterred, Myungo turned to the now-conscious twins. "Hey guys, come greet him. Treat him with respect, like a big brother." The two massive men could only offer a simple, subdued, "Congratulations." Myungo's mind was a whirlwind of cunning schemes. What a simpleton, he thought, a cruel smirk hidden behind his bruised face. This fool wags his tail the moment you act like his friend. He played along, biding his time. Just wait. Once I'm out of this mess, I'm taking the twins and getting out. As long as it's just us, settling down will be easy. Jinion cut through the charade, addressing the twins directly. Myongbo, Jinbo. They looked up, their expression stoic. "Once you call someone your sworn brother, it's for life. Are you okay with that?" Myungo panicked, frantically gesturing for them to agree. "Why are you looking at me like that? We're brothers now," he urged. The twins bowed their heads in unison, their voices resonating with sincerity. "Yes, from now on, we'll serve you as our big brother." Myungo breathed a sigh of relief. But Jinion's next words sent a fresh chill down his spine. "All right then. Now, if we're brothers, we've got to pick an eldest brother, right?" A sly, predatory smile crept across Jinion's face. Jinion gestured to the door. You two wait outside. We'll decide and tell you afterward." As the twins obediently left, Myungo's feigned cheerfulness evaporated. "What? Hold on." The heavy doors clicked shut, plunging the room into a tense silence. Alone with the monster he had helped create, Myungo finally understood he had walked into a trap. Ji-neon slowly cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing in the quiet room. "Gotta decide quickly," he said, his smile gone, replaced by a look of stern judgment. He finally revealed his true objective. "Myungo, you really make good use of those naive kids. That's not how a person should be. From now on, I'll lead them and train them properly." The truth hit Myungo with the force of a physical blow. It wasn't about money. It was about the twins. He had been outplayed at every turn. Defeated and broken, he pleaded, "Just take all my money instead. You beat me up out of nowhere, and now you're taking the twins too." His voice cracked with desperation. "What do you expect me to do? Go out and get beaten to death? Just kill me already." Ji-neon's eyes narrowed. "You want me to kill you?" he asked softly. He paused for a beat, letting the question hang in the air. Sure, why not? In a flash, he delivered a devastating high kick that snapped Myungo's head back, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. As Myungo crumpled, Ji-neon leaned in, his voice a low whisper. "You did well, my friend." But the punishment was far from over. Ji-neon unleashed a merciless barrage of blows, each punch a precise, brutal lesson in pain. Myungo's world dissolved into a storm of white-hot agony and the sickening sound of his own bones rattling. "This is it," he thought, a wave of terror washing over him. "This is where I die. I'm seriously going to die." Ji-neon held the barely conscious Myungo by the collar. Kill me," he whimpered. Ji-neon leaned his ear closer. "Can't hear you well," he mocked. The sheer terror of another beating finally shattered Myungo's resolve. "I said I'll give you the key. Please don't kill me." Ji-neon sneered. "Is that how someone begs for their life?" Myungo's bewildered expression was met with another savage punch that sent him spinning to the floor. Outside, the twins heard the thud and called out in alarm, "Big bro Myungo." But their cries went unanswered. Ji-neon merely cracked his knuckles, looking down at his handiwork. What a joke! The twins re-entered the room to find Myungo lying broken and defeated. "Big bro, did you lose?" one of them asked, his voice hesitant. Myungo lay still for a moment before letting out a defeated sigh. "Yeah, I lost," he admitted, the words tasting like ash. "From now on, just serve Ji-neon as your big bro." A tear of pure humiliation slid from the corner of Myungo's eye. And yet, through the shame, a flicker of genuine care remained. "They're probably better off in a place like the Galaxy Merchant Guild than in this dump," he thought, a bittersweet pang in his chest. "But I've grown attached to them." The twins nodded. "Understood. Thanks for everything until now." As the twins carried their former master out, Myungo muttered a weary proverb. "They say never take in beasts with black hair. The ancestors were never wrong, huh?" As he descended the stairs, a group of thugs saw him, their eyes lighting up with predatory greed. Seeing him battered and without his formidable bodyguards, they began to close in, sensing an easy target. Surrounded, Myungo's beaten expression hardened. He was wounded, but his spirit was not yet extinguished. "Look at these mongrels swarming," he spat. With a defiant roar that echoed through the gambling den, he shouted, "I'm Venom Fox, you cretins. Quit yapping and come at me, if you've got the guts." "That zombie freak talks big," one of the thugs sneered. "Kill him." The mob surged forward, brandishing clubs and blades. Myungo fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal, but the pain from Ji-neon's earlier assault radiated through his body with every move. He gritted his teeth, cursing Ji-neon for not hitting a little softer. Just as the mob was about to overwhelm him, a calm voice cut through the chaos. "You cowards couldn't even look him in the eye before. Now you're all over him just because he got betrayed." Ji-neon appeared at the top of the stairs, flanked by the twins. He descended slowly, his presence silencing the entire room. "If you want to kill him, then come at me while I'm still feeling generous. You all have no honor." Ji-neon pointed to a pile of discarded weapons. "Grab anything useful over there," he instructed the twins. Myungo stared, completely baffled by this turn of events. Ugh, you son of a, acting cool now? So annoying, he grumbled under his breath, turning to limp out the door into the morning light, leaving the confrontation behind him. Later, as they walked through the sun-drenched courtyard of the Merchant Guild, the twins, now carrying heavy wooden chests, approached Jinyeon. "Big bro Jinyeon," one of them said. "Thanks for sparing my Ongo." Jinyeon paused, turning his head slightly, but offering no reply. His silence was heavy with unspoken thoughts. Jinyeon considered the two loyal giants following him. He'd always wondered why they followed a man like Chol Myungo. Rumors claimed they were slaves, or that they served out of fear. But watching them now, seeing their genuine gratitude for their former master's life, he knew the truth was far more complicated. Their bond wasn't born of coercion, but of a loyalty he was only just beginning to comprehend. A wry smile touched Jinyeon's lips. Even in a second life, reading people's hearts is still hard. As he led his new followers through the bustling city streets, his unique entourage drew stares. From a balcony above, a man in fine silks watched them pass, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. "No way, that's Lee Jinyeon." And so, new members joined the Galaxy Merchant Guild. The two imposing, stoic twins stood out immediately among their new comrades, their massive frames a clear sign that a new power had just entered the stage. For the members of the guild, one thought was unanimous: they're massive. At the bustling headquarters of the Galaxy Merchant Guild, a shadow of discontent fell upon Lee Jae-yeon. He paced restlessly, his mind reeling from the recent upheaval caused by his older brother. The sudden influx of cash, the declaration of war, and now, the arrival of two hulking, stoic twins, it was all too much. To Jae-yeon, his brother's unpredictable actions were not a sign of newfound strength, but of a dangerous instability that threatened to unravel everything. Jae-yeon's agitated rant was abruptly cut short by a thunderous rumbling that shook the very ground beneath his feet. He snapped his head around, his eyes widening in confusion and alarm. A large, heavily laden cart, pulled by powerful horses, was barreling into the guild's main courtyard, its arrival as sudden and dramatic as Jinyeon's own return. The cart was overflowing with a fortune's worth of goods, expensive silks, rare herbs, and crates of shimmering elixirs that would make any martial artist weep with envy. As Jae-yeon, the chief administrator, meticulously directed the unloading, Jae-yeon rushed forward, demanding an explanation for the extravagant purchase. Jae-yeon simply stated the unbelievable truth. The order had come directly from Jinyeon, a move so bold it bordered on madness. Just as the tension reached its peak, a new presence commanded the attention of everyone in the courtyard. It was their father, the guild master, appearing outside for the first time since his illness took hold. Leaning on an attendant for support, his frame was frail, but his eyes burned with a renewed fire. He waved off Wei-yeon's worried protests, insisting he felt much better, his gaze fixed on the mountain of elixirs. A greedy glint entered Jae-yeon's eyes as he sidled up to his father, his voice dripping with false concern. He gestured towards the treasures, subtly hinting that he, too, could make use of such fine elixirs. The guild master's response was a hammer blow to his hopes. With a voice devoid of warmth, he declared that every last vial, every single herb, was for Jinyeon. Jae-yeon's face froze in a mask of shock and utter betrayal. The guild master's gaze swept over the priceless cargo, his expression grimly determined. He explained that a single elixir was a drop in the ocean. It would not be enough to save them. This massive purchase was a strategic move, a declaration to the world. He had already sent riders with letters to all their regional branches and allies, informing them that the Galaxy Merchant Guild was investing everything it had to survive the coming storm. This was a gamble of the highest order, one meant to force the hands of their partners. If the Galaxy Merchant Guild fell, it would drag many others down with it, a fact their allies would have to take very seriously. The guild master openly admitted his folly in trusting Gu Yonghu and vowed to rectify his mistake by placing all his faith in his eldest son. His vice leader nodded in vigorous agreement, proclaiming that this support would surely forge the young master into a great warrior. Wei Yan, ever the loyal administrator, eagerly added his own words of praise for Jinyan's incredible display of power. Amidst the swelling tide of support for his brother, Jaeyan stood isolated and forgotten, a grimace of pure misery twisting his features. He was becoming a ghost in his own family, overshadowed by a brother he no longer recognized. A rare, satisfied smile crept across the guildmaster's face, his eyes alight with a shrewd fire. This crisis, he mused, was the perfect opportunity to unleash the vast fortune he had painstakingly accumulated over a lifetime. It was a declaration of total commitment to Jinyan's cause. Jaeyan could only stare, dumbfounded by his father's sudden and absolute conviction, a feeling of dread solidifying in his gut. Later, Jaeyan's simmering resentment boiled over into a frustrated scream. He confronted his father again, his voice cracking with desperation as he pleaded for his own share, for his own elixir. The guildmaster turned to him, his expression cold and dismissive. He looked his younger son up and down as if seeing a stranger, and with cutting indifference, simply asked, "You? Do you need one?" The blatant favoritism sent Jaeyan into a spiral of rage. He stormed through the training grounds, his mind a tempest of fury and envy. He couldn't comprehend it. How had the wastrel Jinyan suddenly become the family's savior? What miraculous encounter could have possibly transformed his pathetic brother into this monster who commanded their father's absolute devotion? As Jaeyan seethed, a sudden blur of motion and a thunderous roar startled him. Jinyan, stripped for training, sprinted past with inhuman speed, dragging a massive boulder behind him as if it were a child's toy. The sheer force of his passage sent Jaeyan stumbling back, his mind unable to process the impossible sight. Without breaking his stride, Jinyan's voice, level and calm, cut through the air. "I'm out for a walk. Move." Jaeyan was left completely bewildered, his anger momentarily forgotten and replaced by sheer, unadulterated confusion. A walk, while dragging a giant boulder. The absurdity of it all was more unsettling than any threat. Later, Jaeyan stood alone in the training yard, the image of his brother's monstrous training seared into his mind. He muttered Jinyan's name under his breath, the word laced with a toxic mix of jealousy and reluctant awe. Driven by a desperate need to not be left behind, a fire was lit within him. He tossed aside his standard blade, the familiar weight feeling inadequate. His hands found the hilt of a heavy wooden practice sword, its heft a promise of the strength he now craved. With a newfound determination hardening his features, he began to train, his movements fueled by the bitter rivalry he felt for his brother. Jaeyan's mind replayed the duel he had witnessed, focusing on its brutal conclusion. He envisioned Gu Yanghu's desperate sword launch, followed by Jinyan's terrifyingly swift counter, a sidestep and a single, crushing blow to the jaw. He tried to mimic the sequence, swinging the heavy wooden sword, but the motions felt clumsy and hollow, lacking the deadly efficiency he had seen. He remembered the explosive power as Jinyan's fist connected, sending the captain of the escort flying. It wasn't just strength, it was a perfect, cold application of force. Jaeyan sighed, leaning on the training post in exhaustion. It was useless. He couldn't replicate the emotionless, predatory grace of his brother's movements. A voice from behind made him jump. It was Jinyan, who had finished his walk and was observing him with an unreadable expression. "You copied Gu Yanghu's final move pretty well," he commented, his tone flat. He casually tossed a real sword at Jaeyan's feet. "If you're going to critique, at least do it right. Try replicating it with your sword." Humiliation and anger flared in Jaeyan's cheeks. To be caught and then coached by the very man he despised was infuriating. Gritting his teeth, he snatched up the heavy blade, channeling all his frustration into a single, powerful swing that utterly demolished the wooden training dummy. For a fleeting moment, Jaeyan felt a surge of pride, but Jinyan immediately crushed it. "That was pretty," he said, before adding with cutting disdain, "Yeah, that's how sloppy Gu Yanghu's stab was." The insult was too much. Roaring with fury, Jaeyan spun and lunged at his brother, only for his blade to be stopped dead by Jinyan's bandaged, outstretched hand. "You let your guard down," Jineon stated, his voice as cold as steel. He explained that Jaeyeon's fatal flaw was panicking under pressure, immediately resorting to a desperate defense. As Jineon effortlessly controlled the flow of the spar, Jaeyeon's mind screamed. This wasn't a brother. This was a monster, a complete lunatic. Terror finally broke through Jaeyeon's anger. He tried to beg for a truce, for a chance to talk, but his words fell on deaf ears. Realizing his brother was not going to stop, he resigned himself to his fate and charged forward, screaming. In the blink of an eye, Jineon vanished, leaving Jaeyeon to stumble past, his attack hitting nothing but air. Appearing behind him as if from nowhere, Jineon revealed his true purpose. When people lose control and get backed into a corner, he explained calmly, they tend to pull out their best trump card. This entire confrontation hadn't been a simple spar. It was a calculated test designed to push Jaeyeon to his absolute limit and expose his true potential. Before Jaeyeon could comprehend the chilling revelation, Jineon's hand shot out, closing around his throat with inescapable force. He was lifted effortlessly from his feet, dangling and powerless. Just as quickly, Jineon released his grip, letting him crash to the ground. Jaeyeon coughed and gasped, the world spinning around him, the message clear. He was utterly at his brother's mercy. A cold sweat beaded on Jaeyeon's brow. He had been a hair's breadth from death. Jineon began to deconstruct the fight, explaining the tactical flaw in a thrusting attack versus a slash, and how Gu Yonghu's one-shot technique forced a moment of caution. And if I can move faster than that split second, Jineon concluded, the outcome's already decided. Jaeyeon stared, unable to believe the gap between them was so vast. Jineon's expression grew distant as he thought of his past. The truth was, this victory meant nothing. In his previous life as the Fist King, a warrior of Gu Yonghu's caliber would have been defeated before he could even unsheath his weapon. This reincarnated body was a pale shadow of his former self, possessing not even half the strength he once commanded. Flashes of brutal, bloody battles filled his mind. He recalled his past life, a life of constant struggle where, despite being known as the Fist King, there were still enemies he could never surpass. The memory of that failure fueled a burning resolve. Defeating men like Gu Yonghu was trivial. He had to grow stronger, to reach heights he never could before, and for that, he would need to push himself beyond every limit. A servant's voice pulled Jineon from his dark reverie, announcing he had a visitor. The shift in his demeanor was instantaneous, his face becoming a mask of cold, serious intent that sent a shiver down Jaeyeon's spine. As he turned to leave, Jineon gave his stunned younger brother a sharp, punishing flick on the forehead, a petty act of dominance before departing. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, a man named Gu Woon was being ridiculed by his peers. He vehemently insisted that he had witnessed Jineon perform incredible feats of martial arts outside a gambling den one drunken night. His companions laughed him off, finding it impossible to believe that the infamous pleasure seeker could be a skilled warrior. As they argued, Gu Woon's ear caught a familiar voice. His head snapped towards the source, and his eyes went wide with shock. There, striding with an air of absolute command and flanked by two giant guards, was the very same Li Jineon he'd seen that night. The sight was so jarring, so completely at odds with the man's reputation, that it left him speechless. Gu Woon's friends continued to mock his story, but two others in the group, Ju Jaryong and Sama Guk, exchanged a knowing look. They silenced the argument, revealing their purpose for being there. They had come specifically to see their young master, Jineon. Jineon entered the room, his powerful, shirtless torso on full display. His two attendants, Jaryong and Guk, spread their arms wide for a grand reunion, but Jineon strode past them without so much as a glance. He moved with an unnerving silence and intensity, his presence completely dominating the room and leaving his old associates utterly baffled. The rest of the group stared in stunned disbelief, whispering frantically amongst themselves. This couldn't be the same man, the useless scion they all knew. They wondered if he was some new adoptee, or if they were all hallucinating. Only Gu Woon felt a chill of vindication. He hadn't been seeing things after all. Jaryong looked utterly crestfallen at the cold reception, lamenting Jinion's indifference. The room buzzed with confusion, the visitors struggling to comprehend the transformation of Lee Jinion, one of the so-called four pillars of their branch. The shock was so profound that it was punctuated by a sharp, terrified scream from one of the women. Jinion paid the commotion no mind. He calmly instructed a servant to take his massive twin guards to the dining hall and ensure they were well fed. Then, with an icy gaze, he turned to the two flabbergasted attendants, Jaryong and Guk, and beckoned them into a private room with a flick of his finger. A palpable fear washed over the two men as they hesitated at the doorway. The air crackled with a tension they couldn't understand, emanating from the man they thought they knew. As they stepped reluctantly into the room and the doors began to close, a single, frantic thought screamed in their minds. Someone, save us. They were known, at least to themselves, as the four heavenly kings of wine and women. This band of hedonistic youths included Sima Guk, a hopeful for the Murim alliance, Ju Jaryong, a man of weak constitution, and Guang, the youngest heir of an escort establishment. The fourth, and arguably the most infamous, was the pushover heir of the Yunhe merchant group, Lee Jinion. Having heard the unbelievable rumor that their friend had not only returned but had changed, they gathered, their curiosity piqued. As Jinion sat before them, a wave of irritation washed over him. These so-called friends, he remembered them from his past life. They were nothing more than aimless wastrels, always chasing liquor and fleeting pleasures, a group he mentally labeled the four unruly drunken idiots. To the reincarnated Fist King, they were a bothersome relic of a past he was determined to erase. One of them, Ju Jaryong, broke the silence, asking if he was all right. Jinion's reply was a curt, "I'm fine." As he ate, his movements were sharp and intense, a stark contrast to the weakling they remembered. Guang couldn't contain his shock, grabbing Jinion's arm and feeling the dense, powerful muscle beneath his sleeve. He couldn't believe this was the same person, wondering if he had been training relentlessly in secret. Sima Guk watched with narrowed eyes, his mind racing. This wasn't the result of mere physical training. The very air around Jinion felt different, charged with a latent power. His eyes widened with a sudden, impossible realization. This is martial arts. The rumor was true. He had defeated Ouyang Hu. When they pressed him for answers, demanding to know who his master was, Jinion simply poured himself a drink. "I got lucky," he said, his tone flat and dismissive. His friends, steeped in the tales of Jianghu, immediately jumped to a romantic conclusion. It had to be a fateful encounter, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that had transformed him. As they began to celebrate his good fortune, Jinion's cold voice cut through their chatter like a blade. "Lee Jinion, that guy is dead." The declaration hung in the air, plunging the room into a stunned, confused silence. Breaking the heavy silence, one of them nervously asked about his future plans. Jinion explained he had debts to repay to his sect and would assist the merchant group in the meantime. Then, with eyes that held a chilling resolve, he delivered his new creed. "I'm not interested in anything but getting stronger." His friends stared, dumbfounded, as if they had walked into the wrong house and were facing a complete stranger. The memory of their last conversation before he was sent away surfaced in Sima Guk's mind. He had found Jinion lamenting his exile and his father's disappointment. Trying to be a good friend, Sima Guk had encouraged him, telling him to use the time away to recover, study, and change. Jinion had smiled weakly then, agreeing that change would be great, never imagining the profound truth those words would come to hold. Back in the present, the weight of that memory settled upon Sima Guk as he poured Jinion a drink. "Congrats, Jinion," he said, his voice laced with awe and a hint of something else, perhaps melancholy. "You've really changed." The other two watched, their expressions somber, before Ju Jaryong broke the mood, declaring that such a transformation was certainly worth celebrating. The tension broke as their usual banter returned, with one joking they should have kidnapped Jinion before he left. The light-hearted bickering was a familiar comfort, a return to the old days. Listening to them, Jineon felt a flicker of an unfamiliar emotion. It seemed the weak, foolish young master of his past life had somehow found himself real friends. Jineon looked at them, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I've changed," he stated plainly. "What about you guys?" The question caught them off guard, and after a moment of silence, they erupted in laughter. They were who they were. If they were the type to change so easily, they wouldn't be themselves. With a clinking of cups, they moved past the heavy conversation, raising their drinks in a toast. Zhu Jiayong gazed into his cup, a thoughtful expression on his face. "We all thought we were just frogs in a well," he began, his voice surprisingly somber. He pictured their past, carefree days of drinking, followed by panicked moments of being broke. But it turns out, one of us already climbed out and saw the world. All eyes turned to Jineon, the friend who had left their small, stagnant pond behind. Later that night, as they prepared to depart, the friends offered their help should he ever need it. Jineon gave them a simple piece of advice: train hard, so they wouldn't get beaten up. He gave a slight wave of farewell, which they returned with an almost childish enthusiasm before turning and walking off into the night. As they walked, Guang looked up at the moonlit sky. "Of all of us, the worst screw-up is the one who came back all grown up," he mused. A profound sense of loss washed over him. It kind of feels like youth is over. To chase away the sudden melancholy, Sima Guk suggested they go out, and despite some token protests, they soon found themselves heading to the Sweet Scent House for one last drink, clinging to the remnants of their old lives. But the Sweet Scent House was not a place of celebration for everyone. In a private room, Yeom Ji-song, the formidable sect leader of the Little Deity sect, slammed his fist on the table. "What?" he roared, his face contorted in disbelief. Ouyang, who was dead. The messenger, kneeling before him, confirmed the news, explaining that the heir of the Yunhe merchant group had crushed their captain in less than 30 exchanges. A quick, violent memory flashed through the messenger's mind. Ouyang, whose broken form, his loyal men rushing to his side in a panic. Yeom Ji-sung listened, his anger simmering. When he learned that this upstart heir had accomplished such a feat with nothing but his bare fists, his rage turned to contempt. A swordsman losing to a martial artist who only used his fists. What a disgrace, Yeom Ji-sung spat. The messenger, desperate, pleaded for revenge, invoking the honor and friendship between the sect leader and his fallen captain. But his pleas were met with a flash of cold steel. Yeom Ji-sung drew his blade and cut the man down where he knelt. A nearby serving girl screamed in terror as the man collapsed. Yeom Ji-sung turned, a chillingly calm expression on his face. "Who the hell befriends a corpse?" he asked the room. He ordered the body to be removed and offered a sickeningly sweet, false apology to the trembling girl before declaring the mood ruined. His casual cruelty left the room stained with blood and fear. As he walked out, Yeom Ji-sung laid out the facts for his advisor. The Yunhe merchant group had refused to pay taxes and had killed his man. This was a direct insult, an act of defiance against the Little Deity sect. Yet, when asked if he would retaliate with force, Yeom Ji-sung demurred, insisting they were not common gangsters. His true intentions remained veiled. While Jineon's friends wandered the streets, lamenting their own hopeless state, Yeom Ji-sung revealed his hand. "It wasn't about honor or revenge. I do want the money of the Yunhe merchant group," he confessed, a greedy glint in his eye. He spoke of the group's legendary wealth, musing aloud how much the newly empowered young heir might be worth. His advisor looked on, a flicker of understanding and alarm in his eyes. Sima Guk burst through the gates of Jineon's residence, panting for breath. He had overheard everything. Jineon greeted his frantic friend with mock surprise. Ignoring the jest, Sima Guk relayed the danger, warning that Yeom Ji-sung's group seemed ready to attack them at any moment. With Ouyang gone, they were completely defenseless. Jineon's expression remained impassive. The Little Deity sect, these were the very people Mok and Seup had warned him about. Instead of panicking, a cold clarity settled over him. He asked where the sect's base was, and upon hearing the answer, he turned not to the main hall, but to the armory, telling a confused Sima Guk to follow. Inside the guard squad's warehouse, Gene tossed a black, stealth uniform to his friend. "Put that on," he commanded. "We're going to their base. We need to be back in time for breakfast." Sima Guk was aghast. The idea was madness. Just the two of them against an entire sect? He protested frantically, arguing they were walking into a trap without knowing anything. "It doesn't matter," Gene stated, drawing a short, sharp blade. "That's exactly why we're moving first." Seeing the terror and hesitation in his friend's eyes, he offered a challenge. "Hey, Murim Alliance hopeful. Lead the way." Faced with an undeniable command, Sima Guk swallowed his fear, gripped the knife given to him, and found a sliver of resolve. Under the soft glow of falling cherry blossoms, they arrived at the little deity sect's base. From a rooftop perch, they saw the courtyard teeming with guards. The sheer number of opponents was overwhelming, and Sima Guk whispered anxiously, admitting his own powerlessness in such a situation. "Your job is done," Gene said simply. His only need for Sima Guk was to find the location. When his friend asked what genius plan he had for getting inside, Gene took a deep breath. With a thought that sent a shiver of dread and anticipation through him, he decided on his approach. "Let's do it like I did in my past life." And with an explosive burst of power, he launched himself into the heart of the enemy compound. In his previous life, he was Dan Wusong, a man who had never once backed down. This indomitable will was forged in the fire of a brutal childhood, where as a starving orphan, he fought for every scrap of survival. It was tempered in the unforgiving martial world, where he rose from nothing, and it was perfected when he earned the title King of Fists, his body a testament to countless battles won with nothing but his bare hands. That same spirit, that same explosive power, was unleashed upon the little deity sect. With a deafening crash, Gene burst through the main doors, a human cannonball shattering the tranquil facade of the courtyard. The guards, moments before at ease, could only stare in stunned silence as the masked intruder landed amongst them, his sudden arrival an unambiguous declaration of war. His eyes, glowing with a faint blue light, scanned the courtyard. This was not merely Li Gene, the merchant's heir. This was the reincarnation of Dan Wusong, a man who found his truest purpose in the heart of a fight. For the first time in this new life, he felt the familiar, exhilarating rush of imminent combat, a sensation he had deeply missed. The guards' initial shock quickly hardened into defensive postures. They surrounded the lone intruder, their minds reeling with confusion. Unfazed by the dozens of blades pointed his way, Gene strode forward and singled out one of the men. With a voice devoid of emotion, he made his demand. "Where is your sect leader?" The guard scoffed at the intruder's audacity, a fatal mistake. "You fool. You think you can just barge in here and spout such nonsense?" His words were cut short by a sickening crunch as Gene's hand struck his throat with blinding speed. As the man crumpled to the ground, Gene's cold voice echoed in the silence. "Don't make me ask twice." That single, brutal act ignited the courtyard. The guards, seeing their comrade fall so effortlessly, surged forward with enraged cries. "You scoundrel!" one yelled. "Do you have any idea where you are?" Their individual fear was consumed by collective fury as they charged, determined to overwhelm this brazen attacker with sheer numbers. Suddenly, a calm, authoritative voice cut through the chaos from a balcony above. "What's with all the noise?" The fighting halted as all eyes turned upward. A man with distinguished blonde hair, a young woman at his side, looked down at the scene with mild curiosity. "And who might you be, young man?" he asked, his tone betraying no alarm. Gene stood calmly amidst the hostile crowd, his gaze fixed on the man on the balcony. "An assassin," he answered plainly. "Are you the head of the little deity sect?" The leader chuckled, intrigued. It was the first time an assassin had ever announced himself by kicking down the front door. His amusement turned to focus as his eyes fell upon Gene's hands. They were empty, calloused, and clearly the only weapons the man intended to use. A piece of intel surfaced in the sect leader's mind, a rumor about a certain individual who fought only with his fists. He raised a hand to halt his men. "Hold on," he called out. a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Wait, are you the heir of the Galaxy Merchant Guild?" Genion knew the charade was over, but it no longer mattered. "And what if I am?" he replied, his voice still muffled by his mask. A slow, calculating smile spread across the sect leader's face. The situation had just become far more interesting. Well, he mused aloud. To think someone so important would grace us with a personal visit." The man's courteous demeanor vanished, replaced by a predatory glint. "In that case," he snarled, "I won't hold back." At his signal, a heavy, woven net dropped from the ceiling, ensnaring Genion completely. "Get him!" the leader roared, and the guards, their courage renewed, charged toward the trapped target. Trapped and surrounded, Genion felt no panic, only a faint sense of nostalgia. It had been a long time since he'd fought against such overwhelming odds. A memory surfaced, a desperate, bloody battle in the pouring rain from his past life. This felt like coming home. With a guttural roar, Genion seized the net that bound him. Instead of struggling against it, he made it his own. He spun with incredible force, transforming the trap into a devastating flail. The weighted net scythed through the air, sweeping the legs out from under the charging guards and sending them crashing to the ground in a tangled heap. He acknowledged the truth in his mind. This body was not the perfectly honed weapon he once commanded, but the soul of the Fist King was more than enough. He exploded into motion, a whirlwind of strikes that sent men flying. A stray blade tore at his mask, revealing a face spattered with blood and a grin filled with savage joy. This, he thought, is going to be fun. What followed was not a battle, but a massacre. Genion moved through the guards like a phantom, his hands and feet striking with the force of hammers. The courtyard became a canvas of carnage, and the surviving guards watched in abject terror. This wasn't a man. It was a monster, an unarmed demon cutting down trained warriors as if they were children. A desperate guard lunged from behind, his dagger aimed for Genion's back. Without turning, Genion's arm shot back, blocking the blade with his forearm. A thin line of blood trickled from a shallow cut on his cheek, and he wiped it away with his thumb, a smirk playing on his lips. "Thinking of showing off that fancy weapon of yours?" he taunted. Watching his forces get decimated, the sect leader finally decided to intervene directly. "I dislike using such expensive tools," he announced from the balcony, his voice dripping with condescension. "But for you, esteemed heir, I'll make an exception." He hefted a large, masterfully crafted repeating crossbow, its polished wood and steel glinting in the moonlight. Genion's eyes darted upwards. In a single fluid motion, he grabbed two of the nearby guards, pulling them in front of him as human shields. The men screamed in terror, realizing their fate. Unmoved, the sect leader gave his order, "Hold him down." To Genion, he sneered, "Even with your fists, do you really think you can dodge this?" Below, an entire line of archers took aim, their bowstrings humming with deadly tension. After the brutal confrontation at the Little Deity sect's base, a new day dawned. Sima Guk, walking alongside Genion, spotted the woman from the pleasure quarters they had indirectly saved. Seeing an opportunity for a more peaceful resolution, he offered to part ways with Genion and escort her personally. Genion, his mind already on other matters, gave a curt nod of approval, leaving his friend to his own devices. Sima Guk bid farewell and began to walk the woman home through the quiet streets. As they walked, she broke the silence, calling him by his full name, young Master Sima Guk. The familiar address, spoken so casually, caught him completely off guard, and he stopped in his tracks, startled by her recognition. She explained with a knowing smile that anyone who was close friends with young Master Genion was well known in their circles. As she bowed deeply in gratitude, Sima Guk awkwardly dismissed her thanks. He declared, more to himself than to her, that his days of visiting the pleasure quarters were over, a clear sign of his changing priorities. The woman noted how much he had changed, prompting Sima Guk to fall into a moment of deep reflection. He had to change, he thought, because his friend had transformed so profoundly. The new Genion inspired a new path, and Sima Guk was determined to walk it. Meanwhile, Jineon walked alone through the estate, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face. The machinations of his new life were turning, but for now, he allowed himself a moment of simple, human desire. It was time for breakfast. Inside the dining hall, a lavish feast awaited. The two massive twin guards, Myongbo and Jinbo, could only stare at the abundance of food, their stoic facades unable to hide their astonishment. Jineon, now in a loose robe, casually gestured for them to sit and eat as much as they wanted, a simple kindness they had likely never known. One of the twins, emboldened, asked if even 7 meals a day would be acceptable. As Jineon confirmed without hesitation, his fingers brushed against his cheek, noticing that the shallow cut from the previous night's battle had already healed without a trace. He paused, the memory of the attack replaying in his mind. It wasn't the wound itself, but the fact that a mere surprise attack had been enough to shake his core. This would have been impossible in his past life. He came to a grim conclusion. This body was still far too weak. Simple training would not suffice. He needed something more, something to accelerate his path to true power. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a servant. "Young master," the servant announced, bowing, "a delivery has arrived for you." Jineon looked up from his meal, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He wasn't expecting anything. On the table were placed 2 items, an ornate box and a smaller, cloth-wrapped pouch. A letter from his friend, Gu Woon, accompanied the delivery. In the note, Gu Woon profusely apologized, explaining he had forgotten to deliver something important from Jineon's father the day before. The letter carried a dual message: Gu Woon's usual light-hearted teasing and a serious charge from his father to grow strong enough to protect their family's escort agency. As Jineon absorbed the words, he opened the box. Inside, nestled on fine silk, lay several potent-looking roots. He recognized the treasure instantly. It was century root, and based on its aura, it was at least 400 years old. This elixir was exactly what he needed. It held enough power to potentially elevate his White Lightning 10-stage art to the 5th level. A rare, genuine smile touched his lips, moved by the support of his family and friends. He then turned his attention to the second package. It contained a note from the Taeho Trading Company, one of the most powerful merchant firms in the land, addressed to his father, Lee Sung-min. Jineon was stunned. To secure such items, his father must have called in a significant favor from a formidable ally. With a surge of anticipation, Jineon opened the box from Taeho Trading. His breath caught in his throat. Inside was a small vial of a milky white substance, pure voidstone milk. It was a legendary elixir, a miraculous treasure that martial artists would kill for, comparable in rarity to the most unobtainable heavenly resources. Bringing the vial closer, he confirmed its authenticity by the faint, pure scent. Even in his previous life as the Fist King, he had only managed to obtain a few precious drops of this elixir. A deep question formed in his mind. How on earth did a group of merchants acquire a treasure that eluded even the strongest warriors? Pushing his questions aside, he called Myongbo and Jinbo over. He handed each of the stunned guards a century root, an act of unimaginable generosity. He then gave them their first official order. He was entering seclusion to cultivate, and they were to guard his room and let no one disturb him. One of the twins, holding the priceless root, asked what it was. Jineon simply told him it was rare and beneficial. The guard then naively mentioned that the merchant chief had delivered entire chests of similar items for him. For a moment, Jineon was speechless, before a wry smile crossed his face as he was reminded of the undeniable power of money. 2 hours later, Jineon was deep in meditation, a vibrant blue aura of chi flowing around him as he assimilated the century root. He mused that martial arts were like this elixir, bitter, without aroma, and demanding painful, often unrewarding, effort. It was a path of pure, unyielding will. Suddenly, the energy within him intensified, becoming a searing heat that threatened to incinerate him from the inside. He knew the frail body of the original Jineon would have already been destroyed by this much power. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the agonizing pain that felt like his very soul was being set ablaze. The raw power of the elixir raged within him, resisting his control. But Genion was a master of this internal battle. Instead of being consumed, he met the surging force with his own iron will, pushing back until, with a final, explosive burst, the energy was subdued. It settled, coalescing into a stable and vastly more powerful core. He exhaled slowly, his eyes snapping open. They now held a new, electric intensity. As he raised his hand, arcs of blue lightning danced across his fingertips. The breakthrough was a success. He had reached the 5th stage. As his new power settled, a foul odor filled the air, the lingering scent of alcohol being purged from his body as toxins. These were the final remnants of the old, weak Genion. With a smirk, he silently bid farewell to the pathetic existence that had once defined this vessel. His task was not yet complete. He gazed at the vial of pure voidstone milk, the true prize. To absorb this now was a monumental risk. He compared it to crafting a bowl from wet sand and thrusting it into a furnace. The vessel, his body, was almost guaranteed to crack. But if he could endure the process, the result would be a perfect, unbreakable whole. With resolute determination, he downed the legendary elixir. His consciousness was immediately swallowed by an immense, violent power. A torrent of malevolent red energy erupted in his spiritual center, threatening to utterly annihilate his soul. He recognized the overwhelming force as the untamed spiritual energy of the stone milk. A wry, strained smile appeared on his face. Perhaps he had been too greedy. But retreat was not an option. Summoning every last bit of his blue lightning chi, he met the crimson tide head-on, determined to conquer this power or be destroyed in the attempt. For if he overcame this, he would be stronger than ever. 7 days passed. Outside Genion's sealed chambers, the chief steward paced anxiously. A full week had gone by with no sound, no movement. Worry was beginning to gnaw at him, fearing the worst for the young master. He approached the twin guards standing vigil, asking if they had noticed anything. They merely shook their heads, dutifully repeating their master's order that he was not to be disturbed under any circumstances. As the steward began to protest, insisting they should at least check, his words were silenced by a deafening explosion. A shockwave of pure energy erupted from the room, blasting the heavy doors from their frame and sending the steward and the 2 colossal guards tumbling through the air. Stunned, the steward pushed himself up, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. A figure emerged from the dust and debris, levitating in the ruined doorway. Genion was surrounded by a menacing purple aura, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, and the room behind him was utterly destroyed. His retainers could only stare, frozen in sheer horror at the monstrous transformation. A putrid stench, the smell of decay and corruption, washed over them. The steward gagged, his mind racing to a terrifying conclusion. This uncontrolled power, the vile odor, it could only be the legendary, and almost always fatal, state of chi deviation. Before they could react, the terrifying aura around Genion dissipated, and he fell from the air like a stone. He crashed to the ground, motionless. Overcoming their fear, the steward and the twins rushed to his side, shaking him and shouting his name, desperate to rouse him from his death-like state. The steward leaned close, his voice trembling as he asked if Genion was all right. There was no reply, only a pained, guttural groan. Genion's body was racked with tremors, his breathing ragged and shallow as he remained lost in the darkness, the battle for his life and soul still raging within. Back at the guild, the aftermath of Genion's chi deviation was a scene of controlled panic. He lay collapsed, his breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps as the terrifying energy continued to war within him. The steward and the twin giants knelt beside him, their faces etched with worry. "Boss, are you okay?" the steward asked, his voice trembling, but his words couldn't seem to penetrate the haze of pain engulfing Genion. Suddenly, with a jolt of renewed strength, Genion pushed himself to his feet. His eyes, now a brilliant, piercing blue, held a wild and untamed light. His followers called out to him, confused by his abrupt recovery, but he silenced them with a single, guttural statement. "It's hot. I'm going to cool off for a bit, so don't follow me." Before they could protest, he launched himself over the compound wall, disappearing into the city. The steward and the twins could only stare at the spot where their master had vanished, utterly bewildered. "How hot can it be on such a clear day?" the steward murmured to himself, unable to comprehend the primal force he had just witnessed. A single leaf drifted down from a nearby tree, a silent testament to the invisible pressure that had just been unleashed. Far from prying eyes, Genion landed silently on a rooftop overlooking the city. He took no time to rest. With a powerful stomp that shattered the tiles beneath his feet, he propelled himself into the air, becoming a black and white blur streaking across the sky, leaving the confines of civilization behind him. As he flew, his mind was a storm of frantic thoughts. The blood in his veins felt like it was boiling, a torrent of power he could no longer control. He knew that if this energy erupted unchecked, the entire Yunhe merchant group, and perhaps the whole street, would be annihilated. His only option was to flee, to get as far away from humanity as possible before the inevitable explosion. He traveled for what felt like an eternity, finally landing in a desolate, rocky canyon far from any settlement. But even here, the earth itself seemed to groan under his presence. With every desperate step he took, the ground cracked and splintered, unable to contain the sheer density of the power radiating from his body. Finally, his body gave out. He stumbled, clutching his chest as arcs of raw, blue energy began to leak from his skin. He gritted his teeth, his muscles screaming in protest as he fought a losing battle for control. "Cook, no, I can't hold it in any longer," he choked out, the pressure reaching its absolute peak. A memory from his past life flashed through his mind, a desperate battle against an overwhelming foe. He had faced a similar crisis before. A grim resolve settled over him. If this volatile power could not be embraced and contained, then there was only one other path. "I have to release it," he decided, raising a hand to the heavens as he prepared to unleash the storm. A primal roar tore from his throat, a sound of both agony and liberation. In an instant, the world went white and blue. A colossal pillar of lightning erupted from his body, not from the sky, but from the ground up, tearing through the clouds in a deafening explosion of raw energy. Miles away, a pair of mountain wanderers watched in slack-jawed astonishment. The two men stared at the fading light in the distance, utterly mystified. "Ho!" one of them breathed, his companion shielding his eyes. "This is the first time I've ever seen lightning strike from the ground." They were completely unaware that they had just witnessed not an act of nature, but the ascension of a king. As the energy dissipated, a gentle rain began to fall, washing over the scorched crater where Jian stood. He was no longer in agony. He calmly raised his hand, feeling the potent, yet stable, energy flowing through him. 6, 7, he murmured, testing the limits of his newfound power, a profound sense of control returning to him. A predatory grin spread across his face as the full realization dawned on him. He had not only survived the chi deviation, he had conquered it, pushing his technique to an entirely new realm. "No, if I can discharge that much energy," he thought, the blue lightning now coiling around him like a loyal servant. White lightning 10-phase art, 8th phase. Genion walked back into the city under the steady rain. His robes were shredded, his chiseled torso exposed to the elements, a stark contrast to the other pedestrians huddled under hats and umbrellas. Gasps and whispers followed him as he moved, the townsfolk stunned by the sight of the wild, half-naked man striding through their streets with an aura of immense power. He paused, looking down at his tattered clothes with a hint of embarrassment. "I should at least buy some clothes," he mused, stepping into a nearby shop. After selecting a fine set of dark blue robes, he approached the counter. "I'll take this one. How much is it?" To his surprise, the shopkeeper waved his hands frantically, a massive smile on his face. "Oh, no need to pay, sir." The man explained with genuine gratitude that ever since Genion had dealt with the Ouyang clan and the Little Deity sect, the streets had become peaceful. Thugs no longer harassed the shopkeepers, and he could even bring his young children to work without fear. As a small token of his deep appreciation, he offered the clothes and a sturdy red umbrella as a gift. Jineon was taken aback and used to such displays of gratitude for his brand of violent problem-solving. After a moment of silence, a small, genuine smile touched his lips. "All right then, I'll accept it gratefully." He took the gifts, opened the umbrella, and waved a small goodbye to the family as he stepped back into the rain. As he walked, he observed the people around him, families sharing a covering, friends laughing together. The shopkeeper was right. The city did feel more peaceful. In his past life as the Fist King, he had never once cared about the aftermath of his battles, only the victory. But now, seeing the peace he had inadvertently created, he found the feeling wasn't bad at all. His moment of quiet reflection was violently shattered by shouts echoing down the street. "Out of the way! Get that person!" A man sprinted through the crowd, pursued by a dozen armed thugs. As the fugitive rushed past, Jineon's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Chol Myungo. Chol Myungo skidded to a halt, a wide grin on his face despite the armed mob closing in. "Hey, it's been a while, huh?" he said casually, shielding his eyes from the downpour. He looked Jineon up and down and chuckled. "You're the same as always living a busy life." In seconds, the two of them were completely surrounded. Meanwhile, in the opulent halls of the Moyon clan, the great patriarchs of the martial world were gathered for the emperor's assembly. Dako Mayon, the imposing head of the Dako clan, gave a nod to his host. "It's nice for the patriarchs to finally get together after so long," he said, his voice resonating through the chamber. "Moyongbin, great work." Moyongbin gave a gracious, yet cunning smile. "Don't mention it. I merely arranged the assembly." His eyes then shifted, landing on a grim-faced man across the hall. "By the way, Ouyang Sing, I heard there was an unfortunate incident recently. I heard that Ouyang who challenged a member of a merchant group to a duel and lost his life. Is that true?" The question hung in the air, thick with unspoken mockery. Another patriarch chimed in, his voice dripping with condescension. "Wasn't he one of the more experienced masters of your clan?" The legendary Blade Emperor, Namgung Wu, threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Defeated by someone from a merchant group? Seriously, that's funnier than a jester's performance." Patriarch Ouyang Sing's face was a mask of cold fury. He waved a dismissive hand, trying to save face. That person was practically kicked out of the Ouyang clan already. But beneath his calm exterior, a volcano of shame and rage was erupting. His eyes narrowed with malevolent intent as he thought to himself, "It's time we show that merchant brat the true strength of the Ouyang clan." Amidst a torrential downpour, a chaotic chase unfolded through the city streets. A group of armed men relentlessly pursued a single figure, their shouts echoing in the deluge. Hiding beneath the overhang of a building, Jineon recognized the fleeing man, Chol Myungo. His old acquaintance stumbled to a halt before him, catching his breath as Jineon greeted him with an unnerving calm, a stark contrast to the surrounding panic. The moment of reunion was cut short as their pursuers cornered them, their numbers creating an imposing wall. The leader of the thugs, a man with a confident sneer, stepped forward, completely dismissing Jineon. He issued a blunt command, demanding they hand over Myungo and warning them not to get involved in matters that didn't concern them, lest they get hurt. Jineon's gaze remained steady as he inquired about the identities of their unwelcome guests. Myungo, his expression grim, explained that these were no mere street thugs. They were members of the Crimson Reaper Alliance, a notoriously vicious gang that was aggressively expanding its territory, seeking to seize control of the entire downtown district. Myungo elaborated on his personal conflict with the Alliance, revealing that the thugs had stolen crucial ledgers from his auction business. When Jineon asked if his hands had recovered from a previous injury, Myungo chuckled, wiggling his fingers to show they were still functional. It was a weak attempt at bravado, a mask for the fear he felt facing such overwhelming odds. The gang leader, sensing their conversation was a sign of disrespect, grew impatient. Jineon, however, met his glare with an icy command of his own. telling the thugs to leave while they still could. The absurd confidence of this unknown man sent the Crimson Reaper thugs into a fit of raucous laughter, utterly convinced they were dealing with a fool. Their mockery died in their throats as the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy and cold. An invisible, oppressive pressure emanated from Genie On, silencing them in an instant. The man before them, partially obscured by the umbrella, was no longer just some sheltered noble. There was a palpable danger about him that sent a shiver of primal fear through the seasoned criminals. One of the younger, more reckless thugs, spurred by a mix of fear and indignation, broke the silence. He stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Genie On, his voice filled with misplaced arrogance. Before he could even finish his threat, Genie On moved with impossible speed, his hand a blur that connected with the man's face in a visceral, bone-shattering impact that sent him flying. The remaining thugs stared in stunned silence, the display of power far beyond what they could comprehend. Genie On's voice cut through the rain, low and menacing. He informed them that his hunger was making him irritable, and if a fight broke out, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from killing them all. He offered them one chance to retreat, promising that he or a much-improved Manga would find them again, and this time, there would be a reckoning. As the Crimson Reaper Alliance beat a hasty and terrified retreat, the tension finally broke. Genie On immediately turned to Manga, complaining that he was starving and demanding food. Manga, still processing the sudden turn of events, could only stare at his friend's bizarre behavior, muttering about his insanity before agreeing to lead the way to a noodle shop. Inside the warm noodle shop, Genie On devoured his meal with a ravenous hunger that shocked Manga. He had always known Genie On to be a picky, bird-like eater, but this sudden, gluttonous transformation was another unsettling change. Manga couldn't help but feel that the man he once knew was gone, replaced by someone entirely different. As Genie On ordered yet another round of bowls, Manga's curiosity got the better of him. He asked about the twin guards Genie On had acquired, wondering how they were faring. Genie On replied simply that they were well and currently in training, his focus almost entirely on the food before him. Manga mused that the twins must have grown stronger, but their appetites were surely monstrous, joking that they were gluttonous spirits rather than human. He lamented the potential food expenses, forgetting for a moment the massive fortune Genie On now commanded. With a simple statement, "I'm rich," Genie On reminded him of their changed circumstances, and Manga sheepishly recalled his own role in acquiring that wealth. The earlier confrontation had clearly shaken Manga, exposing his own weakness. He broached a serious topic, asking Genie On how one learns proper martial arts. He confessed his desire to take on the Crimson Reaper's leader, but felt helpless against their strategy of swarming their opponents like a relentless hive of bees. Genie On paused his meal, considering the request. After a moment, he made an offer. "Want me to teach you?" Manga's eyes lit up with hope, and he eagerly accepted, puffing up his chest with renewed confidence and proudly declaring his moniker, the Poisonous Fox, Chol Manga. Genie On's first lesson, however, was not what Manga expected. With a simple, unyielding gesture, he demanded, "Bow to me." The request was a profound insult to a man of Manga's standing, and he balked at the embarrassing command. But Genie On's cold, impassive stare made it clear this was not a negotiation. After a childish threat that Genie On completely ignored, he finally relented and bowed. In response, Genie On casually swung his folded umbrella in a simple, precise arc. Manga watched, utterly bewildered. He couldn't believe this single, unimpressive motion was the entirety of his first lesson in martial arts. Feeling utterly cheated, Manga erupted in frustration, declaring he'd been scammed. Genie On silenced his tantrum with a swift rap on the head from the umbrella. He then handed the umbrella to Manga with a chillingly serious command. "Take it, and swing it exactly as he had demonstrated 100,000 times." Manga was aghast at the sheer absurdity of the number, his mind struggling to even comprehend the task. He thought he must have misheard, but Genie On confirmed the number with cold finality. Tired of the complaints, Genie On delivered an ultimatum. complete the training or abandon the idea of learning martial arts altogether. As Myungo stood frozen with indecision, Jineon's patience finally snapped. He grabbed his friend by the collar, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. He laid out the harsh reality of combat, explaining that true strength comes from brutal repetition. Had Myungo mastered that simple swing, he could have fought back against the thugs, but instead, he had done nothing. Jineon's words were like daggers, accusing Myungo of scurrying away like a frightened rat. The disappointment in his voice was crushing as he spat that if Myungo intended to live so pitifully, it would be better to simply die. Pinned and powerless, Myungo gritted his teeth, a spark of defiance igniting within him as he whispered, "I don't want to die, though." Releasing his grip, Jineon posed a final, cutting question. "Are you a rat or a poisonous fox? Know your place." The challenge hung in the air, forcing Myungo to confront his own cowardice. A long moment of tense silence passed between them, broken only by the sound of the rain outside, as Myungo clenched his fist, a decision finally solidifying in his heart. His expression now set with grim determination, Myungo spoke, his voice low but firm. "Let me borrow the umbrella." Taking the object of his impossible task, he turned without another word and walked out of the noodle shop, stepping into the downpour not as a man fleeing, but as one walking toward a grueling trial. Jineon watched him go, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes as he settled the bill. He thought back to Myungo's question about fighting the Crimson Reaper and his own promise to find them again. This was more than just helping a friend. It was about keeping his word, and a promise, to Jineon, was absolute. Far away, in the opulent and blood-soaked headquarters of the Crimson Reaper Alliance, the thugs who had fled knelt in terror. Their leader, a man with wild red hair and an aura of pure violence, sat on his throne, surrounded by the bodies of those who had already earned his displeasure. He leaned forward, his voice a low growl, and demanded to know the reason they had failed their mission and let Myungo go. Within the blood-soaked headquarters of the Crimson Reaper Alliance, the fearsome leader listened to his defeated subordinates. His voice was a low growl of disbelief, questioning how a single merchant's son could halt their entire force. One of the men stammered, insisting that the rumors were true. This unknown fighter was incredibly skilled, already gaining a reputation as the strongest man in the Manhwa region. The leader's eyes flared with a murderous glow, his patience worn thin by their incompetence. Leaning over the terrified men, the Crimson Reaper gave his final, chilling command. He ordered his forces to be on standby, their new mission to locate both the merchant's son and the poisonous fox, Myungo. There would be no second chances, no room for failure. Both targets, he decreed, must die. Elsewhere, Jineon was being briefed on his new adversary. An informant detailed the Crimson Reaper's terrifying reputation, explaining his preference for ripping opponents apart with his bare hands. This brutal method had been used on the leaders of the Jangsan sect, the Nopio sect, the Horned Dragon sect, and the Hongrak Pavilion, all of whom had fallen to his monstrous strength. The informant continued, outlining the Reaper's conquest of the Yukwan region by absorbing multiple factions and establishing a ruthless protection racket. No one was exempt from paying tribute, from escort establishments to merchant groups, inns, and pleasure houses. He had even extorted money from Myungo and, just the day before, had forcibly taken over the entire auction house, solidifying his reign of terror. Jineon dried himself off, contemplating the troublesome situation. He understood that if the Crimson Reaper learned of his true identity, the Golden Dragon Merchant Group could be dragged into this dangerous conflict. To prevent that and to keep the promise he made to Myungo, he knew he couldn't rely on anyone else. He had to go there and deal with this threat himself. Under the pale light of the moon, Jineon arrived in the bustling Yukwan shopping district. His destination was a grand, multi-tiered building, its balconies lit with dozens of glowing lanterns. This was the center of the Crimson Reaper's new empire, the Passion House. Inside, a head attendant named Zhonghua was managing the staff when a terrified scream cut through the air. A distraught woman stumbled from one of the upper rooms, collapsing into the arms of her colleagues. In a panicked whisper, they explained she had entered Sir Crimson Reaper's room, and that another woman named Soliai was still trapped inside with the monster. Jianghua's eyes fell upon a trail of bloodied footprints leading away from the room, a grim testament to the violence within. With cold professionalism, she ordered the others to take the shaken woman to rest and to maintain silence, so as not to disturb the Reaper. At that moment, she noticed a new guest had arrived on the first floor, a man with an unerringly calm and purposeful demeanor. She approached the newcomer, introducing herself as the manager of the establishment. But before she could offer any pleasantries, Jian cut straight to the point, his voice leaving no room for argument. He wasn't a guest seeking entertainment. He was looking for the Crimson Reaper. Taken aback by his directness, Jianhua cautiously asked if he meant the association leader and if he had an appointment. Jian dismissed the formality with a simple question. Was he upstairs? After a flicker of indecision, Jianhua confirmed it. Jian then gave her an order, not a request. Evacuate everyone else from the building. Jianghua's mind flashed back to the woman still trapped in the Reaper's room. She tried to warn Jian, telling him the leader had a rough temper and that ascending would be difficult. Jian merely replied, "That's fine," and started up the grand staircase, his stride confident and unyielding. At the top of the stairs, his path was blocked by armed guards. They demanded to know his identity, questioning his right to be there. Jian stared at them in stony silence, his lack of response infuriating the lead guard, who snarled and swung his spear like a club, aiming to teach the intruder a lesson. With impossible speed, Jian's hand shot out, catching the spear's shaft mid-swing. In one fluid motion, he twisted the weapon, using the guard's own momentum to send him spinning through the air and crashing to the floor. The other guards, shocked by the display of power, yelled in fury, demanding to know if he understood where he was. Unfazed, Jian stood before the enraged guards, his gaze fixed on the levels above. His voice was a cold whisper that carried across the hall, cutting through their shouts. "So, what floor is that contemptible Crimson Reaper on?" The sheer audacity of his words ignited their fury, and with a unified roar, they charged. A faint smile touched Jian's lips. "Well, I'll find him once I kill all of you anyway." Blue lightning crackled to life around his open palm. As the first guard lunged with a sword, Jian snatched the blade from his grasp. "Let me borrow this for a second," he said, before unleashing a devastating counterattack. Agonized screams filled the air as Jian moved like a phantom through the guards. Another attacker, swinging a spiked mace, screamed that he was a madman. Jian sidestepped the clumsy attack, caught the weapon's chain, and wrenched it from the man's hands. "Let me borrow this too," he added, now doubly armed. Wielding both the sword and mace, Jian became an unstoppable force of destruction, cutting and bludgeoning his way through the Reaper's forces. He paused briefly, realizing his target wasn't in this area. A cold thought crossed his mind. Do I need to smash in every room? With a roar of effort, he began to systematically destroy the entire floor. The spiked mace tore through walls, furniture, and men with equal ease, the building groaning under the assault. When the dust settled, he stood amidst the wreckage, his expression annoyed. "He's not here. I guess he's on the next floor." The deafening commotion finally drew the Crimson Reaper from his private chambers. He stepped out to find Jian standing at his door, holding the last conscious guard by the throat. The terrified man pointed a trembling finger. "Association leader. It's him. He's the merchant group's son." Jian then casually dispatched the guard, his cold eyes meeting the Reaper's. "Found you." The Crimson Reaper surveyed the carnage with a predatory grin. "I was wondering what all the ruckus was about," he sneered. "Did you come to pay from Youngo's debt in his stead?" Jian glanced around the opulent room. "So it's the 5th floor, huh?" he mused aloud. "It's too unnecessarily high." The Reaper let out a mocking laugh. "Didn't like the welcome party? Wasn't the climb up here hard?" Jian stepped forward, his confidence unwavering. "It wasn't a problem. Stopping on my way up is my specialty." The two men stood face to face, the air crackling with deadly intent. A wide, savage grin spread across the Reaper's face. "Yep, my specialty's looking down from above." He ran his hands through his wild hair, his eyes gleaming with madness. A flicker of a smile crossed Jineon's face as he thought to himself, "This is why I like underworld folks. Beating them up feels great." Jineon's gaze then shifted to a still, sheet-covered form on the bed behind the Reaper. "Oh, that's nothing," the Reaper said dismissively. "I just couldn't control my strength." Jineon's faint amusement vanished, replaced by a look of profound disgust. Looking at the man's complete lack of remorse, he delivered his verdict, "You're beyond rehabilitation." The light seemed to die in the room as Jineon's killing intent flooded the space, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. "How should I kill you?" he asked, his voice a low promise of death. The Crimson Reaper only laughed, thrilled by the challenge. "Wow, I like those eyes. The people who tried to kill me had that same look. But of course, I ripped them all apart with my own two hands." As the confrontation reached its peak, the streets below were filled with terrified people fleeing the Passion House. Across town, Myungo continued his relentless training, oblivious. When a masked assassin attacked, he calmly spoke a number, 2,874, before moving to intercept. With a single, precise strike of the heavy umbrella, Myungo knocked his attacker unconscious. Removing his own mask, he let out a breath, his determination hardening. "I'm here to crush you one by one, you scum," he vowed to the absent Reapers. He then resumed his tireless practice, his count rising with each powerful swing. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion of golden energy erupted from the top of the Passion House, lighting up the night sky. Myungo froze mid-swing, the count dying on his lips. He stared in disbelief at the distant blast, a wave of shock and awe washing over him as he wondered what could possibly cause such a cataclysmic event. The night sky shattered with a deafening roar and a flash of golden light. Far from the Passion House, Myungo's relentless training came to an abrupt halt. 2,870. He muttered, the count dying on his lips as the shockwave washed over him. He whipped around, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the distant pillar of energy. What is that noise?" he wondered, a sense of awe and dread coiling in his stomach as he witnessed a power he couldn't comprehend. Back at the Passion House, the source of the cataclysm was revealed. A crimson-haired warrior, one of the feared Reapers, lay groaning amidst the rubble. From the sky, a hooded figure descended like a falling star, his landing shattering the stone courtyard. The impact sent dust and debris flying as Jineon, cloaked in white, revealed himself as the architect of the chaos. Jineon rose to his feet, his expression impassive as he faced the stunned Reaper. The warrior pushed himself up, a grim laugh escaping his lips as he surveyed the newcomer. He cracked his knuckles, a surge of energy rippling from his body. "This is pretty interesting," he growled, his confidence returning as he squared off against the mysterious young master who had dared to challenge his authority. A palpable tension filled the air as an invisible force emanated from both men, pushing the crowd of thugs back and clearing a dueling ground. With a condescending smirk, the Reaper addressed Jineon. "Yeah, at the very least, I should give you this," he roared, unleashing a heavy, spiked meteor hammer that whirled through the air with deadly intent, aimed directly at Jineon's head. Jineon showed no fear. With fluid grace, he launched himself into a high, acrobatic leap, the deadly mace whistling harmlessly beneath his feet. He twisted in midair, his movements a blur against the night sky, positioning himself perfectly above the flying weapon. In a display of incredible strength and timing, Jineon's bandaged hand shot out and snagged the weapon's chain, halting its momentum instantly. The Reaper's eyes widened in shock, his arm jolting from the sudden stop. He couldn't fathom it. A mere merchant's young master. And yet his strength matches mine, he thought, a flicker of genuine disbelief crossing his face. Anger and humiliation fueled the Reaper's next move. He decided to use Jineon's hold against him. In that case, I'll crush him with rebound force, he resolved. He yanked hard on the chain, pulling Genion towards him as he charged forward, his fist cocked back for a devastating blow. "Let's see you block this." As the Reaper closed the distance, Genion's mind worked with cold precision. He analyzed his opponent's form, recognizing the orthodox training behind the hammer and fist techniques. Clean movements, he thought, but, with a glint in his eye, he met the incoming attack head-on, his voice a low, chilling declaration that echoed in the Reaper's mind. "Your opponent is me, Fist King." The two fists collided with the force of a thunderclap. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate, but Genion's power proved superior. A sickening crunch echoed as his strike overwhelmed the Reapers, sending the larger man staggering backward with a cry of agony. Before he could recover, Genion spun and delivered a powerful kick, continuing his relentless assault. The Reaper gasped for air, a pained but impressed laugh escaping his lips. "So, you've trained in fist techniques too. Fine, I'll give you a proper fight," he bellowed. A violent red aura erupted around him as he pushed past the pain, his muscles bulging with newfound power. Consumed by rage, he charged, roaring, "You fiend! I'll tear you to pieces." What followed was a maelstrom of violence. The Reaper threw everything he had at Genion, his attacks fueled by pure fury. Yet, Genion met him blow for blow, his defense impenetrable, his counterattacks swift and precise. The Reaper's disbelief turned to despair as he realized the truth. "Ugh, even though I gave it my all, I'm being completely overwhelmed." With a final, bone-jarring punch, Genion sent the Reaper crashing to the ground. He stood over the defeated warrior, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. "How does it feel, looking up at me from down there?" Genion asked, his voice laced with cold fury. "If you'd at least treated others decently, I wouldn't be this furious." The Reaper, pinned and helpless, tried one last desperate gambit, a venomous taunt. "What's wrong? Should I let you have a taste of Seoul too?" The name struck a nerve. Genion's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy resolve. "Let's start from the second stage," he whispered. Blue lightning exploded from his body, engulfing the screaming Reaper in pure, agonizing energy. The raw power radiating from Genion intensified with each passing second. Third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage. He counted, each step escalating the torment. The surrounding thugs watched in horror, one of them shakily asking, "Shouldn't we stop this?" Others could only look on, their faces pale with terror at the overwhelming display. The onlookers recognized the technique with dawning dread. This was the legendary White Lightning 10-stage art. Genion became a conduit for the heavens, his body crackling with blinding energy. Raising his hand, he unleashed the final, devastating technique. Thunderclap. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the courtyard with apocalyptic force. The explosion of light and power bleached the color from the night, sending shockwaves that shattered the very stones of the Passion House. The crowd recoiled, shielding their eyes from the blinding spectacle. Watching from across the city, Myungo could only utter a single, breathless word that summed up the impossible scene before him. "Crazy." When the light faded, all that remained was a massive, smoldering crater where the Reaper had been. Genion stood untouched in the center of the devastation, a lone figure of absolute power. He turned his cold gaze upon the remaining thugs. "Hey," he called out, his voice cutting through the stunned silence. "Who gave you the right to collect tribute? What are you supposed to be, anyway?" The thugs stammered, unable to form a response. Genion's questions were like daggers. "Why are you squeezing the lifeblood out of the powerless here? Answer now." He pointed to the scorched earth. "If all you want is to flaunt your strength, then come to me first. I'll make you end up just like that wretch." Tendrils of blue lightning danced around Genion's fingers, a clear and present threat. Overwhelmed by terror, one of the thugs lost his nerve and tried to rally his comrades with false bravado. Don't be afraid," he yelled, his voice cracking. "It's only one man. Kill him." The desperate mob surged forward, a final, foolish charge against an unstoppable force. From the sidelines, the terrified townspeople watched the events unfold. "My God, that Red Reaper is dead," one whispered. relief, and uncertainty warred on their faces. Then, does this mean we don't have to pay tribute anymore? Another asked, a sliver of hope in his voice. With the Reapers all but wiped out, a future free from their tyranny seemed suddenly possible. Doubt crept back in. No, what if that young man demands tribute instead? One citizen worried. From the crowd, a masked Myungo stepped forward to quell their fears. He's not that kind of person, he said with certainty. He's got money overflowing, so you don't need to worry about that. As Jineon single-handedly dealt with the charging thugs, Myungo turned his back to the chaos and resumed his training. He lifted the heavy umbrella and swung. 2,877. 2,878. An onlooker stared, dumbfounded. What in the world? Is he insane? Myungo paused, glancing over his shoulder. That guy sure fights well. Myungo's mind drifted back to his first encounter with Jineon. A voice echoed in his memory, reminding him of his past self. What were you doing earlier? You were running away like a drenched rat. He remembered the feeling of utter powerlessness. But that memory now served as fuel. Every person carries a spark within their heart, and nurturing that spark is one's own responsibility. He recalled Jineon's piercing question, a challenge that had reshaped his entire being. So, you want to get stronger. Strong enough to drive you mad. Are you a rat or the venom fox? Know your place. Myungo's grip tightened on the umbrella. He would no longer be the rat. With newfound resolve burning in his eyes, he turned towards the battle. No, wait, he declared to himself. I'm the venom fox. At the opulent headquarters of the Yunha Merchant Group, a young man with long hair and spectacles, Waion, sat waiting with growing concern. When the door to the room finally opened, his brother Jineon entered, his clothes stained and his face bearing a fresh cut. Waion's expression tightened with worry. Brother, where have you been? Jineon, attempting a casual demeanor that did little to hide his fatigue, replied, just out for a drink. Waion's sharp eyes immediately noticed the dark splatters on his brother's shoulder, his voice laced with alarm. I came to ask you something, but why do you have blood on you? Jineon glanced down dismissively. It isn't mine. Waion nodded, his gaze unwavering as he processed the implications. Yes, I can see that. The elixirs seem to be working quite effectively. He shifted the topic, his mind already moving to matters of business and obligation. I was just thinking of preparing a thank you gift for those who sent that medicine to us. I've been pondering what we should offer Merchant Taeho of the Taeho Merchant Group in return. The memory of Merchant Taeho and the invaluable medicine he provided flashed through Waion's mind. They're the ones who provided the azurite essence, he explained, his tone serious. Jineon wiped a bloodstain from his cheek, his expression thoughtful. Even I can't easily measure its worth. The confirmation of the elixir's immense value only deepened Waion's conundrum. It's that valuable? Then what on earth could we possibly offer in return? Waion stood, his back to the window as he addressed his brother and their attendants. Repaying with money or goods isn't appropriate. What they gave us was priceless. An attendant, puzzled, asked what they should do instead. Waion turned, his expression set with a newfound determination that held a hint of grand ambition. Let's form a merchants' alliance. The proposal hung in the air, met with stunned silence and wide-eyed disbelief from everyone in the room. Waion elaborated on his audacious plan, his voice resonating with conviction. Among those who provided us with elixirs are great merchant groups like Taeho, but also smaller ones, like the West Wind Escort Establishment, which lacks its own defense force. He envisioned a network of mutual support, a shield for the vulnerable. If we form an alliance and offer everyone protection, that will be repayment enough. There's no need to start grand. For now, let's just include the Taeho Merchant Group and the West Wind Escort Establishment. Jineon's gaze was firm, his voice carrying the weight of his own experience. We've received something money can't repay, so we must repay it in another way. The conversation turned to logistics, with an aide asking about rules and membership fees. Waion, thinking strategically, advised, keep the rules simple, like the ancestors did, and for the time being, don't collect any fees. The final, most important question was posed. What will be the purpose of this alliance? Jinion's mind flashed back to the recent turmoil on the streets, the thugs from the Ouyang clan, and the little deity sect who no longer dared cause trouble after he had dealt with them. He recalled the hopeful words of an escort from West Wind, asking him to protect them in the future. With these memories solidifying his resolve, he declared the alliance's purpose with absolute clarity: to protect the lives of the merchants. Wei Yan, ever the pragmatist, considered the potential dangers. It would also help to have a system for quick communication, so problems can be addressed immediately. He then voiced a critical concern. But brother, what if it's a situation even the Tejo merchant group's escort warriors can't handle? The implication was clear: an attack by powerful martial arts groups, especially those from the treacherous underworld of the Jianghu. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinion's eyes narrowed, his voice a low, resolute vow. And if that happens, then I will go myself. Wei Yan was taken aback by his brother's personal guarantee. You personally? Jinion's expression was grimly serious as he recalled the torrent of power that had surged through him during his near-fatal qi deviation. I told you, the medicine they sent me is priceless. It gave me tremendous strength. He met his brother's gaze, confirming the truth of his transformation. So it really did make you stronger? Jinion's reply was a simple, confident yes. Convinced, Wei Yan slammed his hands on the table with renewed vigor. All right then, what shall we name this Merchants Alliance? How about the Great Merchants Alliance? Jinion's face soured at the word alliance, the name immediately bringing to mind the thuggish Crimson Reaper Alliance. Just call it the Great Merchants Association. The word alliance bothers me. Wei Yan, understanding his brother's aversion, readily agreed. Very well, I'll prepare for it. As Wei Yan turned to leave, Jinion stopped him. Oh right. Wei Yan paused, turning back with a weary but playful sigh. Since your return, my workload has only increased. I'm really swamped these days. Jinion offered a sheepish apology, but his brother simply smiled warmly. No, it's fine. For merchants, the busier we are, the better. Jinion returned the smile, a rare moment of peace and understanding passing between them. The tranquil moment was shattered by a panicked shout. Young Master Jinion, Chief Administrator. A subordinate burst through the doors, breathless and terrified. We're done, he gasped, stumbling into the room. Puzzled, Jinion asked what was wrong. The man's face was pale with terror as he screamed, We're done for. Lord Ouyang himself is here with his disciples. The news struck them like a physical blow, and a heavy silence descended upon the room. In the main hall of the Yunhe merchant group, Patriarch Ouyang Seng sat sipping tea, his face a mask of cold fury. He crushed the delicate porcelain cup in his hand, the memory of his recent humiliation still burning fiercely in his mind. The mocking laughter of the other clan leaders echoed in his thoughts, their words twisting like knives. Ouyang, who died in a duel, by the hands of a merchant's son, the shame was unbearable, a stain upon his clan's honor that could only be washed away with blood. His voice was dangerously low as he gave his orders to the three warriors seated before him. You three, each of you must fight Jinion of Yunhe Trading once. He glared at them, his eyes filled with a malevolent fire. One victory alone won't restore our pride. That brat must not be allowed to die peacefully. Do you understand? In unison, their heads bowed, their voices a single, obedient reply. Yes, sir. The patriarch asked if they would use weapons. The first, an in-law of the clan named Shin So-beek, spoke confidently. I fight barehanded anyway, so it's no issue. The second, the patriarch's own son, Ouyang Mayong, smirked. I'd rather use my fists, it feels better. Only the third son, Ouyang Woon, showed a hint of caution. I lack confidence, so I'll just use my blade. Ouyang Mayong scoffed at his brother's hesitation. What? You're not confident about fighting a mere merchant's son? Ouyang Woon's expression remained serious. Yes, after all, he did defeat Ouyang Hu. Even if he was only a distant relative, he was still experienced in the Jianghu. Mayong waved a dismissive hand, his pride blinding him. Experienced? He lost because he lacked skill, that's all. Enough chatter. Get that Jinion person to come out quickly. As they made their way through the compound, they were met by two of Jinion's servants. The Ouyang warriors were immediately unsettled by the sheer size and imposing presence of the bald, powerfully built men. One of the servants addressed the lead challenger with unnerving calm. "Young master has invited you to the annex. Once he finishes eating, he'll meet with you." The warrior could only stare, thinking to himself, why are his servants so big? As they were led away, the weight of their mission and the strangeness of their host began to settle in. The servants led the Ouyang clan members into a vast, open-air training ground. "Young Master Jinion, we've brought the guests," one announced. In the center of the courtyard stood Jinion, his hands wrapped, his posture exuding a calm and dangerous readiness. He greeted them coolly. "Welcome, you've come a long way." The challengers stepped forward, cupping their fists in a formal salute as they introduced themselves. Ouyang Mayong, Ouyang Woon, and Shin Sobik. Jinion's gaze drifted past the three warriors to their leader. "I'm surprised Patriarch Ouyang himself came," he remarked with a faint, knowing smile. Ouyang Seng offered a predatory grin of his own. "I apologize for showing up unannounced, but I wanted to personally witness your strength." Jinion cut straight to the point. "So you've come for a duel. Very well. You may choose the duel's format." The Patriarch's request was laced with false politeness. "My sons wish to learn from you through this duel. Will you permit it?" The terms were laid out with chilling simplicity. The rules are simple. Leave the ring, fall unconscious, or become unable to move, and that will count as a defeat. Jinion smiled, finding the clarity refreshing. "Good. Clear and simple. Let's begin." As Ouyang Mayong stepped into the ring, the Patriarch watched with a cruel glint in his eyes, thinking, "I look forward to seeing this merchant's son beg for his life." As Ouyang Mayong faced his opponent, a strange feeling washed over him. He felt an intense pressure, a hardened aura that belied Jinion's identity. Strange, he thought, his confidence wavering. "It feels less like I'm facing a merchant's son, and more like a warrior hardened in the Jiangho." Was his victory over Ouyang Hu not just a fluke? His initial arrogance was rapidly being replaced by a dawning sense of dread. Jinion gestured with an open palm. "So, won't you draw your sword?" Ouyang Mayong tensed, taking a fighting stance. "I'll do as I please. It's none of your busi." Before he could finish the word, Jinion exploded forward. A blur of motion, a flash of blue energy, and an unstoppable fist crashed into Mayong's face with the force of a thunderclap. The Ouyang warrior was launched backward, his body sent hurtling through the air like a broken doll. With a sickening crunch, Ouyang Mayong slammed into the stone tiles of the courtyard, skidding to a halt in a cloud of dust and debris, utterly defeated. The fight was over before it had even begun. His two companions could only stare in speechless shock, their minds unable to comprehend the overwhelming disparity in power they had just witnessed. A sharp crack echoed from the sidelines. Patriarch Ouyang Seng stared at his shattered teacup, his knuckles white from the force of his grip. A mask of incandescent rage settled over his features. Back in the ring, Jinion stood over his fallen foe, utterly unfazed. "Seriously? You should have drawn your sword." He then flicked his gaze towards the two remaining warriors, his voice cold and commanding as he beckoned with his finger. "Next." Elsewhere, a young woman watched a lone figure train tirelessly, his movements filled with a desperate intensity. She muttered to herself with a dark chuckle, "Serves those Crimson Reaper Alliance scum right. I should have been the one to crush that Crimson Reaper's head." Her companion glanced over, unnerved by her violent musings. "What's with that, lunatic?" In the silent aftermath, Ouyang Mayong lay defeated, a crater marking his impact on the stone courtyard. Jinion stood over him, his expression one of bored disappointment. "Seriously? You should have drawn your sword." His gaze then lifted, cold and dismissive, towards the two remaining Ouyang brothers. Beckoning with a single finger, he issued a simple, chilling command. "Next." The second brother, Ouyang Cheol, stepped forward, his face a mask of grim resolve. He gave his elder brother a solemn look. "I'll go up. Young Master Shin, please take care of my older brother." The eldest, Ouyang Shin, gave a curt nod. Ouyang Cheol then faced Jinion and drew his sword. "Judging by your skill, There's no need to hold back with the techniques. I look forward to a good match, he said, his voice ringing with a warrior's spirit. Jineon gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Let us begin. In an instant, Ouyang Chiol's blade was wreathed in a sinister red aura. His eyes glowed with killing intent as he declared, "Here I come." He exploded forward, his sword carving a vicious arc through the air, tearing up the very flagstones of the courtyard. With a powerful leap, he brought the glowing blade down upon Jineon, an attack meant to cleave a man in two. From the sidelines, Ouyang Shin watched with a critical eye. He had to admit, this merchant's son was bold. He is a man who suits the sword, he thought, impressed by Jineon's unwavering stance in the face of such an assault. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. However, he trailed off, his eyes widening as he saw not fear, but a calm, precise movement from Jineon's bandaged hand. Ouyang Chiol's confidence shattered. With a sharp clang, his blade was deflected not by another weapon, but by Jineon's open palm. Again and again, he swung, only for each furious slash to be met by a casual, almost lazy parry from Jineon's bare hand. A horrifying realization dawned on him. He's reading the flow of my sword movement, and is fending it off with nothing but his bare hand. A low hum filled the air as crackling blue energy began to envelop Jineon's fist. The pressure in the courtyard intensified, becoming heavy and suffocating. "Fifth phase," Jineon murmured, his voice calm, yet resonating with immense power. The blue lightning around his hand swelled, forcing Ouyang Chiol to stumble back, his sword trembling against the overwhelming force. Jineon's eyes flashed as he unleashed the full might of his technique. White lightning 10-phase art, lightning roar. A deafening explosion of pure energy erupted from his fist, engulfing Ouyang Chiol in a blinding torrent of blue lightning. The warrior was thrown violently backward, crashing to the ground unconscious. Silence descended once more, broken only by the faint crackle of residual energy. Ouyang Mayong, nursing his injuries, stared in disbelief. Even the third young master was pushed back so easily. He turned to his eldest brother, his voice laced with panic. "Shouldn't we end the spars here? If all three of us are defeated, it'll cause a huge uproar." But Ouyang Shin was not listening. He pushed himself to his feet, his gaze locked on Jineon, a new fire burning in his eyes. Ouyang Shin stepped into the ring, his expression serious. "While the eldest young master is an excellent martial artist," he began, speaking as much to himself as to his opponent. "As one who trains in palm strike techniques, I cannot let this opportunity pass." He bowed formally, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Will you spar once with me?" Jineon's stoic expression finally broke into a confident smirk. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing in the tense silence. "At least there's someone who looks decently skilled," he thought, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He settled into a fighting stance, his gaze sharp and focused. "Very well." The moment the words left his lips, the two warriors vanished, reappearing as blurs in the center of the courtyard. Fists and palms collided with thunderous force, shattering the ground beneath them. Ouyang Shin unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, but Jineon moved like water, weaving and deflecting every blow with an almost supernatural ease, never once yielding a single step. Growing frustrated, Ouyang Shin leaped back, sweat beading on his brow. "What's this? Are you only going to block?" he goaded, gathering his energy. "Then, block this as well." He spun, his body becoming the center of a vortex of raw power. With a roar, he unleashed his signature move, the whirling wheel-crushing palm strike. As the whirlwind of energy descended upon him, Jineon let out a theatrical oops. He remained completely calm within the storm, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Your movements aren't terrible," he commented, his voice cutting through the roar of the technique, "but they're too big." In a flash, his hand shot out, effortlessly catching Ouyang Shin's wrist and halting the devastating attack completely. A surge of violent red energy pulsed from Jineon's hand. With a sickening crack, the bones in Ouyang Shin's arm shattered under the immense pressure. A raw scream of agony was torn from the proud warrior's lips. Jineon's grin never faltered as he delivered a final, condescending verdict. It was a good duel, young Master Shin. With a final, brutal strike, Jineon sent Ouyang Shin flying, his body slamming into the ground with enough force to splinter the stone. He landed in a heap, utterly defeated. Ouyang Mayong could only watch, muttering in disbelief. Jineon let out a relaxed breath, rolling his neck as if he'd just finished a light warm-up. His internal thought was a mix of satisfaction and confusion. The duel is over, he mused, stretching his shoulder. But why does Lord Ouyang look so displeased? His eyes drifted to the sidelines, where Patriarch Ouyang Seng stood rigid, his face a mask of incandescent fury, his eyes glowing red with a rage that promised bloodshed. The Patriarch's mind raced, replaying the humiliating defeat. To think the merchant group's young master would defeat his sons so consecutively. He seethed. He's no ordinary man. Even if we brought another person from the Ouyang clan, it wouldn't be enough. Panic began to set in. At this rate, not only will the pride of the Rulers' Association be trampled on, we will also be ridiculed endlessly. With his rage carefully hidden behind a thin veneer of civility, Ouyang Seng approached Jineon. "Young Master Li, shall we take a walk together?" he asked, his voice smooth as silk. They walked through the peaceful town streets before he stopped. "I'll be direct," the Patriarch said, a practiced smile on his face. "Will you join the Rulers' Association?" Ouyang Seng elaborated. "Not the entire Yunhe merchant group, just you alone. If you join as an individual martial artist, the Rulers' Association will protect your group." Jineon considered the offer, though his mind was already dissecting the man's intentions. He knew the truth of the so-called association, a splinter group of great clans resentful of the Murim alliance's structure. Ouyang Seng didn't deny it, merely spinning it as friendly competition. Jineon's mind pieced it together. "I heard the Ouyang clan only joined the association recently," he thought wryly. "Now I understand why he's so obsessed with saving face." The Patriarch sighed dramatically. "It seems the men under Ouyang who have been spreading news about you everywhere. Thanks to that, my reputation is ruined. So join me, and help restore my honor." The Patriarch's true motive became clear. It was a thinly veiled attempt to force Jineon under his authority, twisting this public defeat into a narrative of recruitment and control. After a long, calculating silence, Jineon finally spoke. "And if I refuse?" Ouyang Seng chuckled, his tone condescending. "Why would you? Surely the son of a great merchant group isn't slow at calculating gains and losses." Jineon scoffed. "What would the son of a merchant group do in the association? It's not as if I lack money, and you're just offering me the seat of an ordinary martial artist." He turned his back on the Patriarch, his patience worn thin. "If you're not here to fight me, let's end our conversation here. This walk was not enjoyable." As Jineon walked away, Ouyang Seng's voice, now dripping with venom, stopped him. "Hey, young Master Li, I'll give you one last chance." His friendly mask dissolved, revealing the monster beneath. "Do you wish to see the entire Yunhe merchant group slaughtered? With our strength, we could spare you alone and brand you a public enemy. Do you think we can't do that?" The Patriarch grabbed Jineon's shoulder, his grip like iron. "Are you strong enough to stop me?" he hissed. "Even if you are you sure you can handle making the Rulers' Association your enemy? Why do you spurn my goodwill like this?" His threat was cut short by an explosion of force as Jineon, without a word, slammed him face first into the stone path. Jineon pressed Ouyang Seng's head into the ground, his eyes blazing with cold fury. "Enough already, you deranged man," he snarled. "How about I just kill you here and now, then wipe out the Ouyang clan? I could even completely shift the blame onto your eldest son." He leaned in closer, his voice a lethal whisper. "Do you want to test me?" A wheezing laugh escaped the Patriarch's lips. "Of all the vile things I've heard, that might be the most unforgettable," he rasped. "A man's words with no manners, no restraint, and no shame. That being said, save such words for after you've proven your strength." With a roar, he broke free, unleashing a wave of toxic green energy, the poison toad palm strike, his ultimate technique. The Patriarch watched with manic glee, certain of his victory. but his smile froze as he saw the poison recoil. Jineon was bathed in blue lightning, which crackled and burned away the toxic mist as if it were mere vapor. My poison. It is burning as if the lightning is eating into it. The technique backfired spectacularly, and the patriarch was thrown back by his own corrupted energy, collapsing in a heap. Jineon looked down at the pathetic man, his expression unchanged. Considering how high and mighty you acted, you're weaker than expected. Though, I suppose it's because my white lightning 10-phase art has reached the 8th phase. Ouyang sang, bloodied but defiant, spat on the ground. If you're going to kill me, do it now. You'll just be seen as a public enemy. What will you do about the Rulers' Association standing behind me? The patriarch sneered from the ground. Now that things have reached this stage, who really loses in the end? Jineon's answer was a single, cold word. You. He strode forward and grabbed Ouyang Sing by the face, lifting his head from the stones. His eyes glowed with an absolute, terrifying promise. Ouyang Sing, I'll make sure you regret those words for the rest of your life. In the aftermath of the swift and brutal confrontation, the courtyard of the Galaxy Merchant Guild fell into a stunned silence. Jineon stood impassively over the broken form of Patriarch Ouyang Sing, dragging him by the hair like a discarded trophy. The surrounding members of the guild and Ouyang Sing's own sons could only stare, their minds reeling from the sheer, overwhelming power they had just witnessed. Cries of shock and horror erupted from the Patriarch's retainers. Patriarch, father, one of his sons, his face a mask of fury and disbelief, demanded to know what Jineon was doing. Unmoved, Jineon's gaze flickered towards him, his voice dripping with ice. Be quiet, he warned, a silent promise of the same fate hanging in the air. Or do you want to end up like him? The threat landed with the weight of a mountain, silencing the young man. His brother, with a tremor in his voice, asked the question that truly mattered. Is our father still alive? Jineon's answer was clipped and devoid of comfort. For now, yes. Without another glance at the defeated family, he turned and gave a curt order to his subordinate, Mok and Seop. Prepare a carriage outside. One of Jineon's guild members stepped forward, his expression grave. Young master, you'd better have a justifiable reason for all this. Jineon paused, then explained the Patriarch's foul ultimatum. He threatened me, he stated, his voice low and dangerous. He said if I didn't help, he'd wipe out the Galaxy Merchant Guild, and then frame me as the culprit. The revelation sent a shockwave through the onlookers, their disbelief turning to outrage. With the truth revealed, Jineon laid out his next move. From here, we'll head to the Emperor's assembly and report everything. He gestured to some of the guards, ordering them to come as witnesses. However, one of his subordinates quickly interjected, Hold on, young master. Do you even know where the assembly is? It has no headquarters. The man elaborated, showing a map of the region. The gathering place is simply the homes of the 4 patriarchs, the so-called emperors. He pointed out their current location and the territories of the other major clans. Seeing the layout, it was clear which path they had to take. Then the closest would be the Moyon clan, Jineon deduced, receiving a simple nod of confirmation. Jineon began issuing precise orders, a commander taking control of the field. He assigned guards to watch the captive twins and instructed his aide, Waiyan, to compile a formal report for the Martial Alliance. With his affairs in order and his destination set, he made his declaration. Let's go to the Moyon clan. A carriage rumbled down a sun-dappled road, carrying its volatile passengers toward their destination. Inside, Jineon sat in calm repose, humming a light tune, while a bound and battered Ouyang Sing glared at him from across the compartment. After a tense silence, the disgraced patriarch finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Why, young master, where are we going? Jineon simply replied, to the Moyon clan. Ouyang Sing, attempting to cling to a shred of his former authority, let out a weary sigh. I'm quite thirsty. Bring me some water. He directed his order at one of the captured assassins traveling with them. The man hesitated, glancing nervously at Jineon before replying. I don't think the young master will permit that. A small chuckle escaped Jineon's lips. He leaned towards the assassin, his expression a mixture of amusement and menace. "The patriarch is asking for water, yet you're this cold-hearted?" His hand rested on the man's shoulder as his eyes narrowed. "You're not a Gu family clan martial man, are you?" Jinion's voice dropped to a whisper, his breath ghosting past the man's ear as the chilling realization dawned. "You're an assassin?" A piercing scream tore through the air as blue lightning erupted from Jinion's hand, enveloping the assassin. The horses pulling the carriage reared in terror. Inside, the other captive stared in horror at the crackling, charred silhouette of his comrade. "Why, young master? What's happening?" Jinion pulled his hand back, the lightning dissipating. "Nothing serious," he said calmly. "Keep moving." Turning his attention to the remaining, terrified assassin, Jinion continued his interrogation. "I asked you, are you hired killers?" The man stammered a confirmation. "What's the name of your organization?" he demanded. "The Gold and Silver Assassins," the man confessed. "It's split into gold and silver. I belong to silver." Jinion scoffed at the name, a clear sign of their money-obsessed nature. Jinion shifted his gaze back to the bound patriarch. "Bihyang Singh, how much did you pay for all of them?" The old man, still reeling from the sudden violence, asked why it mattered. Jinion's reply was ominous. "Because I still have plenty of intact body parts left." He ordered the carriage to halt for a moment, and under the implicit threat, Ouyang Singh confessed. "I paid 800 niang per head." With a slight smirk, Jinion turned back to the trembling assassin. "Assassin, does that sound right? It's quite a bit more than the usual rate." The man's eyes widened in dawning horror as Jinion delivered the cruel truth. "That 800 included the price of your own life. Your leader sold you out. Once you'd taken care of my guild, Ouyang Singh would have killed you to tie up loose ends." Ouyang Singh hung his head, his silence a complete admission of guilt. Jinion explained the cold logic of the powerful. "Dirty work attracts too much attention from the patriarchs. Disposing of assassins is far simpler. That's the white path for you." He looked at the assassin with pity and contempt. 800 for your life? What a cheap existence. No, anyone who takes money to kill isn't even human to begin with." Cracking his knuckles, Jinion's eyes held a final, damning judgment for both the disgraced patriarch and the disposable killer. The air grew thick with his disdain for their wretched choices and the corrupt world they inhabited. "Fine lives you lead," he sneered, his voice laced with absolute contempt for such miserable wretches. Jinion glanced out the carriage window, his senses alert. Outside, there are 3 more assassins, 1 cripple, 1 corpse. Quite the lineup for an evening stroll. The carriage pressed on, leaving the bloody scene behind as it wound its way through the tranquil landscape, finally arriving before the imposing gates of the Moyong clan estate. The arrival of the carriage caused a stir among the Moyong guards. Their murmurs turned to gasps as Jinion emerged, dragging the bound and defeated Guhyang Singh. A distinguished man with long, blonde hair stepped forward from the top of the stairs, his eyes sharp and questioning. "Senior Guhyang, what brings you here?" he asked, his gaze falling to the injuries on the old man's neck. This was Moyong Bin, the new patriarch of the Moyong clan. Moyong Bin's gaze shifted to the unfamiliar face beside the captive. "That's a face I've never seen before. I am Patriarch Moyong Bin. And you are?" Jinion met his stare directly. "I am Li Jinion, eldest son of the Galaxy Merchant Guild." Internally, Jinion's mind raced. The last he knew, the patriarch was an old man named Moyong Chiu. A year away from the world had clearly changed more than just his own life. Moyong Bin pressed his disgraced peer for answers. "Senior Guhyang, why are you here with the guild's young master, dragged along like a criminal?" The old patriarch could only avert his gaze in shame. Stepping forward, Jinion took charge of the situation. "I'll explain," he said, and proceeded to give a concise account of the events, presenting the captured assassins as proof of Ouyang Singh's treachery. An advisor whispered urgently to Moyong Bin, suggesting they silence Jinion to prevent the emperor's assembly from being shamed. Moyong Bin, however, ignored the counsel and addressed Jinion directly, his tone accusatory. "And you, young master of the Galaxy Guild, what's your reason for coming here?" Were you so afraid of repercussions you came to raise the alarm? Jin Eon met the accusation with a confident smirk. If you were in my position, Patriarch Moyong, what would you have done? The question caught Moyong Bin off guard. After a moment's thought, he answered honestly, his expression grim. If someone slaughtered your family and tried to brand you a criminal, there'd be no answer but to kill him. However, Moyong Bin continued, outlining the harsh political reality. If that man is Gyang Seng, then you must face the eyes of both his clan and the entire martial world. The weight of such a consequence was immense, a checkmate that had cornered countless others before. Moyong Bin looked at Jin Eon, waiting to see how he would respond to this impossible dilemma. At that moment, Ouyang Sing's composure shattered. He lunged forward against his bonds, screaming at Moyong Bin with crazed eyes. If only you hadn't laughed at me. My loss, every bit of it, was your patriarch's fault. His desperation mounted into a pathetic plea. You started this, so you have to help me. What are you waiting for? Moyong Bin's face hardened with disgust at the disgraceful display. With a swift step forward, he silenced the hysterical patriarch with a sharp blow to the neck, knocking him unconscious. Taking command, he ordered his men, take those 3 assassins, lock them up, and make sure they don't die. The situation was now firmly under his control. Turning back to Jin Eon, Moyong Bin's demeanor softened into that of a gracious host. I owe you an apology, young master. Quite a poor welcome for our guest. He gestured towards the main hall. The Emperor's assembly is no place for someone like him. If you're not leaving right away, why don't we share a meal together? Jin Eon smiled faintly. Very well. At least the journey here feels worthwhile. Later that evening, the two sat across from each other at a dining table laden with food. As they ate, Moyong Bin couldn't hide his intrigue. The guild's young master defeated the Gyang patriarch himself. He mused, studying Jin Eon with a puzzled smile. Where on earth did someone like you suddenly appear from? Moyong Bin laid out his political strategy. Young master, I cannot kill Gyang Sing with my own hands, but I'll deal with him. I'll send him to the Martial Alliance. He explained the cunning logic. By doing so, the Gyang clan's inevitable anger would be directed at the Alliance, neatly absolving both the Moyong clan and the Galaxy Guild. Jin Eon nodded in approval. Sounds like a good plan. He set down his chopsticks, his expression turning thoughtful. Though this may not be the most appropriate question, I wonder if former Patriarch Moyong Chu has performed the Golden Basin hand-washing. He was asking if the old leader had formally retired. The question instantly soured the mood. Moyong Bin's face fell, a shadow of grief crossing his features. Young master, are you not up to date on martial news? He asked quietly. My father has been missing for over a year. The word missing struck Jin Eon with the force of a lightning bolt, and he struggled to conceal his shock. As Moyong Bin spoke of his fruitless, year-long search for his father, a chilling realization solidified in Jin Eon's mind. The timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. It could only mean one thing. Not only had he died that day, but the great Moyong Chu must have perished as well. Pivoting his line of questioning, Jin Eon asked carefully, by chance, was there ever word that your father clashed with the demonic path? Moyong Bin looked baffled. The demonic path? I heard they'd been silent for well over 20 years. If they had risen again, things could never have stayed this quiet. Jin Eon drew a parallel to his own recent experience. I myself had no dealings with the demonic path. They simply appeared and ambushed me. He then posed a grim hypothetical. If the former patriarch had been assaulted by multiple swordsmen, how do you think it would have gone? Moyong Bin was confident, but Jin Eon pressed harder. And if every one of those swordsmen had attained sword-defying steel? The concept was so outlandish it left the young patriarch utterly stunned. Jin Eon's mind flashed back to the final battle of his past life. He recalled powerful foes who had somehow survived his ultimate 9th stage thunderstrike. By contrast, the swordsmen who had just ambushed him, powerful as they were, couldn't withstand the 8th stage strike he'd channeled through this new body. It was a testament to their incredible skill, but also a sign that they were not invincible. He knew with certainty that those assassins had reached the legendary realm of sword-defying steel. An organized force of such masters, augmented by sorcerers, was a threat on an apocalyptic scale. The only ones who could possibly withstand such an assault would be the mythical figures known as Heaven Beyond Heaven, the absolute pinnacle of the martial world. Jineon took a slow sip of tea, his thoughts swirling. Moyon Chu was gone, and the demonic path was clearly on the move, yet they were operating with extreme secrecy. Not even a grieving son searching for his father could find a trace of them. A dark question loomed in his mind. What on earth is the demonic path after? Far away, amidst a storm-lashed, desolate canyon, dark figures gathered. Lightning illuminated their sinister forms. One, a man named Sword Demon, knelt before a leader in a flowing purple robe. "At last, we found it," the subordinate reported. The leader, holding a fan to his face, listened intently as the final words were spoken, the Sword King's location. A cruel, satisfied smile spread across the leader's face. "Ah, well done, heavenly demon," he purred. From the craggy peaks around them, dozens of followers with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness. The leader raised his voice, a command echoing through the canyon. "Boys, ready yourselves." His fan snapped shut. "It's time to hunt a king." Rain fell upon the quiet estate, a somber mood hanging in the air. Inside, Jineon took a slow, contemplative sip of tea, his mind adrift in the shadows of recent events. The demonic path was moving, their purpose cloaked in absolute secrecy. Not even Moyon Chu's own son could find a trace of them, a fact that left a dark and unsettling question in Jineon's thoughts. Just what were they after? Across the table, the young head of the Moyon clan broke the silence. "Tell me, what about the other top masters? Is there any news of them?" Jineon considered the question, his gaze distant. "News," he mused, before offering the first piece of intelligence. "I saw Lord Blade Emperor not long ago. He was in good health." Jineon recalled the encounter, a faint memory of an awkward gathering. Ouyang Seng had apparently felt mocked, but it was the Blade Emperor who had burst into unrestrained laughter, creating a tense atmosphere for everyone else. It was no surprise the Ouyang family was offended, but the Blade Emperor was a man unconcerned with such trivialities. If someone displeased him, he simply ceased to acknowledge their existence. His thoughts then turned to another of the martial world's pillars. As for the Sword God, I heard he went into closed-door training about half a year ago. The very idea was baffling. For a senior warrior who had already reached a level beyond mortal comprehension, one had to wonder what new heights he could possibly be trying to scale in his seclusion. The Sword Emperor, by contrast, was an enigma of a different sort. He wanders without a fixed abode, so we have no way of knowing his current state, Jineon explained. The last time he visited, I informed him that my father had gone missing, but I haven't heard from him since. The lack of response was a silence that spoke volumes, leaving his involvement a complete mystery. Next was the Sword King, a legend who had stepped back from the front lines of the martial world. After his semi-retirement, he had dedicated himself to a simpler, though no less important, task. He now focused his immense skills on training the next generation of disciples, passing his knowledge down. Finally, Jineon's expression tightened slightly as he brought the cup to his lips. And as for the Fist King, he began, a note of caution in his voice. He's such a rough-tempered man. Even father found him difficult to deal with. He's probably roaming the world, either searching for disciples or smashing some unorthodox faction to pieces. He is not someone one can easily grow close to. His companion looked perplexed. Why is it so hard to get along with him? Jineon elaborated on the Fist King's infamous nature. He beats up juniors from orthodox sects for arrogance, thrashes seniors from unorthodox factions if they displease him, and kills any heretic he finds without a second thought. Even the heirs of the great clans aren't safe from his temper. Jineon paused, letting the information sink in. His companion, however, offered a different perspective. On the other hand, he was always straightforward and kept every promise he ever made. He would even challenge his own seniors to sparring matches without hesitation. In the end, he is simply a warrior, born and bred. From what father told me, he seemed to live quite a lonely life, the companion added, his shadow stretching long in the evening light. Jinion's gaze hardened almost imperceptibly as he muttered under his breath. Not all that lonely, though. When asked what he said, he quickly changed the subject, stating he had eaten well. As Jinion stood to leave, his companion stopped him with a crucial suggestion. "Will you be returning to the Merchant Guild now?" he asked, before pressing his point. "If you don't have any pressing matters for a while, how about going to the Murim Alliance personally, young master?" Jinion's eyes narrowed, contemplating the unexpected proposal. The next day, at the Moyon clan estate, the plan was set in motion. The clan head was pleased. "You've made a wise decision. If you testify in person, we can shape the outcome exactly as we want." He then introduced Jinion's escort, a man returning from a nearby assignment. "This is Baek Hangyong of the Murim Alliance." Baek Hangyong was a man of few words, his face set like stone. He introduced himself simply, his stern gaze appraising Jinion. The clan head gave them their instructions. "As for Ouyang Sing, we'll arrange his escort ourselves. The two of you should set out ahead using light footwork." Baek Hangyong simply nodded, accepting the command. Jinion turned to the young clan head with a final charge. "While I'm away, I'm counting on you to look after the Galaxy Merchant Guild." His companion smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. The Moyon clan's warriors should have already arrived to guard the trading company." Jinion returned the smile, grateful for the support. "I won't forget the Moyon clan leader's kindness." "And one more thing," Jinion added, his tone growing serious. "The assassins seem to belong to a group called the Silver Blood Assassins. I'd like the Emperor's Assembly to investigate this organization." He made a firm promise. "If their base is discovered, I'll lend my strength as well." With all arrangements made, Jinion gave a slight bow. "In truth, I came prepared to cause an uproar with the Moyon clan, but thanks to your keen judgment, I can leave with an easy mind." "Thanks." With that, he and Baek Hangyong vanished, their figures becoming streaks of motion as they sped away from the estate. The Moyon clan leader watched them go, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips. He mused to himself about the audacity of his guest, the young master of the Merchant Guild, arriving alone and fully prepared to stir up trouble. What an amusing man he was. It was clear that Jinion was a force to be reckoned with. For days later, the journey continued. Baek Hangyong found his traveling companion to be as blunt and reserved as he was. Over the past few days, their conversations had been brutally efficient, consisting of little more than mutual agreement to set off or take a rest. There was no room for idle chatter between two men so focused on their destination. As they entered a town to rest, Baek Hangyong accidentally bumped into another traveler. Apologizing, his eyes caught a distinctive scar on the man's jaw. His blood ran cold as an image from a wanted poster flashed in his mind. He had just come face to face with the immoral guest, a notorious enemy of the martial world. Without a moment's hesitation, Baek Hangyong's duty took over. "It seems we've spotted someone on the wanted list," he stated coolly, his hand already moving to his weapon. "We'll deal with him." Jinion glanced at the man. "A heretic, you say?" Baek nodded grimly. "Yes, but stay nearby. It's dangerous." Baek Hangyong burst forward, his aura alone sending civilians scattering in terror. "Move," he commanded, his focus locked on his target. He watched the panic with a grimace of annoyance, seeing it as nothing more than a pointless commotion. This was official business, and the weak were simply in the way. He landed, his mind on the recent complaints against the Murim Alliance and the rising tide of heretics. To see a wanted man roaming freely was a testament to their failings. But as he looked up, he realized the situation was not as it seemed. The immoral guest was not alone. Two armed warriors flanked him, their blades drawn. As expected, it was a trap. The heretics met his gaze with smug confidence. They pointed to two of their own, both missing an arm. Judging by the missing arms, they must be the ones taken down by the Alliance chief. Baek Hangyong's expression was one of pure disgust. Using a wanted criminal as bait. What a disgraceful sight. The heretics chuckled, their demeanor utterly without fear. "Cutting off arms is the Alliance chief's hobby," one sneered. "And sending the severed heads of Alliance members to him is our hobby." He looked at Baek Hangyeong with a predatory grin. Quite a hobby, isn't it? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, startling the heretics. "Who is there?" they shouted, looking up to see a figure standing on the rooftop. It was Jineon. Baek Hangyeong stared in disbelief, his mind racing. How? When did he catch up to us? He hadn't even sensed his movement. Jineon looked down at the assembled thugs, a lazy, confident smile on his face. He cracked his knuckles, answering their question with a chillingly familiar phrase. "Me," he said, his voice carrying an edge of predatory glee. "I'm the one whose hobby is beating people up." Meanwhile, far away, Myungo was in a state of frantic disbelief. Lee Jineon went to the Murim Alliance. "No, why there?" he roared, struggling against the Moyeon clan guards who held him back. The news was incomprehensible, a betrayal of their shared purpose. "Let go of me, you scoundrels. And who in the world are you?" A calm, scholarly woman stepped forward, adjusting her spectacles. Regarding the matter with the Ohyang family head, it was recommended by the Moyeon clan head that he testify in person, she explained evenly. "These people are guards sent by the Moyeon clan. Release him, he's an acquaintance." The guards let go, and Myungo slumped to the ground, the fight draining out of him. "Huh, we had an agreement, and yet you've gone and left?" he muttered, feeling utterly foolish. He remembered his pact with Jineon, their vow of striking down 100,000 times. It all felt so embarrassing now. His despair quickly turned to anger. "Confound it," he yelled at the woman. "If you don't tell me what to do next, I'll cause a scene you won't forget right at your front gate." The woman simply replied, "Well, if it's really important, it's better to chase after him and discuss it," before turning to leave. "Brother Chio, I'm busy, so I'll be off." Left alone, Myungo stewed in his frustration. He already ran off to the Murim Alliance? He must think I'm a fool. But then, a fire ignited in his eyes, burning away the self-pity. "No, I'm not a fool. I'm the Venom Fox," he declared, his grip tightening on his umbrella. "Since it has come to this, I'm storming the Murim Alliance." With a furious battle cry, he took off, his training count echoing his renewed resolve. 100,123. As Jineon and his companion, Baek Hangyeong, walked the stone path, they were suddenly blocked by a group of hostile warriors. The leader stepped forward, his hand on his sword, demanding to know their identity. Baek stopped in his tracks, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he realized they had been followed. Jineon turned, a lazy, unbothered smile on his face. He gestured to himself with a bandaged hand, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Me?" he asked rhetorically, before offering a disarming, yet deeply unsettling introduction. "I'm the one whose hobby is beating people up." One of the thugs burst out laughing, covering his mouth in mock politeness. He dismissed Jineon's words as the foolish bravado of a nobody, sneering at the idea that this stranger posed any threat. His comrades looked on, their expressions a mixture of confusion and contempt. The man who had thrown the daggers, known as the immoral guest, gave a dismissive thumbs up and tried to excuse himself, claiming urgent business. Jineon's voice cut through the air, sharp and mocking. "Hey, immoral guest, running off to handle some personal matters?" Enraged by the taunt, the man spun around, demanding to know what Jineon's problem was. A different warrior turned to Baek Hangyeong with a serious question. "Can we kill a public enemy?" Baek confirmed that registered public enemies could be executed on the spot. Hearing this, Jineon's lips curled into a faint smile as he quietly cracked his knuckles, the word execution echoing pleasantly in his mind. Baek Hangyeong watched his new acquaintance, his mind reeling. After 3 days of traveling together, he was beginning to understand the kind of man Jineon was, a battle-hungry warrior who reveled in chaos. Jineon met his gaze, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he savored the promise of a fight. "I like it," he whispered, the thrill of impending violence evident in his eyes. Provoked beyond reason, the thugs roared in anger and drew their weapons. "You scoundrel!" one of them yelled, lunging forward. At the same time, the immoral guest unleashed a volley of throwing knives, aiming to end the confrontation before it could even begin. the air filled with the sharp whistle of steel. But Jineon moved with supernatural speed. With a fluid, almost dance-like motion, he twisted through the air, his bandaged hands plucking each dagger out of its trajectory. In the blink of an eye, the deadly projectiles were his, held harmlessly between his fingers. With a flick of his wrists, Jineon sent the daggers flying back towards their owners. "I'll return them to you," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. The blades found their mark, sinking deep into the two swordsmen, who collapsed with guttural screams of agony. Baek Hengyong stared in shock, realizing Jineon had deliberately thrown the knives to avoid him, a silent acknowledgement of their brief companionship. He turned to the remaining aggressor, his voice tense. "Immoral guest, what made you attack?" The immoral guest let out a maniacal laugh, his hand glowing with a sinister green energy. "Why even ask? Between men, it's about pride," he howled, lunging forward with a crippling attack aimed at Jineon's core. "I was only trying to tear it off, you punk." He charged, intent on delivering a devastating blow that would end Jineon's martial future. "Since you don't seem to have any use for it, I'll rip it off for you," he shrieked. But his glowing green hand was stopped cold, caught in an unbreakable grip just inches from its target. Jineon's eyes narrowed. "Where do you think you're?" Before he could finish, he channeled his power, twisting his opponent's arm and slamming him face-first into the stone courtyard. The ground shattered under the immense force, and the immoral guest cried out as his own malicious energy was violently turned back on him. Crushed and utterly terrified, the man began to grovel. The realization that he was facing certain death washed over him, and he scrambled backward, pleading for his life. Fine, I'll surrender. I'll go to the Murim Alliance and accept my punishment. I even have information on other operations." He was cut off mid-sentence by a swift, brutal strike to the side of his head. Jineon leaned in close, his voice a cold whisper amidst the splattering blood. "No, I'm not part of the Murim Alliance," he stated, his eyes burning with lethal intent. "So I don't need your surrender." With a final, decisive movement, the conflict was over. Jineon stood over the lifeless body, the last traces of his battle aura fading. He looked down at the mess, a brief thought crossing his mind. Maybe I should have just taken this guy to the Murim Alliance." Baek Hengyong shook his head, placing a reassuring hand on Jineon's shoulder. "No, he was someone who deserved to die. Don't worry about it." With the grim affair concluded, Jineon's stomach rumbled. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat," he declared, and the two warriors walked away from the carnage. Seated in a bustling tavern, the two shared a meal. Baek Hengyong looked at Jineon, a newfound respect in his eyes. "Young master, you seem to have a lot of experience. After watching that fight, my curiosity about you has been resolved." Jineon paused, chopsticks in hand. "What were you curious about?" Baek admitted his initial disbelief. "To be honest, I couldn't easily believe that the young master of the Merchant Guild had defeated the head of the Ouyang family. Your name isn't even widely known yet." He paused, recalling the overwhelming power he had just witnessed. "But after seeing that fight, it truly seems you have the skill to back it up." Leaning forward, Baek made a promise. "I'll personally vouch for your ability, young master, so don't worry about testimony." He then changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. "Perhaps you should join the Murim Alliance?" Jineon looked up from his bowl, his expression unreadable. Baek launched into his pitch. He described the Murim Alliance as a meritocracy where skill was all that mattered, a place where one's origins were irrelevant. He contrasted this with Jineon's loose connection to the Emperor Assembly, an organization with a very different philosophy. The Emperor Assembly, Baek explained, was built on wealth and nepotism, favoring the great clans. While the pay was higher, its members were seen as mercenaries who would scatter like autumn leaves at the first sign of a real battle. The Murim Alliance, though it paid less, was for true warriors. Jineon listened intently, chewing his food. He recalled Moyong Chu's words about how testifying would allow him to set the stage as he wanted. After a moment, he replied thoughtfully, "The Emperor Assembly isn't entirely like that. That's far too much of a leap." From a nearby table on the upper floor, A flamboyantly dressed man with sharp, painted eyes scoffed loudly. Good grief. Now I see. It's not the Murim Alliance, but the Slander Alliance. Beck froze, embarrassed at being overheard. He quickly bowed his head and warned his companion, "Don't go tearing others down like this so-called Slander Alliance, understand?" Realizing his faux pas, Beck stood and offered a formal apology to the man. "Calling our Emperor Assembly autumn leaves in the wind. Unbelievable." I, Beck, spoken politely. "Forgive me." The man smiled, a theatrical, condescending expression. "My surname is a compound one, Autumn Wind, and my given name is in Weil." A hush fell over the tavern. The name clearly carried weight. Beck looked nervously at Jeanne, who simply waved a hand. "You apologized, so that's enough. Don't worry about it." Beck sat back down, visibly relieved to have the tense moment diffused. Autumn Wind and Wild's attendant leaned in and whispered, speculating that Jeanne might be in town because of Ouyang's saying. And Wild dismissed the thought. "I don't know him. If it's the Emperor Assembly, they probably gathered here due to the Dragon Phoenix tournament." The mention of the tournament piqued Jeanne's interest. Beck seized the opportunity. "Young master, are you perhaps interested in the Dragon Phoenix tournament as well? You're young and your martial arts are outstanding, meaning you're perfectly qualified." He leaned in, emphasizing the prestige. "It's a grand event watched by all of the martial world." Jeanne took a sip of his drink, his expression one of complete disinterest. "I'm not interested," he said flatly. Beck pressed on. "Even though it's a chance to build your reputation?" But when he added that the Alliance leader was offering a top-grade elixir to the winner, Jeanne's demeanor shifted instantly. He slammed his cup down, his eyes wide. "I'll participate." Beck stared, dumbfounded by the sudden 180-degree turn. "Young master, you reversed your answer so quickly." Jeanne gave a slight, almost apologetic nod. "It's fine. Everyone makes mistakes," he said dryly. "You should have led with the part about the elixir." After their meal, they traveled onward. As they approached the gates of the Murim Alliance, they found themselves delayed. Autumn Wind and Wild fanned himself impatiently. "TSK, starving us right at the gate. I thought it was the Slander Alliance, but now it looks like the Slow Alliance." Beck clenched his fist, irritated by the man's incessant taunts. An idea sparked in Beck's mind. He turned to Jeanne with a sly grin. "Young master, from here on, how about we run as fast as the Autumn Wind?" And Wild raised an eyebrow at the blatant challenge. "Sure," he replied coolly. With that, Beck and Jeanne shot forward, leaving the Emperor Assembly members in their dust. In Wild's companions coughed in the cloud of dust, furious at the slight. "Those rude men. That was definitely on purpose." In Wild snapped his fan shut. "Yinseal, you follow along slowly with the guests." His eyes glinted with competitive fire. "I'll go show those two what real-life footwork is." As In Wild took off in a burst of speed, his entourage cheered him on. The impromptu race began, the three warriors becoming blurs of motion as they streaked through the canyons leading to the Murim Alliance's fortress, leaving the sun-drenched cliffs far behind. In Wild pushed his speed to its absolute limit, a grimace of effort on his face. Yet, as he glanced ahead, his heart sank. Jeanne wasn't just keeping pace. He was running effortlessly, a placid smile on his face as if he were merely out for a stroll. The sheer, impossible speed left In Wild utterly speechless. Gritting their teeth, Beck and In Wild gave it their all, a frantic dash for the finish line. For a moment, they thought they might close the distance. But as they burst through the final stretch, they saw Jeanne already standing there, casually waiting for them by the entrance. The two rivals skidded to a halt, panting and covered in sweat. Beck, in his exhaustion, barely registered Jeanne's presence and gasped, "I think I barely won." Jeanne looked at him with pity. "Hey, Slow Alliance guy, are your eyes going bad?" Defeated, they could only stare at the man who had so effortlessly beaten them. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from the gate. An imposing, white-haired man with a magnificent beard and the bearing of a true leader stepped forward. He surveyed the exhausted racers and the perfectly composed Jeanne. With a hearty smile, the Alliance leader announced, "In any case, the winner is that young master over there." The sudden arrival of the Alliance leader, a man radiating palpable authority, silenced the courtyard. Beck and Wild, still catching their breath from the race, immediately bowed in deference. Alongside them, another young man with striking red markings on his eyes, while Yunwal of the Wa clan also offered a respectful greeting, his gaze sharp and calculating. The Alliance leader's eyes scanned the newcomers, a warm but discerning smile on his face. He first acknowledged Wai Yunwal before turning his attention to Jineon. Wai Yunwal, in turn, studied Jineon with keen interest, a fan partially obscuring his subtle smirk. So this was the infamous upstart from the Galaxy Merchant Guild, the one who had single-handedly humiliated the Ouyang family head. The rumors, it seemed, did not do him justice. Formally introducing himself as Yu Zhanghong, the leader of the Murim Alliance, he inquired if they were all present for the Dragon Phoenix tournament. After Jineon and Wai Yunwal confirmed their intentions, Yu Zhanghong offered to personally escort them to the tournament hall, a gesture of significant respect. With a graceful bow, Wai Yunwal politely declined the escort, stating he would see them at the tournament. He shot a final, challenging glance at Jineon, a silent promise of a future confrontation, before turning and departing with a swift, elegant stride. Jineon watched him go, his expression unreadable, sensing the emergence of a new and formidable rival. Yu Zhanghong turned to a crestfallen Beck, clapping him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. He playfully chided his subordinate for losing the foot race, much to Beck's embarrassment, who couldn't believe he had come in last despite his best efforts. Wai Yunwal, however, offered a more strategic perspective, suggesting his clan's young master had merely been conserving his strength while gauging the power of his competitors. Jineon let out a small, derisive laugh. He saw it not as strategy, but as pointless scheming. The Alliance leader, however, took a broader view. He reassured the flustered Beck that hiding one's true strength before a major duel was a natural and wise tactic, a common practice among seasoned warriors. There was no need for embarrassment, only a lesson to be learned. Yu Zhanghong led them into the magnificent tournament hall of the Murim Alliance, its sheer scale a testament to the organization's power. Once inside, his demeanor shifted from jovial to serious. He addressed the assembled warriors, dismissing everyone with a wave of his hand, save for one. Only the young master of the Merchant Guild was to remain. As the hall emptied, leaving the two of them in the vast, silent space, the leader spoke in a low voice. The matter concerning Ouyang Sang would be decided later, only after they had properly confirmed Jineon's strength. He gestured for Jineon to approach, leading him toward the center of the hall for a private conversation, far from any prying ears. Standing before Jineon was a living legend, Yu Zhanghong, the leader of the Murim Alliance, a man whose fame was second only to the mythical Three Divine Stars. It was he who had stood at the vanguard during the cataclysmic Five Dragons War, drawing the Divine Stars into the fray and commanding the entire Orthodox faction against the demonic tide. His very presence was a piece of history. The Alliance leader observed Jineon's stern, unyielding expression with a knowing look. He remarked that he found juniors like Jineon refreshing. Their outward appearance perfectly matched their inner character, leaving no room for deception. With a warm laugh, he added that Jineon looked even better when he smiled, a gentle attempt to ease the young man's rigid demeanor. After a moment of quiet assessment, Yu Zhanghong leaned closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. He had been pondering something for a while, a suspicion that had been growing since he first laid eyes on him. With a gaze that seemed to pierce through Jineon's very soul, he asked the question that hung heavy in the air. "Are you, perhaps, the Fist King's disciple?" Jineon's composure shattered for a fraction of a second, his eyes widening in shock. How could he possibly know? The Alliance leader, seeing his reaction, calmly began his line of questioning, his logic as sharp and precise as a blade. He confirmed that Jineon practiced fist techniques and wielded lightning chi, the two foundational clues to his identity. Yu Zhanghong then laid out his deduction with the expertise of a master strategist. He explained that only 4 major sects in the entire martial world were known for using lightning chi: Siomun, Namgung, Bakery, and Oryo. Seomon and Namgung were dedicated to the sword and blade, while Bakery had abandoned their martial pursuits. By process of elimination, that left only the Oryo sect, the reclusive lineage of the Fist King. A wry smile touched Jineon's lips. The Alliance leader's knowledge was as profound as the legends claimed. There was no point in denying such a flawless conclusion. Looking the legendary warrior in the eye, Jineon gave a slight nod, confirming the truth. "You're right. I am the Fist King's successor." Yu Zhanghong's eyes glinted with understanding. He reached out, his fingers lightly touching Jineon's cheek as he remarked on the resemblance. Not a physical one, but an atmospheric one. He explained that those who truly mastered lightning chi martial arts developed a domineering aura, their very personality beginning to resemble the untamable nature of a thunderbolt. The Fist King, he recalled, sought to become a force that could tear the heavens apart, a goal that left no room for companionship. Jineon's expression turned somber as he asked if his master was doing well, having heard no news of him. The Alliance leader's face grew grim, his voice heavy with foreboding. He said the situation was much like that of the vanished Moyon Chu. The silence was not merely an absence of news. The connection to the Fist King had been cut, and permanently at that. The revelation struck hard. For two mighty figures of the martial world to vanish without a trace was deeply unsettling. A dark suspicion formed in Yu Zhanghong's mind. Could it be that the demonic sect has begun to move? He mused, his eyes hardening. He warned that if the sect rose again, they would have no choice but to fight, just as they did in the Five Dragons War. But there was a darker, more desperate battle that followed the war, a history known to very few. The Alliance leader spoke of a time when the three divine stars, the absolute pinnacles of the Orthodox faction, fought together against a single grandmaster of the demonic sect. The memory was a scar upon his soul, a testament to the terrifying misery of that moment, facing a power that could challenge the heavens themselves. The Alliance leader's voice was filled with a chilling solemnity. This hidden history, the fact that their three greatest heroes fought a desperate battle against one man, was the secret motivation he shared with the Alliance's core members. It was a constant, terrifying reminder of the threat they faced and the profound reason they must relentlessly pursue greater strength. He speculated that if that demonic monster left behind any descendants, they would be of Jineon's generation. He suddenly grasped Jineon's hands, his grip tight with urgency. "Junior, you must become stronger," he implored, his voice raw, overwhelmingly and selfishly. With the weight of his warning delivered, Yu Zhanghong's demeanor softened slightly. He assured Jineon not to worry about the Ouyang Sing affair. As the Fist King's successor, his word was enough. The disgraced patriarch would be imprisoned in the Alliance's dungeon, the decision now final. With that, he sent Jineon off to get some rest before the tournament. As Jineon walked away through the now empty hall, a final question arose in his mind. He turned back. That grandmaster of the demonic sect, who was he? Yu Zhanghong stood alone, a silhouette against the grand backdrop. What need would the pinnacle of the demonic path have for a name? He answered, his voice echoing in the silence. Jineon pressed further, needing to know for certain. "Are you sure of his death?" The Alliance leader's reply was a litany of brutal finality. The man was cut down, again and again, then his body was burned to ash. Those ashes were divided and scattered across 5 different sacred mountains, an extreme measure to ensure that not a single trace of him could ever return to this world. Leaving the hall, Jineon was lost in thought. The sight of the Alliance leader, standing alone amidst the shadows, was no longer that of a respected senior. He was a monster forged by the horrors of his era. In that moment, Jineon understood a terrifying truth. The true opposite of the demonic path was not the Orthodox faction, but another kind of monster altogether. He acknowledged that had he been born in that time, he would have become no different. This martial world, a realm built upon the constant slaughter between demonic and orthodox, was fundamentally no different from the Azura realm, a hell of endless, brutal conflict where only the strongest and most monstrous could survive. His dark reverie was interrupted by Warrior Beck, who approached to ask if his talk with the leader went well. Sensing that Jineon might feel uncomfortable staying within the Alliance's walls, Beck had thoughtfully arranged for separate lodgings for him in the town below. Jineon accepted with a simple thanks, and they made their way to a quiet and under the snowy night sky. As Beck opened the door to the room, they were both stunned to find it already occupied. Lounging casually on a table, with his signature umbrella resting beside him, was Myungo, the Venom Fox. A look of tired annoyance crossed his face as he looked up. "So you finally arrived." Myungo complained bitterly about his journey, having lost sleep rushing to find him by going from one end to the next. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, he stood up and slammed his umbrella into the floorboards with a mighty crash. The worn wood splintered as he declared, 100,000 times completed. "I'm a man who keeps his promises." He gave a triumphant grin, ready to ask his next question. Having finally tracked Jineon down, Myungo made a grand entrance. His umbrella, a symbol of his grueling journey, slammed into the floorboards with a resounding crash. "Now then, I've swung 10,000 times. I'm a man who keeps his word," he declared, a triumphant, weary grin on his face. He had traveled tirelessly, all for this moment, and he now demanded the next step on his path to power. "What are you standing around for? Come on, tell me already." Jineon, however, seemed utterly unimpressed by the dramatic display. He let out a long, tired sigh, completely ignoring Myungo's impassioned speech. Turning to a bewildered warrior Beck, he asked flatly, Hey, is there perhaps any good place nearby for training?" The mundane question instantly deflated the tense atmosphere, leaving Myungo stunned into silence. Warrior Beck, ever helpful, led them out of the village to a secluded clearing dominated by a powerful, misty waterfall. "This is it," Beck announced, gesturing to the wide-open space. He explained that it was a favorite training ground for members of the Murim Alliance due to its privacy and ample room, making it the perfect location for them to focus. Jineon offered a simple bow of thanks for the thoughtful arrangement. Beck, preparing to take his leave, gave a formal farewell to both men. "Well then, I'll be going ahead, young Master Lee, and Sir Chol," he said, addressing Myungo by his family name. As Beck's figure disappeared down the path, Jineon and Myungo were left alone in the serene but charged silence of the training grounds. Myungo broke the silence, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Anyway, you're training too? Aren't you already strong? You were shooting lightning last time," he questioned, unable to fathom why someone of Jineon's caliber would need more practice. Jineon's gaze was fixed on the horizon as he answered, "I can't rely solely on the white lightning 10-phase art. My inner energy has deepened, so I plan to practice the Phantom Blossom Divine art too." The elaborate names only confused Myungo further. "White what? What's that supposed to mean?" he asked, completely lost. Already moving towards the water's edge, Jineon waved a dismissive hand. "Forget it. You wouldn't understand." The casual condescension was the last straw for the proud Venom Fox, who erupted in a fit of rage, feeling utterly belittled. With another weary sigh, Jineon decided to humor him. "I'll only explain it once, so listen carefully," he stated, his voice calm and steady as he stepped into the cold, rushing water. A faint crackle of blue energy began to envelop him. "The White Lightning 10-phase art I've trained in focuses on powerful offensive techniques. However, offense alone isn't enough to defeat true martial masters." As he spoke, memories of past battles, of techniques he could not simply overpower, surfaced in his mind. Even the best need to counter, exploit, and redirect their opponent's techniques. He explained, the lesson sharp and clear. The Phantom Blossom Divine art is a martial art that specializes in those very principles. Myungo's mind began to churn, trying to piece together the profound concept. To exploit the opponent's own technique. Jineon then revealed the technique's pinnacle. The ultimate secret of the Phantom Blossom Divine art is the Phantom Reach. He described a legendary skill, one that could move objects without touch, subtly bend the arc of an incoming sword, or even disarm a foe from a distance. To illustrate his point, Jineon plucked a delicate branch bearing a single white blossom from a nearby bush. He held it with surprising reverence. Its fragility is stark contrast to his immense power. "For a close combat fighter like me," he said, his voice grave, "this martial art is absolutely essential." Myungo processed the complex explanation and arrived at a rather crude conclusion. "Oh, so basically, it's a thief's trick kind of skill." The oversimplification was so insulting that Jineon's body flared with an aura of furious blue lightning. Seeing his life flash before his eyes, Myungo immediately recanted. "Fine, fine." The lightning subsided. Jineon looked at him with a glimmer of grudging respect. "At least you're starting to grasp it. Looks like those 100,000 strikes weren't in vain after all." He then asked, "How does it feel to finally reach your goal?" Myungo flexed his aching muscles. "Can you see this? I feel nothing. Just thicker arms," he grumbled, annoyed at the whole ordeal. Jineon took Myungo's battered umbrella, examining the splintered frame. The Venom Fox waited, expecting some small praise for his tenacity. Instead, Jineon delivered a brutal, soul-crushing critique. "Out of the 100,000 downward strikes you swung, only one of them is worth anything." The words hit Myungo with the force of a physical blow, leaving him speechless. With a single, fluid motion, Jineon swung the umbrella, its arc a model of perfect efficiency. If you ever want to block, parry, or counter someone's attack, you'll have to find and use the most efficient of all those 100,000 trajectories. His eyes hardened, the lesson becoming a matter of life and death. If you can't, then you'll die. The concept finally began to resonate within Myungo. The most efficient one. He repeated, the idea taking hold. Jineon elaborated, explaining that true martial arts are not born from brute repetition, but from refinement. One must find the most efficient strike, the most precise slash, the sharpest thrust, and then weave them together. You extract these, then refine, connect, and reorder them to form a complete sequence. That is what we call a basic form. He continued his lecture, explaining that masters then polish these sequences into what is known as swordsmanship. But even that was not the end. Application and real combat are a whole different matter, Jineon stated, giving Myungo a sharp look. You must gain real experience to develop battle instinct, and learn to watch your mouth, or you'll die before you get the chance. The sheer, almost impossible scale of the task ahead washed over Myungo, and he collapsed to the ground in despair. "Ah, I get it now," he groaned. "I finally understand why martial artists always end up losing their minds during training. It's because they're all crazy," Jineon replied dryly. "You think there's no one in the Jianghu crazier than you?" Myungo sighed, conceding the point. A wave of doubt washed over Myungo. How could he ever catch up to prodigies from great sects? "Wouldn't it be harder for me to grow stronger without those difficult sword arts?" he asked, his voice losing its usual bravado. Jineon's expression remained neutral. "Don't worry, I never planned to teach you any of them anyway." "Myungo," Jineon said, his tone commanding the other man's full attention. "Joining a famous sect, learning renowned sword arts, they aren't everything. Becoming stronger is a far deeper matter than that." He leaned in, his gaze intense and unwavering, posing a question that cut to the very core of Myungo's being. It all depends on one thing: who lives their life more seriously. Unseen by the two, the Alliance leader and warrior Beck observed the profound lesson from a distance. Beck felt the need to apologize. "I'm sorry, Alliance leader. I didn't realize you were training here." The old master simply chuckled, his eyes twinkling with fascination. "It's fine. I'm just enjoying the show." Down below, their conversation shifted to legends. "If we're talking about the greatest sword arts," Myungo said, "most would name the Dako's 9 sword strikes." Jineon nodded. "That being said, there's one sword art which surpassed even that." Myungo's curiosity was piqued. "What is it?" Jineon's voice grew somber as he told the tale. The sword art of Jin Sohan, a man known to be obsessed with swords. The name was unfamiliar to Myungo. He didn't belong to any sect, Jineon continued. But if you truly want to understand the Jianghu, you should first know his story. He spoke of an orphan boy raised in a troupe of traveling performers. This boy practiced the sword dance for over a decade, not to fight, but to perfect his control so he would never accidentally harm the women who were his only family. He was an outcast who learned the way of the sword by mastering how to cut. The story reached its climax when that man, who had dedicated his life to preventing harm, finally learned to wield a sword meant for killing. His enlightenment must have erupted all at once. All those years of restraint and precision were forged into an unstoppable killing art. In that moment, he transcended legend, surpassing even the famed Dako's 9 sword strikes to create the greatest sword art in all the land. Manga was deeply moved by the beautiful, tragic story, but Jineon was quick to drive home the true lesson. It wasn't the sword dance that made his art great, the brilliance of a technique or the prestige of a sect. None of that mattered. He looked Manga dead in the eye. What mattered was that he lived earnestly through those 10 years. That's all there was to it. The ultimate lesson was a simple, brutal choice. How strong you become is just a question of what kind of life you choose to live. Will you live as a mere rat or the poisonous fox? That's all. A slow, determined smile spread across Manga's dirt-stained face. The truth of it resonated in his soul. So that's what it comes down to. With his spirit reforged, Manga stood tall and held out his umbrella. Now, tell me the next step. Jineon's gaze was like ice, testing his resolve one last time. Will you have regrets? Manga's answer was instant, unshakable. Never. In a blur of motion, Jineon replicated the fluid, 3-part technique he had used in their very first encounter. Remember it now? He asked, tossing the umbrella back to Manga. This time, you'll swing not 100,000, but 1,000,000 times. From his vantage point, the Alliance leader watched the beginning of this new, arduous journey with deep admiration. The Tri-Sword Technique, the Alliance leader murmured, impressed. Young Master Li really is something. A moment of melancholy passed over the old master's features as he thought of his own long life. He had seen countless friends and subordinates vanish over the years, leaving him to walk a path of ever-increasing loneliness. His quiet reflection was broken by Manga's distant shout for guidance. The Alliance leader's contemplative mood vanished, replaced by a warm smile. Well then, he said to Beck, since I've enjoyed such a good show today, I suppose I should prepare a gift in return. While Manga began his torturous training, Jineon started his own. He closed his eyes, and a wave of purple energy emanated from him. The rocks around him began to tremble and lift into the air, swirling around him in a controlled, weightless dance. Manga paused, his jaw hanging open in sheer disbelief. Now he's even using telekinesis. He now understood the level of mastery he was chasing. As Manga and Jineon stood in the downpour, a figure approached, sheltered by a simple umbrella. It was an old man with a regal bearing, his white hair and beard marking him as a man of great importance. Manga was taken aback when Jineon greeted the man familiarly, recognizing him almost instantly as the renowned leader of the Murim Alliance. The leader's eyes, sharp and knowing, settled on Manga with a friendly smile, acknowledging his diligence in training. Manga's mind reeled. This was the legendary Murim Alliance leader, a man of immense power and influence. The bigger question, however, was how someone like Li Jineon, a man he dismissed as a mere brawler, knew him so personally. Pushing his confusion aside, Manga quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully and introducing himself as Chol Manga. The Alliance leader's gaze lingered on the faint scar on Manga's cheek, mistaking it for a wound from an honorable duel. Flustered under the great master's attention, Manga's attempt to sound impressive backfired spectacularly. Forgetting all decorum, he blurted out the unvarnished and rather undignified truth. The scar was from a common street fight with a debtor at a gambling den he used to run. The moment the words left his mouth, a wave of regret washed over Manga. He could have crafted any number of heroic tales, but instead, he'd confessed his sordid past to the most respected man in the Jianghu. Bracing himself for judgment, he was surprised when the Alliance leader simply listened, his expression unreadable, before quietly saying, I see. To Manga's astonishment, the leader revealed a scar of his own, one that never fades. He began to recount a tale from his youth, when his father ran a humble brewery. He recalled the day he found his father being beaten by drunks in a tavern. With no mastery of the sword back then, he had grabbed a simple wooden stick and, in a fit of righteous fury, beat the men into submission. In the adrenaline of the fight, the young leader hadn't even noticed he was bleeding until his shocked father rushed to his side. The memory was not of the violence, but of what came after. His father, worried and carrying him on his back through the cold, snowy landscape. He could still feel the warmth of his father's back, see the torn sleeve and the sweat born of exertion and fear. The Alliance leader explained that this memory, this scar, was a permanent part of him, a testament to the stories that shape every warrior in the Jianghu. With a newfound sense of camaraderie, he changed the subject, noting the tattered umbrella in Youngo's hand. Jian confirmed that it was merely a loan, a temporary tool for his disciple. Understanding dawned on the leader's face. He turned to Myungo and, with a generous spirit, offered a gift of his own. He presented another umbrella, one far superior in quality. Myungo gasped as he took it, the sheer weight of the black iron surprising him. The leader explained it was a gift from the Alliance to the Moyon clan, a true weapon. The black iron umbrella, he noted, was so durable it could be swung 1,000,000 times without breaking. Myungo was humbled, laughing awkwardly as he wondered if he was worthy of such a magnificent gift. Seeing the young man's self-doubt, the Alliance leader posed a simple, yet profound question. Do you regret living such a shameful life? The question hung in the air, forcing Myungo into a moment of deep introspection. He stared at his own reflection in a puddle on the ground, the image of a man he was trying to leave behind. With a heavy heart but a clear voice, he admitted his shame, turning to face his past with newfound honesty. A warm, approving smile spread across the Alliance leader's face. He placed a reassuring hand on Myungo's shoulder, offering words of wisdom that cut through years of guilt. He explained that correcting yesterday's wrongs and living properly today is all that is required to be a good man. There was no need to be tormented by a past that could not be changed. With his guidance given, the Alliance leader prepared to take his leave, telling Jian he looked forward to their meeting at the upcoming Dragon Phoenix tournament. He departed with one last piece of advice, hoping their paths would cross again on the side of justice. Once he was gone, Jian's typical pragmatism returned. Let's go, he said. It's lunchtime. But Myungo wasn't ready to leave. He told Jian to go on without him, his mind still reeling from the encounter. Clutching the weapon given to him by the Alliance leader himself, he was overcome with emotion, a strange mix of sobbing and triumphant laughter echoing across the clearing as Jian watched on, pondering the complex man before him. A few days later, on the eve of the Dragon Phoenix tournament, the city was alive with energy. An announcer stood on a grand stage, firing up the massive crowd of warriors. He introduced the Eve Festival, a chaotic tradition designed to let the numerous participants blow off steam before the main event began. The rules were simple. It was a free-for-all where anyone could challenge anyone they wished. More importantly, it was a test. Those who proved themselves lacking in strength were expected to withdraw from the tournament, saving everyone the time. Jian watched the spectacle with detached amusement until a voice from the crowd shouted, "Hey, you with the umbrella!" Suddenly, all eyes were on Myungo. The crowd, amused by his unconventional weapon, began to jeer and mock him, demanding he demonstrate his supposed umbrella skills. Myungo's short temper ignited instantly. He stormed into the center of the arena, enraged by the disrespect, bellowing at the sea of warriors surrounding him. Watching from a balcony, Jian sighed at Myungo's predictable outburst. Down below, Myungo proudly declared that the very weapon they mocked was a gift from the Alliance leader. He introduced himself as the man who had swung his sword 100,000 times, and who had learned slashing and thrusting from his master, ready to silence them all. A new challenger emerged from the crowd, a man with an arrogant smirk. He dismissed Myungo's training regimen as child's play. He even correctly identified the tri-sword technique, but then delivered a stinging insult, claiming that it was a basic skill that even common street thugs knew. The barb was clearly aimed not just at Myeongo, but at his master as well. The man, his purple eyes glinting with condescension, stated that he had not intended to get involved, but he could not allow a fool like Myeongo to disgrace the tournament. Myeongo scoffed. He couldn't care less about the tournament's honor, but he would never turn down a fight. With a smirk of his own, he accepted the challenge. From his vantage point, Jin Eon leaned forward, his expression thoughtful as he watched the two fighters take their positions. A hush fell over the crowd as the atmosphere grew thick with tension. The two men stared each other down, the duel about to begin. Believing that the one who strikes first wins, Myeongo lunged forward, swinging the heavy iron umbrella down with all his might. To his and everyone's utter shock, his opponent didn't even move to block. He simply raised a single finger and met the attack head-on, stopping the immense force of the blow cold and shattering the floorboards beneath. Myeongo froze, a sudden realization dawning on him. This new umbrella was shorter, throwing off his timing and reach. As his opponent began to mock his incompetence, the sheer, unfathomable gap in their power became terrifyingly clear. In that instant, Myeongo made a decision that baffled everyone. He turned and ran for his life, leaving the challenger and the stunned crowd in his dust. A sudden, cold dread washed over Myeongo. The new umbrella felt all wrong in his hands, its length unfamiliar. Its shorter. The panicked realization threw his entire stance and timing into chaos. His opponent, sensing the critical error, let out a condescending scoff. The man's taunt cut deeper than any blade, mocking Myeongo's incompetence for failing to even handle his own signature weapon. The onlookers gasped, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. In an act that defied all warriors' honor, Myeongo turned his back on his opponent and bolted. Questions rippled through the crowd. Was he truly running away? But Myeongo's face was not one of cowardice. It was a mask of grim determination. This wasn't a retreat. It was a desperate, tactical gambit. The duel devolved into a frantic chase across the wooden stage. Myeongo laughed with a wild, almost manic energy, feeling a thrill he'd never known. But his flight was short-lived. With terrifying speed, his opponent closed the distance, a foot lashing out and slamming Myeongo's head into the floorboards with a sickening thud. The world spun as he crashed to the ground, his desperate strategy shattered. Looming over him, the challenger's voice was laced with derision. "You foolish wretch. Did you really think you could keep running on a stage this small?" He admitted that watching Myeongo scurry about was amusing before making an offer. "Get up. I'll teach you something useful." Myeongo gritted his teeth, the humiliation burning in his gut. "Confound it. First you knock me down. Now you tell me to get up? Why should I play along with your games?" A smirk played on the challenger's lips as he moved to attack again, not bothering to wait for an answer. His staff whistled through the air, striking Myeongo's defensive block with concussive force. A guttural groan escaped Myeongo's lips as he struggled to hold his ground, the impact rattling him to his core. He tightened his grip, knowing this much force was just a taste of his opponent's true power. Driven by instinct, Myeongo twisted his body, attempting a wide, sweeping side slash. The attack cut through empty air, the shorter umbrella falling just shy of its target. "Still too short," he cursed internally. His opponent sneered at the clumsy attempt, pointing out the move's flawed execution. "If your slashes are this pathetic," the man taunted, "I can't imagine how poorly you must thrust." "Let me show you how it's done," the challenger declared. He became a blur of motion, his staff a torrent of purple energy that rained down upon Myeongo. The crowd, which had been confused moments ago, now erupted in jeers and laughter. They delighted in the one-sided spectacle, mocking the arrogant upstart who was now being utterly humiliated. A final, crushing blow connected squarely with Myeongo's chest. The force lifted him from his feet, sending him staggering backward as a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. His vision blurred, the world tilting as pain exploded through his body. He was thoroughly and completely overwhelmed. As he struggled for breath, the weight of public humiliation pressed down on him. They all saw that. How embarrassing. In the depths of his pain, a question echoed in his mind, a voice filled with judgment. Do you regret living as a fool until now? But the Venom Fox was not so easily broken. With a defiant grunt, Myungo dug his feet into the splintered stage, forcing his trembling body upright. Blood dripped from his chin, but his eyes burned with an unyielding fire. His opponent watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "You crazy scoundrel. Still not coming to your senses, huh?" Annoyance replaced amusement on the challenger's face. "Time to end this," he roared, channeling immense power into his weapon. Purple energy flared as he charged forward. His staff aimed for a finishing blow that would cleave Myungo in two. The world seemed to slow as the attack descended, a promise of absolute defeat. In that final moment, clarity pierced through Myungo's pain. Do I regret it? Yes, I regret it bitterly. The realization was not one of despair, but of transformation. That's why now, I'm going to live a little differently. His fingers tightened around the umbrella's handle, his knuckles white. This was his chance to forge a new path. A bloody, manic grin spread across Myungo's face, startling his opponent. "Hey, thanks," he rasped, "for closing the distance." In a shocking reversal, Myungo pivoted, channeling every last ounce of his strength not into a block, but into a downward slam. The iron umbrella crashed into the stage, unleashing a seismic shockwave that erupted outwards, blasting his opponent off his feet. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, their jaws agape. What in the world? What kind of umbrella has that sort of power? They murmured in disbelief. Myungo stood panting over his fallen foe, the victor. He cast a triumphant, blood-streaked look toward the balcony, directly at the impassive figure of Jineon. Memories flashed through his mind, of being saved, of being taught, of a promise he intended to keep. He was Cheol Myungo, the stubborn fighter who never quits. With a final, defiant roar that echoed through the square, he declared his victory to the heavens. "I won." From his vantage point, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Jineon's lips. Below, the crowd slowly processed the impossible outcome. "My goodness, he actually won?" One person stammered. "He took him down in one strike, with an umbrella," another exclaimed, the shock turning to awe. Myungo leaned on his umbrella, his body screaming in protest. A bunch of weaklings, acting all tough. He muttered, just before his legs gave out. But his moment of rest was shattered as other challengers, angered by his victory, began to surround him. "You think you're going somewhere," one sneered. Myungo cursed under his breath, forcing himself to focus through the haze of exhaustion. Suddenly, a palpable pressure descended upon the stage, silencing the belligerent crowd. Leaves swirled as Jineon landed softly in their midst, his presence alone a suffocating force. The challengers froze, their aggression turning to fear. "What's this pressure? And who are you?" One of them stammered. Jineon's reply was calm and simple, a contestant of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Myungo looked up, surprised. "What? Why did you come down here?" he asked. Jineon glanced around casually. "To enjoy the Tournament Eve Festival." Seeing his master's arrival, Myungo's bravado returned. He grinned at the frozen challengers. "Hey, you guys are in trouble now. My master's about to beat you all down." A mix of confusion and fear passed through the crowd. The umbrella guy's master? Jineon's cold gaze swept over the challengers who had been so aggressive just moments before. Now, they cowered, none daring to make the first move. He allowed himself a small, internal smile. Becoming stronger really is the best feeling in the world. Just as the tension reached its peak, a graceful figure stepped forward, fanning himself gently. "Everyone, sorry to interrupt, but..." He began, his voice smooth and calming. "It's getting late. How about we call it a night?" Whispers spread as the crowd recognized the newcomer, the young master of the illustrious Hua clan, a man as beautiful as a painting. He addressed Jineon directly, his eyes sharp. "Young master, if your goal is to win the Dragon Phoenix tournament, it would be wise not to waste your strength here." Jineon regarded him coolly. "And you are?" The man smiled. "Hua Unwol." The other challengers, grateful for the interruption, quickly agreed it was time to disperse. Hua Unwol turned back to Jineon. "What a coincidence, you're staying nearby. I am too. How about a drink in my room? There's something I'd like to give you. After a moment's consideration, Jineon nodded. Very well. With a parting nod to the umbrella boy, Hua Eunwoo and his retinue departed, leaving the square to quiet down. From the inn's balcony, Jineon watched the crowd disperse before turning back to the night sky. Elsewhere, in a lavishly decorated room, Hua Eunwoo sat alone, calmly sipping a drink as he waited for his guest. A young woman, his sister, entered the room with a disapproving frown. Brother, how could you speak so informally? I saw everything. Why did you stop the duel? Hua Eunwoo sighed. That young master is aiming for the championship. As someone with the same goal, there's no need to let his full strength become common knowledge. His sister considered this. He looked strong. Hua Eunwoo's expression grew serious. You're right. We once had a speed contest. He was running slower on purpose, maintaining the exact same distance throughout the entire race. He's a man with a great deal of experience. What should we do, then? She asked, concerned. He leaned back with a thoughtful smile. I came here planning to defeat every successor of the Emperor's assembly, but maybe I'll just sit out this year. His sister gasped, her eyes wide with shock. What? Is he that strong? Hua Eunwoo looked at her pointedly. Seola, didn't you notice? Even if the young master had fought, he wouldn't have used his inner power. With pure physical strength alone, he could have taken down everyone there. He then changed the subject with a teasing glint in his eye. Why? Did you take a liking to him? Seola's face instantly flushed red. What? She sputtered. In that case, he continued smoothly, maybe you should just do what father said and get married. Wouldn't it be better to have the greatest merchant guild in the world backing us? Her flustered denial was swift. That's not it. I just wanted to see if he was really that strong. As his sister turned to leave in a huff, Hua Eunwoo called out with a chuckle. Think about it carefully. Once he wins the tournament, it'll be too late. Her indignant protests were cut short when she spun around and came face to face with Jineon himself, standing right in the doorway. Mind if I come in? He asked, an awkward silence falling over the room. Hua Eunwoo simply covered his smile with his fan. Oh my. Caught completely off guard, Seola grabbed her brother's arm in a panic, her face burning with embarrassment. Brother, seriously, he's not my type, she insisted, her voice a flustered whisper. But it was too late. Jineon stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable as he posed the simple, yet monumentally awkward question, Can I go in? The air grew thick with a tense silence, broken only by the frantic beating of Seola's heart. In a sudden, desperate move to escape the mortifying situation, Seola spun around and slammed her forehead against the nearest wall with a solid thud. Her brother, Hua Eunwoo, flinched at the impact, a flicker of concern crossing his features. He muttered to himself, thinking she had lost her mind. After a brief check, he concluded she wasn't a malicious sort, just eccentric. He then turned back to his guest, his composure regained. With a charming smile, Hua Eunwoo gestured toward his sister, who was still trembling against the wall. You've arrived, he said smoothly to Jineon. The one with her head against the wall there is my foolish little sister. She's one of the most likely candidates to win the Dragon Phoenix tournament. He added with a teasing sigh. As you can see, she's quite the tomboy. Mortified, she finally turned, her face red with frustration, and managed a stiff introduction. I'm Hua Yinseal. Jineon simply nodded. I'm Li Jineon. Later, the three were seated around a small table, tea being poured to ease the lingering awkwardness. Yinseal sat stiffly, unable to meet Jineon's gaze, wondering why she was even there. Seeing her discomfort, Hua Eunwoo took control. Yinseal also said she found you quite impressive earlier, young Master Li. He fabricated smoothly, causing his sister to nearly choke on her tea. So, she has something she'd like to give you. Will you accept it? Jineon looked genuinely puzzled. But I didn't even do anything. Forced into the charade, Yinseal hesitantly presented a pair of finely crafted leather gauntlets. This is a treasured fist guard of our clan, she explained, her voice low. It's not a metal attacking gauntlet, just a protector for the hands. Please accept it as a gesture of goodwill. Jineon took the guard, his eyes assessing the quality. The Hua clan's fist guard, huh? Looks good. He slipped it onto his bandaged hand. The fit perfect. I'll make good use of it. With the gift accepted, Hua Unwul deftly changed the subject. By the way, young Master Li, do you know who the favorites for the Dragon Phoenix tournament are? When Jin Eon admitted he did not, Hua Unwul turned to his sister with a pointed look. Yinseal, explain it to him. She protested, but her brother's threat to share embarrassing childhood stories quickly silenced her. With a sigh of resignation, she began. While many names are mentioned, the competition is truly a battle between two major powers, the Murim Alliance and the Rulers Association. Yinseal began, her demeanor becoming more serious. The Murim Alliance names Jin Jiol of the Manhwa sect and Lim Jirion of the Wudong sect as their top candidates. However, she cautioned, their participation is uncertain, as the Manhwa sect risks everything in every duel, and the Wudong sect detests getting involved in the world's affairs. As for the Rulers Association, she continued, they're backing Dako Han and Namgung Wai. Jin Eon listened intently as she revealed a crucial piece of information. If those two meet in the finals, neither will walk away unscathed. They're love rivals, both infatuated with Baekli Yun, who's known as the top beauty of the South. They are waiting for the chance to humiliate each other before her. The name Baekli Yun echoed in Jin Eon's mind. A distant memory surfaced in Jin Eon's thoughts, a bright, sunny field from his past life. He recalled a cheerful little girl, the daughter of a senior to whom he owed a great debt. He remembered her innocent smile as she offered him a small yellow flower. A strange feeling washed over him as he realized that same little girl had grown into a woman now admired and fought over by the heirs of the great clans. It was a peculiar, almost wistful sensation. Yinseal added, also, my brother is in the Rulers Association as well. Hua Unwul waved a dismissive hand. He's somewhat of a dark horse. He's never fought a public duel because he finds everything in life bothersome. Jin Eon studied the man across from him, sensing a hidden depth. Was it a lack of drive, or was he so formidable he had no need to struggle? He concluded that Hua Unwul was a truly fearsome individual beneath his carefree exterior. There are also two unpredictable variables in this year's competition, Yinseal said, her tone serious. They're not widely known, but rumors say they're powerful. One is from the Hainan sect. She paused, her eyes locking with Jin Eon's. And the other is you. Jin Eon absorbed the information, a slight, knowing smile touching his lips. Variables, huh? Well, I've heard enough. Hua Unwul leaned forward, his gaze sharp and probing. Young Master Li, how prepared are you? Jin Eon remained silent for a moment, tightening the new fist guard on his hand. Then, with a grin filled with absolute, unshakable confidence, he looked at them both. I apologize, but among all those competitors I've heard about so far, none of them are even in my consideration. The siblings stared, utterly speechless, before Hua Unwul erupted into a hearty, unrestrained laugh. Haraha, it seems you have no intention of losing. As his laughter died down, Hua Unwul's mind raced. Jin Eon was an enigma. No matter how he tried to analyze him, he could not discern his martial art, his level, or even if he held any interest in Yinseal, the famed Snow Phoenix. He watched Jin Eon calmly sip his tea and came to a conclusion. This man was either completely aloof or he was just focused entirely on becoming stronger. The latter seemed more likely. Under the light of the full moon, Jin Eon stood to leave. See you again, young Master Hua, Lady Hua. The siblings replied in unison. Take care. They stood together, watching as his figure disappeared down the path, a quiet and formidable presence melting into the night. So, brother, what will you do about the Dragon Phoenix tournament? Yinseal asked. Hua Unwul gazed at the moon thoughtfully. I've finally met someone worthwhile, yet now we're already fussing over winning a tournament instead of forming any real camaraderie. I'll yield to young Master Li. Yinseal looked at him, unimpressed. You mean you won't participate? Hua Unwul simply smiled. Wow, you sure are eloquent. That is a compliment. His sister retorted dryly. Wow, you're truly shameless. Hua Unwul chuckled, amused by the exchange. Eloquent as flowing water, and falling like autumn leaves, huh? Never mind, it's just a random thought. Isn't he such a blunt man? He didn't even try flirting with you once. He looked at his sister with a teasing grin. No, I think he genuinely doesn't care about you. Yinseol turned away with a pout. Well, I don't care for him either. Hua Eunwoo's laughter echoed in the quiet courtyard. His teasing done, Hua Eunwoo's expression softened. Yinseol, look, feel, and enjoy yourself freely. In life, you'll see all kinds. Not every member of the Murim alliance is a hero, and not every man of the underworld lacks honor. He placed a hand on her shoulder. See with your own eyes, listen to their words, and then choose the man you'll love. All that talk earlier was just teasing. Don't take it to heart. Yinseol looked at her brother, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Yes, brother. Hua Eunwoo chuckled again, still thinking about their earlier conversation. But still, for him to dismiss even Namgung Wai and Dako Han. If either of those two heard that, they'd have drawn their swords on the spot, as if his words were a summons, a cold, powerful voice sliced through the night. Did I just hear that right? What did you just say? Repeat it. An imposing figure emerged from the shadows, his expression a mask of fury. It was Dako Han, the future patriarch of the Dako clan. Who dared to say that? The jovial atmosphere shattered as a cold, imposing voice cut through the night. What did you just say? Repeat it. From the shadows emerged a man whose very presence radiated danger and authority. It was Dako Han, the feared future patriarch of the Dako clan, his eyes burning with fury. He had overheard Hua Eunwoo's casual dismissal, and his pride would not let such an insult stand. Hua Eunwoo's expression hardened, his playful demeanor vanishing in an instant. Sensing the impending conflict, he turned to his sister with a calm but firm command. Yinseol, go inside first. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she quickly obeyed, leaving her brother to face the enraged heir alone in the moonlit courtyard. Facing Dako Han's simmering rage, Hua Eunwoo maintained his composure, attempting to defuse the situation with a placid smile. Don't worry about it, he said smoothly. They were just comments by a passing martial artist. But Dako Han was not so easily placated. He stepped forward, his voice low and menacing. A mere martial artist dared to say that Namgung Wai and I don't matter? One of Dako Han's retainers recognized the figure who had just departed. Wasn't that merchant's son the one who said that? He murmured, identifying Jin Eon as the heir of the Yunhe merchant group. Dako Han's eyes narrowed. So, you must have invited him here, he stated, his suspicion turning into a direct accusation towards Hua Eunwoo. A cruel smirk played on Dako Han's lips. Rumor has it that his skills have grown recently, he goaded, before pointedly asking, tell me, next chief strategist of the Rulers Association, between me and him, who's stronger? Hua Eunwoo dismissed the title with a shake of his head, but offered a chilling warning. He's the one who defeated Ouyang Sing. Don't underestimate him just because he's a merchant's son. The mention of Ouyang Sing's defeat struck a nerve. Dako Han's fury erupted as he lunged forward, grabbing Hua Eunwoo by his robes. Are you saying I'm weaker than Ouyang Sing or that merchant brat? He seethed. Unfazed by the assault, Hua Eunwoo simply sighed. Your temper never changes, he remarked coolly before cutting to the chase. Tell me why you're here. Releasing his grip, Dako Han revealed his true purpose. He extended a challenge disguised as a proposal. Why don't you join this year's Dragon Phoenix tournament? He suggested, a glint in his eye. If you defeat either that merchant's son or Namgung Wai, the Rulers Association will have the winner this year. It was a clear power play, an attempt to manipulate Hua Eunwoo into eliminating his rivals for him. To Dako Han's utter confusion, Hua Eunwoo broke into unrestrained laughter. The proposition was so transparently self-serving that he found it hilarious. Wiping a tear from his eye, he looked at Dako Han and made a startling prophecy. Just participate and relax. This year, neither the Rulers Association nor the Murim Alliance will produce the champion. With a dramatic snap of his fan, Hua Eunwoo's demeanor shifted from amused to serious. This is a warning from the next chief strategist of the Rulers Association, he declared, his voice carrying newfound weight. Dako Han's condescension faded, replaced by a sharp, predatory interest. Interesting, he grinned. Can you stand by those words? The challenge of words quickly escalated to a high-stakes wager. I'll bet 10,000 Niang that the winner will come from either the Murim Alliance or the Rulers Association, Dako Han proposed. Walun Wol didn't even hesitate, raising the stakes immediately. Then, I'll wager 30,000 that the winner will not come from either. The bet was accepted. A tense silence hung in the air before Dako Han turned to leave, a final confident retort on his lips. Better prepare your money. Walun Wol simply smiled, fanning himself gently in the cold night air as he watched his rival depart. Good luck, he replied, his unwavering certainty a silent challenge of its own. The day of the Dragon Phoenix tournament preliminaries arrived, the grounds buzzing with ambition and nervous energy. A massive crowd of martial artists gathered before the Grand Pagoda, all vying for glory. An official's voice boomed over the murmuring crowd, explaining the rules. To advance to the main round, each contestant had to win duels and acquire 3 name tags from their defeated opponents. Jineon made his way to the registration table. The official asked for the name he wished to use on his tag. Aliases are allowed, Jineon inquired, an idea beginning to form. The official confirmed that real names were not required for the preliminaries, allowing contestants a degree of anonymity. For a moment, he considered using his former title, the one that struck fear and awe across the entire Murim, Fist King. But he quickly dismissed the thought. He felt he had not yet surpassed the man he was in his past life, and to claim the title of king now would be a dishonor to his own memory. With humility and renewed purpose, he chose a different name. Right? Fist Warrior. The registrar inscribed the alias onto a wooden tag and handed it to him with a simple good luck. Jineon accepted it with a nod of thanks, his new identity for the tournament set. He walked into the bustling courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the other combatants, his resolve as solid as stone. Observing the proceedings from a balcony above, Dako Han and his companion analyzed the field of competitors. Some of them looked pretty strong, his companion noted. It seems the inner energy of these young masters has improved lately. They were calculating their odds, unaware that the greatest threat among them was hiding in plain sight. Down below, Jineon stretched his fingers, the unique gauntlets catching the light. He had no intention of revealing the depths of his inner energy here. His goal was different. This time, he thought to himself with a quiet confidence, I'll test the body techniques I've refined. I'll prove that is more than enough. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. An elderly judge was breaking a contestant's tag, disqualifying him. Why? I won, the man cried in protest. The judge was incensed. You attacked your defeated opponent so viciously. That is not the conduct of a martial artist, he roared. This is the Murim Alliance. You're disqualified. Get out. Jineon watched the scene unfold with a small, knowing smile. He's got quite the temper, he observed silently. It was a familiar sight, the rigid, self-righteous anger of the orthodox factions. He mused that sometimes they could be just as infuriating as the corrupt Ouyang clan they so vehemently opposed. And yet, as he watched the elder angrily tend to the injured man, Jineon felt a pang of respect. It was precisely because of righteous, unyielding men like him that the orthodox side maintained its honor. For all their flaws, it was elders like this who held the line against true villainy, and for that, he could never truly hate them. Inspired by the judge's integrity, Jineon approached a nearby staff member. Could you tell me where that judge went? He asked. The official, however, waved him off. Doesn't matter. One spot just opened up due to that injured contestant, so you can go up right away. Seizing the opportunity, Jineon leaped onto the fighting stage, landing gracefully before the fiery elder. The judge looked up, surprised by the newcomer's polite and respectful bow. A polite young man, I see, he grumbled, his tone softening slightly. He took the wooden tag Jineon offered, his eyes scanning the bold characters. Fist Warrior, huh? Good luck. As Jineon turned, the judge's sharp eyes caught sight of his gauntlets. What is this? He murmured, intrigued. I've been in the Jianhu for 50 years, but I've never seen gauntlets like these. Jineon explained they were a gift from the Hua clan. The elder's eyes widened in recognition as he examined the material. This resembles the rare celestial silkworm thread, not easily cut even by blades. Fine quality. Jineon was stunned. He recalled the casual way Hua Eunwool and his sister had given him the gift, never realizing their immense value. The judge, clearing his throat and shaking off his momentary distraction, stepped back. "Ahem, if you're ready, let's start," he announced, his curiosity piqued by the well-equipped young warrior. His opponent, a broad-shouldered man in red, stepped forward. He noticed the gauntlets and a grin spread across his face. "Judging by those, you also use your fists. Looks like this will be a good match," he said, eager for a true clash of strength. Without another word, he charged, his fist aimed directly at Jineon's face. Jineon's movements were a blur. He met the attack, his own punch stopping his opponent's momentum cold. "Oh, I thought you were ready," he said calmly. Before the man could even process the shock, a second punch followed, striking with the force of a thunderclap. The opponent was sent flying, crashing to the ground unconscious in a spray of blood and shattered stone. The entire arena fell silent. The judge stared, his eyes wide with disbelief, before a wide grin broke across his face. "Stop. The winner is the Fist Warrior," he shouted. He watched Jineon with newfound excitement, thinking, "I thought he had an extraordinary aura." But that punch was exhilarating beyond words. He eagerly called for the next match. The next contestant, a gaunt man using the alias Life Stealer, stepped onto the stage. The judge wished him luck and signaled the start. Life Stealer watched Jineon warily, his mind racing as he recalled the previous fight. That last strike, he's no ordinary opponent, he thought, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. "I can't read his level at all." Deciding he couldn't afford to hold back, Life Stealer let out a fierce battle cry. "At times like this, I have to pour all my inner energy into one decisive blow." A brilliant green aura flared around his wooden staff as he lunged forward. But Jineon stood his ground, perfectly calm, and met the energy-laden attack with a simple, direct punch. As their attacks were about to connect, Jineon's voice cut through the air, calm and clear. "You shouldn't waste all your energy on that wooden staff." Life Stealer's eyes widened in confusion. "If you do," Jineon continued, his body already moving into a second attack, "how will you block my fist?" The blow landed with brutal finality, sending Life Stealer crashing to the ground, defeated in a single exchange. The crowd was in an uproar. He ended the match with one strike. Again, someone gasped. From the balcony, Dako Han watched with a grimly impressed expression. "Not bad," he conceded. "He may only know body techniques, but his strength wasn't just a baseless rumor." The elderly judge, however, was ecstatic. He threw his head back and let out a booming laugh that echoed across the arena. "Ha ha ha! Interesting, very interesting. That felt great," he bellowed, his enthusiasm completely renewed by the sheer, unadulterated power he had just witnessed. Next contestant. The man who was called next took one look at Jineon, standing calmly amidst the debris of his last two fights, and his courage failed him. I forfeit," he yelled. The judge's good mood instantly soured, and he exploded with rage. "What? You dare enter the Dragon Phoenix tournament with that weak resolve? Leave your tag and get out." The judge angrily collected the forfeited tag and turned to Jineon, his fury replaced by sheer admiration. "And you," he pointed, a wide, proud grin spreading across his face. "I've never seen anyone pass the preliminaries with just 2 punches in my entire life." He held up the 3 collected tags. "You qualify. I'll see you in the main round." Under the cloak of night, within the fortified walls of the Murim Alliance headquarters, the tournament officials gathered. Their task was to structure the Dragon Phoenix tournament, a momentous event that drew warriors from every corner of the land. Wooden plaques bearing the names of the qualified were scattered across a large table as they debated the fairest way to seed the brackets, proposing a system to rank the fighters and ensure the most promising contenders wouldn't eliminate each other in the opening rounds. An elder with a knowing smile picked up a simple plaque inscribed with "Fist Fighter." With a decisive motion, he placed it at the top of the bracket, a position of honor and high expectation. He announced to the others that this mysterious combatant was the only one he had evaluated to be of a rank. Whispers filled the room, confirming the rumors that this fighter had shockingly secured his place in the main event with just 2 punches. The door slid open, and a figure of immense authority entered the room, silencing all conversation. It was the alliance leader. The elders bowed in unison, greeting their lord with the utmost respect. The leader's gaze swept over the table, noting the sparse number of qualifying plaques. He was informed that, following his strict instructions, they had meticulously filtered out any participants who were found lacking in character, ensuring only the worthy would compete. The alliance leader's expression remained stern as he inquired about potential interference from the demonic sect, receiving a negative report from Elder Song. Satisfied, he issued a series of commands. The elite Flying Dragon, Cloud Dragon, and White Dragon units were to be deployed to shadow the participants, safeguarding them from ambushes or any needless conflicts that might arise before their matches. His voice hardened, carrying a weight that left no room for misinterpretation. And if anyone tries to harm a tournament participant, he declared, his eyes glinting, whether they belong to a righteous sect or a noble clan, capture them and throw them into prison. He would make a severe example of any who dared to disrupt the sanctity of the tournament, a final, emphatic command to protect every single participant for the honor of the Murim Alliance. As the Alliance leader departed, a collective sigh of relief seemed to pass through the room. The immense pressure of his presence lifted, and one of the elders wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Good grief, he muttered to his colleague, a mix of awe and fear in his voice. He's still as terrifying as ever, no matter how many times I see him. The sun rose on the day of the main event. A grand arena, built to showcase the pinnacle of martial arts, was filled to the brim with a roaring crowd. Spectators from all walks of life, from commoners with children on their shoulders to seated dignitaries, eagerly awaited the start of the Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament. On the main stage, a massive board displaying the tournament brackets stood veiled, its secrets about to be revealed. Away from the clamor, in a silent, cavernous hall, the Alliance leader stood alone. He gazed at a magnificent ink painting of a mountain peak, lost in contemplation. The outside world seemed to fade away until an aide entered, bowing deeply. "My lord, the preparations are complete." The words snapped the leader from his reverie, and he turned, his mind returning to the present. Meanwhile, the energy in the stands was palpable. Some jostled for a better view, their complaints quickly silenced by irritated neighbors. Elsewhere, 2 stylish warriors, Jianeng and Zhonghong, shared a private joke. Jianeng suggested a wager on the tournament's outcome, but Zhonghong dismissed it with a smug grin, his confidence so absolute that he considered betting a pointless exercise. Back in the quiet hall, the Alliance leader's mind drifted again. "I must be getting old," he murmured to himself. "These memories keep coming back." The painted mountain before him seemed to transform, pulling him into a vision of the past, a time when he stood before that very same peak, a silent witness to a turbulent history. The memory was a maelstrom of fire and blood, the 5 Dragons War. He saw the faces of his comrades, Zhonghong and Jianeng, fighting for their lives amidst the chaos. He heard Jianeng's desperate, dying words, a plea for him to get a hold of himself and lead them through the war. The haunting question echoed in his mind. Who was the greatest sinner of that terrible conflict? A wave of anguish washed over him as he relived the slaughter, the screams to not let the enemy escape. He saw his own hands, stained with the weight of command. It wasn't only the demonic cult, he confessed to the silence, as I too was a sinner. As a commander who led from the front, he bore the responsibility for every life spent under his banner. His men had never hesitated to give their lives for him, a loyalty that now felt like a heavy burden. He questioned the very purpose of it all. Why did warriors have to wage such a meaningless war? Wouldn't it have been more honorable for the weak to simply flee? In his ideal world, the Murim would be a place where the strong simply gathered to test their mettle, free from the politics and bloodshed that consumed so many. Shaking himself free from the ghosts of the past, the Alliance leader found a new resolve. He looked out at the mountain once more, his expression hardened by a solemn decision. He turned and strode purposefully towards the arena entrance. Perhaps, he thought, his voice a low whisper carried only by the dust motes in the air, this Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament will be the last one I ever host. A sudden shout ripped through the crowd. Look over there. It's the Alliance leader. A wave of excitement surged through the arena as the legendary hero himself emerged. Cheers erupted from every corner as he ascended the stage, his presence commanding immediate and absolute reverence. He raised a hand to acknowledge the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of expectant faces. In the VIP sections, the leaders of the various sects and noble clans watched his every move with a mixture of respect and intense scrutiny. Their expressions were grim, understanding the weight his words would carry. The Alliance leader took his place at the center of the stage, a profound silence falling over the entire arena as he prepared to speak. His voice, deep and resonant, carried across the vast space. 45 years ago, he began, his tone laced with nostalgia. A scruffy young man came here after borrowing travel money, hoping to join the Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament. And now, that same man stands before your very eyes. He spoke of a harsher time, when winning even a single match was a monumental task, and a moment of bad luck could easily prove fatal. He recalled his own journey through the ranks, defeating a master from a noble clan and then another from the Golden Blood sect. It was in that tournament, he told them, that he met the man who took second place, his friend, Jianeng, who would later join the Murim alliance alongside him. He continued his tale, explaining that in those days, champions received no prizes. Yet, the alliance leader and the elders of that era had made an exception. In a gesture of profound respect, they had gifted Jianeng the legendary Tizon blade, and to him, they had bestowed the Suol sword. The memory of that day was still vivid. Since then, he confessed, his voice filled with emotion. No matter what happened, I could never bring myself to leave the Murim alliance. The pride I felt when I received the Suol sword, it pushed me to become stronger. With his story told, he shifted to the present. This year, he announced, as an attendant brought forth an ornate box, the champion of the Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament will receive the Century Purity Root from the Manhwa sect. Gasps of disbelief and envy rippled through the crowd. It was a legendary treasure, a priceless herb that no amount of gold could buy. The alliance leader let the weight of his words sink in. For the venerable Master Hainui of Manhwa, who has few disciples to spare, to give that Century Purity Root to an unknown champion. Think about what it means. He then revealed a second prize, his expression becoming somber. And to the most exceptional performer, I shall award the Tizon blade, the very sword that lost its owner in the Five-Dragon War. He glanced towards the sky, a faint smile on his lips. My friend Jianeng, watching from the heavens, will surely smile upon it. He paused for dramatic effect. And to the finest swordsman among you all, my Suol sword. Well, I can't exactly hand that one over. His jest drew a weary sigh from one of the older masters, who had clearly heard this joke before. The crowd chuckled as he continued. Instead, we'll present a sword specially crafted by the Gukial workshop for this tournament. As you all know, Gukial is the same forge that created the Bulmang sword, wielded by generations of Weizen's greatest swordsmen. A young Wasan disciple looked on in shock. The alliance leader added that the one who earns this new blade will have the honor of naming it themselves. He then unsheathed his own legendary weapon. My juniors, he said, holding the Suol sword aloft. Even after the scruffy young man became a gray-haired alliance leader, this sword has never dulled. Just as the Suol sword remains sharp and unbent through the passing years. I hope all of you hold on to your integrity for just as long. His gaze passed over the assembled warriors, the elders, and the hopeful new generation. Because when we ascend to the heavens, it'll be you who must stand guard over this place. He gestured to the three magnificent prizes: the Century Purity Root, the Tizon blade, and the sword from Gukial workshop. The reason why we, your seniors, give you these treasures is for one simple reason. He raised the Suol's sword high, its polished blade reflecting the bright sun like a beacon. The faces of past heroes, the craftsmen, the victors, and his own determined eyes flashed across its surface. His voice boomed with unwavering conviction, a declaration that defined their very existence. Because we are the righteous path. Let the Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament begin. As the Alliance leader's declaration echoed, his back to the crowd, he drew his sword with a flourish. His powerful voice, filled with the weight of generations, announced the official commencement of the Grand Tournament. In the audience, Manga watched with stars in his eyes, completely captivated by the leader's commanding presence and inspiring words. The phrase, "Because we are Baekdo," resonated deeply, a testament to the righteous path they all aspired to walk. Jineon, however, heard something different in those words. It wasn't a proclamation of pride, power, or even justice. He saw the heart of the message, a simple, profound statement of humanity, spoken by an old man who had endured countless losses yet refused to abandon his principles. This was a declaration to walk the righteous path until his last breath, a choice made not from strength, but from unwavering personal conviction. This, Jineon realized, was the core of Baekdo's identity. They were the ones who stood firm in their beliefs, unyielding as ancient trees against the harshest storms. They were the ones who would fight and, if necessary, die to protect what they held dear. To an outsider, it might seem like stubborn insanity, but to Jineon, it was a principle he was beginning to understand and respect. The moment of reflection was broken as an announcer's voice boomed across the grounds, officially beginning the finals. Contestants Kwon Gaek and the Hebei Twin Spears step onto the stage. As Jineon prepared to move, Myeongo leaned in close, his expression a mixture of excitement and concern. "Hey you," he began, his voice low. Myeongo looked around, expecting Jineon to find a seat in the stands. Instead, Jineon simply strode towards the arena's edge, casting a confident smirk over his shoulder. He wasn't here to watch. He was here to fight. With a silent resolve, he sought to personally witness the skill of Baekdo, to test its strength with his own two fists. The two fighters faced each other across the vast, ornate arena floor. Jineon stood calmly, his eyes taking in his opponent's unique stance, two long spears crossed behind his back. It was his first time facing a master of this style. The spearman, in turn, examined Jineon with a critical eye, his gaze sharp and assessing. Noticing Jineon was unarmed, the spearman's curiosity was piqued. "Ichem, you don't carry any weapons? Are you perhaps a fist martial artist?" he asked. Jineon met his gaze with a disarmingly placid expression, pointing a single finger at himself. "Yeah," he replied casually. "I'm the Fist King." A flash of amusement crossed the spearman's face, quickly replaced by dismissive arrogance. The skill of fist fighters was notoriously inconsistent, and he had never seen this man's face before. He confidently branded Jineon a low-level nobody, a surefire victory that would serve as a grand opening to his tournament run. "Begin." The judge's shout was a thunderclap, and in the same instant, both warriors exploded from their positions. Jineon shot across the stage like an arrow, closing the distance with terrifying speed. He moved with such velocity that he was little more than a blue and black blur, his body coiled to strike before his opponent could even fully register the attack. The spearman, caught off guard by the sheer explosive speed, reacted on instinct, thrusting his weapon forward. But Jineon's movements were sublime, like flowing water parting around a rock. He sidestepped the initial thrust with impossible grace, flowing seamlessly into a counter that left the spearman vulnerable and exposed. Twisting his body, the spearman desperately crossed his weapons to form a defensive block. It was futile. Jineon's fist connected with the force of a battering ram, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. The defensive form shattered, and the spearman was launched backward, tumbling through a cloud of dust and splintered stone. From the VIP seating, the old Alliance leader watched the display with a subtle, satisfied smirk, his confidence in his principles reaffirmed. Beside him, Myeongo's expression was grim and focused. He was no longer just a spectator. He was a student, witnessing a level of mastery that both inspired and intimidated him. The dust settled, revealing the spearman staggering back to his feet. He lunged forward again, swinging his weapon down in a powerful, desperate arc. In a stunning display of confidence, Jin didn't even bother to dodge. He simply met the attack head-on, his gloved hands catching the shaft of the spear and halting its immense momentum cold. The spearman's eyes bulged with shock, his mind reeling. The spear, coming down, with bare hands. He stammered in disbelief. The sheer impossibility of the feat left him paralyzed for a fatal second. With a powerful twist, Jin wrenched the weapon away, using his opponent's own momentum to throw him off balance and open for the final, decisive blow. In the stands, Elder Song's eyes were wide with exhilaration, his entire body trembling with excitement. As Jin landed the final, bone-jarring blow, a nearby warrior looked at the old man with concern. Elder Song, he began, but Elder Song was already lost in the moment, a gleeful laugh starting to bubble up. The laugh erupted into a full-throated, joyous roar. Ha ha ha! How exhilarating! Truly exhilarating, he bellowed, grabbing his neighbor in his excitement. On the stage, the spearman lay unconscious, having fainted from the sheer force of the impact. The judge raised a hand, and Jin stood victorious, a confident smile on his face. A stunned murmur rippled through the crowd. It's over? This fast? Who is he? Someone whispered. Another spectator recognized him. The one who supposedly passed the prelims first. Manga began to clap, a slow, deliberate applause filled with awe. Your friend is truly strong, he thought, a tear of pure admiration welling in his eye. Learning really never ends. Hey, master friend, Manga shouted, rushing to meet Jin as he left the stage. They were intercepted by Hwa Eun-woo, who offered his congratulations. As Eun-woo called him Prince Yusin, Manga quickly corrected him. I'm not Prince Yusin, he insisted proudly. I'm Cheol Myung-ho, the Mad Tiger. Hwa Eun-woo feigned confusion before turning to Jin. With a dramatic sigh, he revealed he wasn't competing. Since Dako Han of the Dako clan provoked me, he announced with a grand laugh. I impulsively bet 30,000 Niang on your victory. Manga stared aghast. 30,000? That's almost the price of 3 houses. Jin's lips curled into a slight, knowing smile. The massive bet didn't faze him in the slightest. He placed a steadying hand on Manga's shoulder, his gaze fixed on Hwa Eun-woo. You did well, he said, his voice calm and resolute. I'll make sure you don't lose that money. Changing the subject, Jin held up his hand. Oh, and this gauntlet you gave me. Yesterday, a senior from the Murim Alliance guessed it's made from the Bakery clan's celestial silkworm, white silk. Hwa Eun-woo simply smiled, fanning himself. The senior saw correctly. Hwa Eun-woo explained its history. His family had once gifted the Bakery clan head a fine sword. The clan head was so pleased that he gave them the gauntlets in return. Since the Bakery had long since become a sword-focused clan, he felt the gauntlets would be better served in the hands of someone who could truly use them. Jin nodded, taking in the information. A sword that could satisfy the Bakery clan head, a fan used as a weapon, a young lady carrying a blade. The Hwa family's strength was far greater and more varied than any rumor suggested. Hwa Eun-woo's smile turned sly as he pointed towards the arena. Ah, look, the one you bet against is coming out. He gestured towards a man with a massive, pitch-black sword strapped to his back. That man is Dako Han of the Dako clan. He's one of the favorites to win, so this should end quickly. Manga sighed in exasperation. A favorite to win? Why does it feel like everyone is a favorite to dash? Manga's sentence was cut short by a tremendous crash from the arena. In a single, brutal strike, Dako Han's match was over. He stood over his fallen opponent. The very stone of the stage shattered around them. The judge's voice boomed, Dako Mu Bong, victory, and the crowd erupted into a deafening roar. As the crowd cheered, a young woman in the stands watched Jin's group with interest. Dako Mu Bong, the victor, strode past them with a contemptuous smirk on his face. He scoffed at the audience's excitement, utterly unimpressed. Making such a fuss over a one-hit win. He muttered. He stopped, turning his sneer on Hua Eunwoo. Young Lord Hua, do you still feel like betting after that match? You must regret betting such a huge sum on the merchant heir. Hua Eunwoo's playful facade dropped instantly. What did you say? He asked, his voice dangerously low. Dako Mubong laughed mockingly. Ha, what a shame, for the next chief strategist of the Emperor's assembly to have such poor judgment. Myungo, hearing the insult, muttered under his breath, what a foolish man. Dako's words were a direct challenge, and Jineon could only sigh, covering his face in weary exasperation. Hua Eunwoo looked at a flustered Myungo, his smile returning, sharp as a razor's edge. Young Lord Chio, what? I never said the fool was. Is there a problem? Enraged at being played, Dako Mubong spun around and grabbed Myungo by the collar, his other hand gripping the hilt of his sword. You there, you insolent cur, he growled, his eyes burning with fury. Say that again. Hua Eunwoo's razor-sharp smile had perfectly entrapped Dako Mubong, whose face twisted in rage. Myungo's silent insult, though unspoken, had somehow reached its target, and the air grew thick with menace. As the furious heir of the Dako clan lunged forward, Jineon could only sigh, covering his face in weary exasperation at the escalating chaos. With the grace of a seasoned performer, Hua Eunwoo stepped in, his expression one of perfect innocence. He turned to a flustered Myungo, who quickly played along with the charade. What? I didn't say who the fool was, Myungo declared, his feigned confusion a masterful deflection that only served to further enrage the proud Dako warrior. Dako Mubong was beyond reason. He seized Myungo by the collar, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword, his eyes burning with humiliated fury. You there, you insolent wretch, he growled, his voice a low threat. Repeat that, if you dare. Myungo, however, seemed utterly unfazed, his attention drawn to the weapon itself. Playing the part of an oblivious servant, Myungo feigned a moment of realization. Oh wait, that sword. He mused aloud, a cheeky grin spreading across his face. It looks pretty similar to the black iron umbrella that I use. Maybe you could lend it to me sometime. The insult was so audacious, so utterly disrespectful, that even Jineon was taken aback by the man's reckless nerve. For a moment, Dako Mubong was speechless, stunned by the sheer gall. Huh, are you fearless or just stupid? He seethed, vowing to remember this slight. I'll see you in the duel. But Myungo delivered the final, infuriating blow, casually picking at his ear. Oh, I'm not participating, he said with a dismissive wave, calling out Dako's empty posturing. That was the last straw. A furious aura erupted around Dako Mubong, the air crackling with his killing intent. Fine then, he snarled, his patience utterly exhausted. Draw your weapon. I'll straighten you out right here. Hua Eunwoo's playful demeanor finally vanished, replaced by genuine concern as he realized the situation was spiraling into a potentially deadly confrontation. Just as blades were about to be drawn, a calm but commanding voice cut through the tension. Move aside. An imposing figure stepped between the two parties, his hand resting on the pommel of a magnificent golden-hilted sword. It was Namgung Wai, the strongest swordsman of the renowned Namgung clan. His very presence silenced the conflict, his cold gaze demanding obedience. Namgung Wai turned his piercing gaze upon Dako Han, his tone dripping with disappointment. Dako Han, you wasted your inner energy on such a trivial opponent earlier, and now you're squabbling with these people, he chided. You must have too much free time. The public rebuke was a deep humiliation, striking at the very core of Dako Han's pride. Jineon immediately recognized the formidable warrior. This was Namgung Wai, grandson of the legendary Sword Emperor, one of the most celebrated figures in the entire Murim. The resemblance was undeniable, from his sharp features to the air of supreme confidence that surrounded him. His reputation as a peerless talent was clearly well-deserved. Namgung Wai's gaze swept over the group, dismissing Jineon as merely the one from the merchant group. He again questioned why Dako Han was wasting time here instead of preparing for the tournament. With an air of casual superiority, Namgung then revealed. Ah, the duel? Of course, I've already finished it and was on my way down. The entire group stared in stunned disbelief. The last match had only concluded moments ago. As if to answer their unspoken question, attendants carried a bloodied and defeated warrior from the arena in the distance. Dako ended his match with a single strike. Namgung stated coolly. Of course I shouldn't take too long. Jinion's eyes narrowed, understanding the monstrous level of power these two rivals possessed. An oppressive silence fell as Dako Han and Namgung locked eyes, the air thick with their rivalry. The raw power emanating from them was suffocating, and Myungo could only gulp, trapped between two titans. The sheer intimidation was a battle in itself, a testament to the might of the Murim's next generation. The tense standoff was unexpectedly interrupted by the arrival of two elegantly dressed women. One, with distinctive pink hair, called out to Hua Eunwoo as brother, while her companion, a woman of serene beauty, was greeted as Lady Beck. The sudden shift in atmosphere left the rivals momentarily forgotten, their attention drawn to the newcomers. Lady Beck exchanged pleasantries, even thanking an elder for a gifted sword, a gesture that caused Namgung to startle. Then, she turned, her gaze sweeping past both of the powerful clan heirs as if they were nothing. Her eyes found Jinion, and she offered him a slight, almost imperceptible nod of acknowledgement. Though confused by the gesture, Jinion returned it with a respectful martial salute. This simple exchange had a catastrophic effect. The faces of Namgung and Dako Han contorted with shock, which quickly morphed into incandescent rage. To be so publicly ignored in favor of a mere merchant was an insult they could not bear. Later, in the waiting area for the tournament's second round, the victors gathered. An attendant approached Jinion, reminding him that his next match was approaching. Nodding grimly, Jinion confirmed he was ready, his mind already focused on the battles that lay ahead. Jinion felt the weight of two intense stares. Across the way, the furious oars of Dako Han and Namgung were aimed directly at him. Hua Eunwoo leaned in, a wry smile on his face. As I said, they're rivals in love, he whispered. And because of Lady Beck's attention, you've just become the common enemy in their rivalry. Myungo scoffed, unable to hide his disdain. So that whole commotion was because of a woman? What's the point of being from a prestigious clan if you act like a fool blinded by lust? Jinion shot him a cautionary glance, quietly advising him to watch his mouth. Such words, if overheard, could be deadly. Jinion took a moment to instruct his overzealous companion. Young Master Dako held back because of all the eyes watching. He explained gravely. Had he not, you'd be dead already. Myungo paled, then bowed with newfound respect, a lesson learned. This strange master-student dynamic brought a quiet laugh from Hua Yunseal, who found their interactions amusing. As the tournament continued, with warriors clashing and the crowd roaring, Hua Eunwoo observed the strange group he had assembled. The day was filled with unexpected turns, forging unlikely alliances and even stranger rivalries. From her seat in the audience, Lady Beck watched the proceedings, her expression unreadable, her thoughts a mystery. Hua Eunwoo pointed to the tournament bracket, explaining the grim path ahead. Just 2 more wins and you're in the finals, he began, before delivering the bad news. Your next opponent is Dako Han. If you somehow win, you'll immediately face Namgung in the semifinals. A participant forfeited, giving you the worst possible draw. Soon after, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Peerless Dako and Fist Warrior, please step onto the stage. The crowd roared with anticipation. From opposite ends of the platform, Jinion and Dako Han approached, the animosity between them a palpable force. From her vantage point, Lady Beck watched with a conflicted heart, unable to understand her own fascination with the crude, unschooled fighter. On the stage, Dako Han's rage finally boiled over. I'll pour all my inner energy into it and crush him, he vowed, his voice laced with venom as he beckoned Jion forward. Myungo shouted from the sidelines. Master, please crush that arrogant man. Hua Eunwoo noted the sheer murderous intent radiating from the Dako air. Unperturbed by the hostility, Jineon calmly ascended the steps, his gaze steady and his purpose clear. Dako Han greeted him with a sneer. Waunwol sure is unlucky, he mocked, referring to the large bet placed on Jineon. Watch your mouth, Jineon replied coolly. That was all it took. With a roar of fury, Dako Han lunged forward, screaming, "I'll crush that mouth of yours first." The attack was blindingly fast, a torrent of power that slammed into the stage. The stone platform cracked and splintered under the force, sending dust and debris flying. The spectators gasped, stunned by the destructive power on display. Jineon, however, remained calm, silently thinking to himself that his original plan of going easy was no longer an option. Standing amidst the wreckage of his own making, Dako Han glared down with contempt. "Hey, you merchant wretch," he spat, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Now do you understand your place?" He believed the fight was already over, a simple demonstration of the gap between a true warrior and a commoner. In response, Jineon took a single, deliberate step forward. In that instant, an unimaginable pressure erupted from him. The entire arena floor, already cracked, exploded upwards into a forest of jagged stone spikes, completely obliterating the stage. Dako Han's look of triumph vanished, replaced by sheer, uncomprehending shock. Even Namgongwai watched with a stunned expression, his composure finally broken. Amidst the dust and shattered stone, a slow, dangerous smile crept across Jineon's face. "Know my place, you say?" he purred, cracking his knuckles. "I like that. You'll get special treatment from me." A low rumble escalated into a deafening roar as the tournament stage, once a symbol of martial honor, was shattered into a chaotic mess of rubble and dust. The sheer force unleashed by Jineon had utterly reshaped the arena, a testament to a power that defied all expectation. The crowd, the elders, and his opponent could only stare in stunned silence at the unbelievable destruction. From his elevated seat, the Alliance leader, his ancient eyes missing nothing, raised a calm hand. The unfolding chaos did not seem to surprise him. Rather, it was something he had anticipated. "Proceed as planned," he commanded, his voice carrying easily over the commotion, "but make sure the audience doesn't get hurt." His priority was clear. The tournament would continue, but the safety of the spectators was paramount against such cataclysmic power. Dako Han stood amidst the ruins, his composure shattered just as thoroughly as the stage beneath him. He gritted his teeth, disbelief warring with fury. Ugh, to have this much power with just a single kick. He thought, his mind racing. He had dismissed Jineon as an ignorant brute relying on raw strength, a fool who neglected true martial arts for simple physical training. Clinging to his pride, Dako Han refused to accept this reality. But that's probably all he's got, he convinced himself, launching forward in a blur of motion. Golden energy flared around him as he unleashed a furious volley of sword strikes, each one a precise and deadly technique meant to overwhelm his physically powerful, but, in his mind, unskilled opponent. He moved with the grace and confidence befitting the heir of the Dako clan. Jineon remained utterly still, a bastion of calm in the storm of Dako Han's assault. As the golden slashes converged on him, a crackle of blue lightning erupted from his fist. With a single, fluid motion, he thrust his hand forward, his own internal energy meeting the famed Dako swordsmanship head-on. The two forces collided with an explosive impact that sent shockwaves through the air. Dako Han's eyes widened in shock as his attack was effortlessly neutralized. Watching from the sidelines, Waunwol's lips curved into a satisfied smile. This was exactly the outcome he had bet on, the hidden dragon revealing its claws. "It seems my decision wasn't wrong," he mused, his confidence in the mysterious merchant's son soaring. Undeterred, Jineon closed the distance in an instant, his body wreathed in crackling blue energy. Dako Han, forced onto the defensive, raised his sword to block a powerful fist strike. The clash of raw power against tempered steel sent tremors through the ground, demonstrating the incredible skill both combatants possessed, yet one was clearly beginning to dominate the exchange. As they traded blows, a dreadful realization dawned on Dako Han. This was a mere brute force. The balance between his external and internal energy is perfect in every exchange, he realized with growing horror. It's not just that his martial power is profound. For a merchant's son to move like a true master. No wonder Ouyang Sing lost to him. The foundation of his arrogant worldview began to crumble. Jineon smirked, his voice cutting through Dako Han's frantic thoughts. Where did all that spirit you had when you shattered the stage go? You're being far too cautious. The taunt was a deliberate prod at his opponent's wavering confidence. Enraged and humiliated, Dako Han roared, "Be quiet." In a flash of movement too swift for the eye to follow, Jineon flowed past Dako Han's guard. With a flick of his fingers against the flat of the blade, he sent the sword spinning out of the warrior's grasp. The weapon clattered to the broken stones, leaving Dako Han disarmed and utterly vulnerable, a look of pure shock on his face. The humiliation of being disarmed triggered a painful memory. In his mind's eye, Dako Han was a child again, standing before the imposing, judgmental figure of his father. What is this pathetic display? The memory thundered. To lose your balance and even drop your sword. The phantom of his father's disapproval loomed over him, a crushing weight he had carried his entire life. His father's voice echoed with cold disappointment. You still haven't even properly mastered heaven-shattering stance. You should be ashamed. The memory was sharpened by the whispers of onlookers in the present. Is he still not meeting the family head standards? He still hasn't been acknowledged as the young master at his age. Each word was a fresh wound to his pride. A profound darkness washed over Dako Han, but from it, a new resolve was forged. Clenching his jaw, he refused to break. His eyes snapped open, filled not with despair, but with a burning determination. It's not over yet, he growled, reaching down and gripping the hilt of his fallen sword. The inscription "Strive for improvement. Never give up," a silent command. I haven't shown you everything yet. Dako Han's voice rose to a defiant roar as he channeled every last ounce of his energy into the blade. I am Dako Han of the Dako clan. The sword began to glow with a blinding golden light, its power resonating through the entire arena. From the stands, the elders watched with grim anticipation, recognizing the technique he was about to unleash. He swung the blade in a great, powerful arc, the golden energy condensing into a single, devastating wave of force. Heaven-shattering stance, Namgonwai murmured from the crowd, his eyes narrowed in focus. Is that the Dako clan's ultimate technique for focusing power into one point? Indeed, he recognized the legendary power, but also sensed a subtle flaw in its execution. As the massive wave of golden energy tore through the air, Jineon stood his ground, his expression analytical rather than fearful. However, he thought, his gaze piercing through the brilliant light. For one who wields a sword, the unity of sword and body is fundamental. He could see the truth of the attack. It was powerful, but it was also flawed. Blue lightning crackled around Jineon's open palm. Your sword is heavy, young master, he said, his voice calm and clear. But your mind is scattered in 1,000 directions. He identified the core weakness not in the technique itself, but in the wielder's troubled spirit, which prevented him from achieving true mastery. Jineon countered not with a punch, but with a release of his own focused energy. A wave of pure blue force erupted from him, colliding with the heaven-shattering stance. The resulting explosion was immense, forcing the spectators back and shaking the very foundations of the arena. Hua Unwul shielded his companion, his face a mask of grim excitement. The elders watched impassively as the combined energies tore a massive trench across the already ruined stage, a testament to the power of the two young masters. The ground fissured and cracked, a long, dark scar marking the point of their epic confrontation. When the dust settled, Dako Han was on his knees, panting and bleeding. My power is scattered. What? Dako Han stammered, his ultimate technique having failed. In his mind, Jineon's voice became a venomous whisper, dissecting his every failure. This is more disappointing than I expected. The Dako clan isn't anything special. I see why you haven't been acknowledged yet. In the end, you were just along for the ride. No. Dako Han screamed, clutching his head as the phantom voices tore at his sanity. His composure finally shattered, and a cry of pure frustration tore from his throat. He looked at Genie On, who stood untouched and unmoved by his ultimate attack. "Why?" he bellowed, his voice filled with desperation and rage. The questions poured out of him in a torrent of anguish. "Why are my attacks working? How can you be so unervingly calm? How can you have such strong eyes?" He was facing more than just a stronger opponent. He was facing a man whose spirit was an unbreakable fortress, and it was driving him to the brink of madness. Genion gazed back, his eyes holding a depth of understanding that belied his age. He knew this struggle was not uncommon in the pampered children of great clans. For them, the gazes and expectations of those around them were blades sharper than any rampaging foe. He knew that if the mind is weak while only the body grows strong, it creates a fatal imbalance. Genion understood the weight of legacy. He knew that when a warrior's spirit cannot keep pace with their power, the blade of expectation turns inward, pointed at their own neck. They crumble from the disharmony between body and spirit. At times like these, Genion thought, his expression softening slightly, what they need is a small clue. He relaxed his stance, a silent invitation. Blue energy pulsed gently in his hand. He would not simply defeat Dako Han. He would show him the path. So, a brief moment of clarity, he decided, offering a chance for his opponent to truly understand. Dako Han, seeing the opening and the strange lack of aggression, felt his frantic mind clear. In that moment of lucidity, the answer struck him. "I see." He finally understood the flaw in his technique. Heaven-shattering stance is fundamentally a technique that binds one's chi into a single point. I need to contain my straying internal energy firmly. "I'm coming again," Dako Han declared, his voice steady and devoid of its earlier rage. He gripped his sword, and this time, the golden aura that surrounded it was pure, focused, and stable. With newfound clarity, he poured his entire being into the blade, channeling his will into a single, perfect point of power. With a final, guttural roar, he swung. This was the true heaven-shattering stance. The energy did not explode outwards in a wave, but was concentrated into a razor-thin line of pure destruction, a golden beam that seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens. He had finally mastered his clan's ultimate art. As the golden light washed over him, Genion closed his eyes, a faint, approving smile on his lips. "Yes," he said softly, feeling the perfected technique. "You succeeded." He had given his opponent the clue he needed to overcome his own inner turmoil and achieve a breakthrough. Then, his eyes opened, a dangerous glint within them. "Junior," he said, his smile turning predatory. "You should be glad you're part of the Orthodox faction." His lesson was over. Now, it was time to end the match. Before the perfected heaven-shattering stance could even reach him, Genion moved. He became a blur of blue light and raw power, striking with a force that made all his previous attacks seem like gentle taps. His fist connected with Dako Han, and the resulting impact sent the proud heir flying backward, his body crashing through the balustrades of the arena. Dako Han collapsed amidst the debris, his body broken and blood streaming from his eyes and mouth. The brief moment of triumph he had felt at mastering his technique was instantly erased by a power so overwhelming it was beyond comprehension. His world dissolved into pain and defeat. As his consciousness faded, Dako Han looked up at the silhouette of Genion standing against the sky. "He's on another level," he thought, the truth absolute and crushing. A level so high that my attack cannot even reach him. The gap between them was not a river, but an endless ocean. And yet, even in utter defeat, the fire in Dako Han's spirit was not extinguished. Again, the single word was a gasp, a prayer, a demand. He pushed himself up, using his sword as a crutch, his body trembling with exhaustion and injury. The warrior's pride, instilled in him since birth, refused to let him stay down. A wild, almost insane grin spread across his bloodied face. Again, Let's go again, he slurred, his eyes burning with a feverish light. This time, I'll give you a proper fight. But before he could take another step, a powerful voice boomed across the stage. Stop! The Alliance leader had risen from his seat, his presence alone enough to halt the proceedings. He stared down at the broken but defiant young warrior with piercing eyes. Dako Han, do you not realize the fist fighter was holding back this entire time? He asked, his voice sharp with rebuke. The Alliance leader's words were more devastating than any physical blow. If you show such a pathetic side, you'll disgrace not just yourself, but the honor of the Dako clan. How will you face your father when you return? The mention of his father made Dako Han flinch, the shame finally overwhelming his frantic will to fight. Seeing the young man's spirit finally waver, the Alliance leader's tone softened, just slightly. However, he continued, offering a sliver of hope. You can use this as an opportunity to train harder. Lift your head. It was a stern lesson, but a lesson nonetheless. A chance for the proud heir to grow from this humiliating defeat. The weight of the words, the truth of his defeat, and the command of the Alliance leader finally settled upon Dako Han. He dropped his sword, the clatter echoing in the silent arena. With the last of his strength, he bowed deeply to Jian. I have lost. As Dako Han conceded, the judge finally found his voice, shaking his head in amazement at the battle he had just witnessed. He raised his arm, his voice booming across the stands. Then this match is the fist fighter's victory. Jian stood impassively, the result having never been in doubt. Namgunwai watched the conclusion, a cold, calculating smile gracing his lips. What a relief. So it ended up like this, he murmured to his attendants. It's a shame I couldn't crush Dako Han myself, but this is for the best, because now I get to smash this guy's face myself. In the aftermath of Jian's victory over Dako Han, the ravaged arena stood as a testament to the raw power unleashed. From his vantage point in the stands, Namgunwai received congratulations, yet his mind was elsewhere. His gaze was fixed on Jian, the unexpected force who had just toppled the scion of the Dako clan. With a polite but distant smile, Namgunwai dismissed the pleasantries, his thoughts already dissecting the fight he'd just witnessed. A cold, analytical glint entered Namgunwai's eyes. To think that fist fighter had hidden his true inner energy until the very end. He was far more scheming than his simple appearance suggested. Clenching his fist, Namgunwai vowed to himself that he would not suffer the same fate. He would not allow himself to be beaten down with such humiliation. He meticulously reviewed the battle in his mind. Dako Han's style was to crush opponents with overwhelming strength, but against this man, that approach was utterly ineffective. Namgunwai conceded that in terms of pure skill, the fist fighter was likely his superior. But he possessed a critical advantage that Dako Han lacked: information and a plan to use it. His mind drifted back to a memory, a lesson learned in defeat. A younger Namgunwai sat across a game board from his grandfather, the pieces scattered. He had lost again, despite his confidence. I thought I'd win this time, he had said, frustration lacing his voice. How did you manage to take the victory, grandfather? His grandfather's wisdom echoed in his memory, a foundation of the Namgung clan's philosophy. Being certain without calculating your move is something only amateurs do, the old man had explained, his eyes sharp. Those who inherit the blood of Namgung always rise high, look down at the board, and do nothing but control the flow of moves. The lesson was seared into his soul. Remember this, his grandfather's voice continued, a low and steady command. The Namgung clan must not become a mere pawn on the board. You must read the moves and command the board. That is the way of the Namgung clan. The image of their quiet game, a sunlit room filled with strategy and ambition, solidified his resolve. Returning to the present, Namgunwai held that lesson close. Looking down at the board, he drew his magnificent golden-hilted sword, a confident smirk playing on his lips. First, I'll pull him into my board. As the judge called his name, he stepped forward, his gaze locking with Jian's across the stone stage. The crowd roared to life. Namgunwai's attendants shouted their encouragement, their voices filled with absolute faith in their young master. From another section, Hua Unwul cupped his hands around his mouth, his face a mask of fierce loyalty. "Friend master, you scoundrel! Tear him apart," he yelled, his voice carrying across the arena. Jin Eon stood impassively, observing his opponent. Nam Gung-wai seemed far more steady and serious than the reckless Dako Han. Without a word, Nam Gung-wai decided to seize the initiative, lunging forward in a blur of motion. His sword cut through the air, a flash of gold and steel aimed directly at Jin Eon. With a calm and steady hand, Jin Eon deflected the blade. Nam Gung-wai's eyes widened slightly in surprise. His opponent's center hadn't shaken in the slightest. Unfazed, he smoothly transitioned into his next attack, his inner energy surging. Ruler's unrivaled sword art, he declared internally, unleashing the third technique of the formidable style. The air crackled as Nam Gung-wai executed a complex and dazzling maneuver, the ruler's 8 slashes. 8 distinct, razor-sharp constructs of sword energy manifested around him, weaving an intricate web of deadly light. The technique was a masterpiece of precision and power, a signature of the Nam Gung clan's swordsmanship. From the stands, Lady Bakley watched with rapt attention, a gasp escaping her lips. "To think he'd use the ruler's 8 slashes like that?" she murmured in awe. She knew the technique was designed to precisely chip away at an opponent's defenses, but Nam Gung-wai had masterfully reshaped it, creating what appeared to be an impenetrable barrier specialized for defense. Nam Gung-wai's smirk widened. He had laid his trap. "If you touch that sword energy, your own will be worn down," he thought, projecting his confidence. The only logical way to get past it without being hit was to vault over the empty space above. Jin Eon, however, saw the ploy instantly. "Interesting," he said aloud. "Are you trying to lure me into jumping over you?" But Jin Eon had no intention of playing by his opponent's rules. "What if I don't do that?" he retorted, a dangerous grin spreading across his face. Instead of leaping, he planted his foot and charged forward, straight into the maelstrom of sword energy. With his bare fists, he began to shatter the light constructs one by one. Nam Gung-wai's confident expression dissolved into pure shock. What?" he stammered, his mind unable to process what he was seeing. "He's charging straight in." The sheer audacity was unthinkable. Each of Jin Eon's strikes was like a thunderclap, dismantling the complex technique with brute, unstoppable force. Gritting his teeth, Nam Gung-wai poured more energy into his blade, struggling to maintain the barrier. "You lunatic!" he roared, but it was no use. Jin Eon's relentless advance was like a tidal wave crashing against a sandcastle, and Nam Gung-wai was forced to retreat, the ground cracking under the pressure. With a final, explosive impact, Jin Eon tore through the last of the sword energy, sending Nam Gung-wai staggering backward. The fist fighter came to a halt, a confident smirk on his face, his knuckles still smoking with power. "Let's see how long you can hold out," he mused, "by racking that brain of yours." Nam Gung-wai caught his breath, his mind reeling. "This is absurd. You're trying to break this technique with your fists." The situation had spiraled completely out of his control. Forcing himself to stay composed, he resolved to seize the momentum back. "Calm down," he told himself. "This time, I'll attack first." He surged forward again, unleashing a furious barrage of sword strikes. But to the astonishment of the onlookers, Jin Eon met the onslaught not with overwhelming power, but with flawless, economical movements. He deflected every single attack with precise palm blocks and subtle shifts of his body, holding his ground with effortless grace. Watching from above, an elderly man stroked his chin with a satisfied smile. "He has learned martial arts properly from the Sword Emperor," he noted of Nam Gung-wai's skill. "He's skilled enough to beat most of the rising generation." He paused, his gaze fixed on Jin Eon. "That being said, I'll have to surpass the Sword Emperor to become the best under heaven anyway." Jin Eon, for his part, was thoroughly enjoying the exchange. Each deflected blow was a piece of a puzzle. This young chap from the Nam Gung clan is pulling out all their ultimate techniques, he thought, a sharp grin on his face. This is the best kind of lesson I could learn to prepare for my fight against the Sword Emperor. Nam Gongwai's frustration mounted with every parried strike. My slashes can't land at all, he thought, growing desperate. Then, something clicked. His eyes darted back and forth, tracking Jinion's movements. Palm strike, fist strike, kick. There was a sequence. A flicker of hope ignited within him. There's a pattern, he realized. He committed the pattern to memory. A kick, he thought, blocking the blow. Then, next will be a palm strike. He moved to intercept the anticipated attack, a triumphant gleam in his eye. But he was met with a predatory smile from Jinion, who clenched his hand. Wrong answer. It's a fist strike. A fist imbued with vibrating purple energy slammed into him. The impact was devastating, a shockwave rattling Nam Gongwai to his core. As his vision blurred, a horrifying realization dawned. It wasn't just a punch. It was a technique that used sound to disorient the senses, to plant a false pattern in his mind. So that's it, he thought, the floors seeming to dissolve beneath him. In his mind's eye, the game board from his youth shattered into 1,000 pieces. He finally understood. From the very start, there were no rules on this board. He had been so focused on controlling the pieces that he never accounted for a variable he'd never seen before, an opponent who refused to play the game at all. The truth struck him with more force than any physical blow. If the Namgung clan are people who try to dominate the board, then this man is the type who smashes the board itself. The final, crushing strike landed, and Nam Gongwai was thrown to the ground, blood streaming from a deep gash on his head as his world went dark. A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd. The Namgung clan is losing that easily, someone whispered. His attendants cried out in panic, rushing onto the ruined stage. Young master, are you all right? They shouted, pointing to the blood pouring down his face. Nam Gongwai struggled to his knees, his eyes wide with the shock of his utter defeat. Lady Bakley watched the scene unfold with a grave expression. Supported by his retainers, Nam Gongwai staggered, his gaze fixed on the man standing calmly in the distance. All of his planning, all of his clan's teachings, had been rendered meaningless. How did I suffer a complete defeat? His entire worldview crumbled in that moment. I believed the world was a board I controlled, he thought, touching the blood on his face. However, now that I see it, it seems that the board was no bigger than the palm of my hand. Humbled and enlightened, he clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. I lost, he shouted, his voice clear and strong. I learned a lot. Jinion offered a slight, acknowledging smile. Your loud voice is one good manly trait, I suppose. I'll see you around, Namgung. As Jinion turned to leave, Namgongwai called out, his eyes burning with a newfound fire. I'll challenge you again. Next time, I'll set up a board you can't break. The judge raised his hand, his voice booming. The winner of the semi-final match is the Fist Warrior. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of cheers. Before Jinion could even leave the stage, he was approached by another eager contestant. Hey, Fist Warrior, a man with a confident smile called out, extending a hand. I enjoyed watching the spar. My name is Maxion of the Golden Sand Sword. You truly fight well. He beamed, practically bouncing with energy. I'm really looking forward to sparring with you. Let's meet in the finals. Jinion merely stared back, unimpressed. What a noisy man. Suddenly, another voice cut in. Maxion, what are you talking about? I'm the one who's progressing to the finals. The Plum Blossom Wanderer stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword. The two rivals glared at each other, and the judge announced their match would begin. As the two prepared for battle, Jinion's only thought was a low grumble from his stomach. I'm hungry. Meanwhile, in the makeshift clinic tent, a somber gathering was taking place. Dako Mubong, Dako Han, and another defeated warrior sat together, all wrapped in comical amounts of bandages. We all had our own plans, one side. But in the end, we all ended up as patients. Dako Mubong shot back. We didn't all get hit to the same extent. From the corner, Dako Han could only grumble, shut up. In the center of the grand arena, two warriors stood poised, the weight of the semifinals settling upon them. The judge's voice echoed across the hushed crowd, a formal declaration that signaled the beginning of a legendary clash. Now, the semifinal between the Plum Blossom Wanderer and the Golden Sand Sword will begin. Before the announcement had fully faded, the Plum Blossom Wanderer, Jean Giol, exploded into action. With a guttural cry, he declared his intent. "Hey, I'll be going all out." His body erupted in a storm of violent pink energy as he unleashed his sect's notoriously aggressive technique, Gale Rush, a torrent of sword strikes meant to overwhelm and destroy his opponent from the very first breath. But his opponent, Maxian of the Golden Sand Sword, was not so easily flustered. With a confident smirk, he weaved through the deadly storm of blades, his movements fluid and economical. "Oh my," he murmured, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the sheer ferocity of the attack. It was clear that the reputation of the Manhwa sect's all-or-nothing style did little to intimidate him. From the sidelines, Jineon watched with a critical eye, Myungo standing beside him. "He's so flashy, that Manhwa fellow," Jineon observed, recognizing the sect's infamous philosophy. "They say the Manhwa sect stakes their life during spars. Indeed, I see no hesitation in his sword." Myungo, impressed by the spectacle, mused, "At this rate, the Manhwa guy's going to win, isn't he?" Jineon's response was a simple, confident, "No." Jineon elaborated, his gaze fixed on the battle. The Golden Sand Sword is still smiling. As if on cue, Jean Giol, perhaps sensing his initial assault was ineffective, prepared his ultimate technique. He initiated the legendary 24 moves Plum Blossom sword technique, culminating in a devastating vortex of energy and shimmering petals. "Plum Blossom Twister," he roared, confident this would end the match. Maxian's smile widened into a predator's grin. This was the moment he had been waiting for. "Let's get things straight, Jean Giol. You go all out in every match." His own inner energy surged, a brilliant gold that eclipsed the pink storm. He unleashed his counter, a technique of pure, focused power. Golden Thread Needle. The result was instantaneous and absolute. Maxian's focused golden energy pierced the heart of the chaotic Plum Blossom Twister, unraveling it completely. The golden threads, sharp as razors, wrapped around Jean Giol's body, binding him and slamming him violently into the arena floor. He could only gasp in pain and shock, his ultimate technique utterly defeated. Maxian stood over his fallen rival, the tip of his blade resting gently against Jean Giol's throat. "Give it up, Jean Giol. You already know the result," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Don't tell me you're planning to stake your life on a friendly spar." Defeated, Jean Giol let out a weary sigh. I lost again, Maxian." With the match concluded, the two rivals clasped hands in a show of mutual respect. "Let's spar again," Maxian offered. "Next time I'll win," Jean Giol replied with a grin. The judge's voice once more filled the air, announcing the two combatants who had earned their place in the final, decisive battle. The finalists for the Dragon Phoenix tournament have been decided: the Golden Sand Sword and the Fist Warrior. An electric buzz of anticipation swept through the crowd. It's the final match. Finally, the stands were a sea of divided opinions. Many placed their faith in Maxian, the famed once-in-a-century genius. Others, however, felt a sense of untapped potential from his opponent. He still looks like he's hiding his strength. Clearly, the Fist Warrior will win. The two finalists faced each other as the judge gave the final command. "Are you ready? Begin." In a blur of motion, Maxian closed the distance, not with his sword, but with his feet and hands. Jineon reacted with mild surprise. A swordsman starting with close combat techniques, The opening exchange was a swift, brutal flurry of blocks and strikes. Jineon parried a blow and sent Maxian stumbling back with a powerful kick. As Maxian fell, however, a shrewd smile touched his lips. He thought to himself, as expected, he doesn't miss a chance to counter. However, this is exactly what I wanted. Mid-fall, he drew his sword, not with a standard grip, but with a deadly reverse grip, ideal for an upward strike from a low position. Jineon's eyes widened. A reverse grip sword technique from this range was almost impossible to defend against. Seizing the momentary surprise, Maxian once again channeled his power, launching the attack he believed to be invincible. He unleashed the golden thread needle, a web of blindingly fast, golden energy strikes that filled the space between them. Maxian's voice echoed in Jinion's mind, a phantom taunt of confidence. "You won't be able to dodge the golden thread needle, Fist Warrior." He amplified his power, summoning the Golden Sand Sword Technique's ultimate form, heaven-shattering golden thread. But then, the impossible occurred. The very sand and dust in the air, imbued with Maxian's own energy, suddenly swirled around Jinion, not as an attack, but as a shield. Jinion noted with cold precision, "It's infused with inner energy." The energy-infused sand didn't just defend, it attacked. The fine, sharp particles lashed out at Maxian, stinging his skin and disrupting his technique. His confident grin faltered, replaced by disbelief. It worked, he thought, stunned, as he saw Jinion manipulate the specks of sand with but a gesture. The attack he had poured his soul into had been turned against him. The audience gasped in confusion. They stopped midair. Why stop halfway through an attack? They murmured, unable to perceive the subtle war of wills unfolding before them. Even the elders leaned forward, shocked. Maxian stared at his opponent, a dawning horror on his face. "I didn't stop the golden threads," he admitted quietly. Jinion stood calmly amidst the frozen golden threads, now laced with his own, nearly invisible blue energy lines. He had not merely blocked the attack, he had seized control of it. Maxian stared up in utter awe. Did he copy my technique after seeing it once? The level of control, the sheer precision required to command another's inner energy. It was a feat he had never imagined possible. As Jinion exerted his will, the web of energy he commanded felt absolute. For Maxian, it was as if he was staring at a towering, unscalable wall, a monument to a level of power he could never hope to reach. The difference in their strength was truly overwhelming. With a deep sigh of resignation, Maxian understood. I lost." The sudden surrender left the crowd baffled. "This is seriously amazing," Myungo exclaimed, just as confused as everyone else. "What? Why did the sand suddenly attack the golden sand sword? And why is he surrendering?" But the alliance leader saw the truth, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and excitement. A level of martial arts control that ordinary people can't even see, he thought. Just how strong is he going to become? Maxian approached Jinion, his expression one of pure admiration. "Honestly, I didn't expect you to be this strong. You were incredible," he said, extending a hand. "If you're all right with it, I'd like to request another spar next time." Jinion met his gaze and clasped his hand firmly. "A spar is welcome anytime." The alliance leader rose from his seat, his gaze sweeping over the silent arena. From the looks of it, this year's Dragon Phoenix Tournament champion has been decided. The crowd watched, their hearts pounding. With a proud, booming voice that left no room for doubt, he made the final proclamation. This year's championess, the Fist Warrior. The moment the words were spoken, Myungo erupted into a one-man celebration, screaming with unrestrained glee. "That's my boy," he bellowed, shaking the poor man next to him who had bet against Jinion. Utterly humiliated, the old gambler grumbled, "Sheesh. Young people these days," before slipping away from the cheering crowd, disappearing from sight. Later that night, the same gambler made his way to a secluded, lamplit room. He knocked and was granted entry, bowing low to a figure in a wide-brimmed hat. "Greetings, group leader." The room was filled with similarly dressed individuals. The leader asked, "So, how did the rising talents of the Orthodox factions look?" The man reported dismissively. "There were a few who seemed decent, but they're still just kids." The leader nodded. "I see. Then, there's no problem proceeding with the revised plan." A subordinate stepped forward, delivering a chilling piece of intelligence. "They say there's someone the heavenly demon and the sword demon failed to defeat." From his high seat overlooking the arena, the alliance leader surveyed the outcome of the tournament. With a confident, knowing smile, he declared the final results to the silent crowd. From the looks of it, this year's Dragon Phoenix tournament champion has been decided. His voice, imbued with internal energy, echoed across the venue. In the stands, while some warriors scowled in defeat, Myung-ho and his companions erupted in cheers. The alliance leader's voice boomed once more. This year's champion is the Fist Warrior. Jin Eon stood alone amidst the golden light of victory, his expression as placid and untroubled as if he had merely finished a light warm-up. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the grounds, the alliance leader's voice called out again. Golden Sandsword, Fist Warrior, and Namgung's strongest swordsman stepped forward onto the platform. Namgungwai looked up, a hint of surprise on his face at being summoned so formally. He stepped forward alongside the others, approaching the esteemed leader. The alliance leader addressed him first, his tone both authoritative and kind. Namgungwai. With unwavering respect, the young warrior bowed his head. Yes, alliance leader. The alliance leader presented Namgungwai with a beautifully crafted sword in an ornate scabbard. The Supreme Star Blade is a sword I treasured, he explained, offering it as a gift. Namgungwai's eyes widened, a rare crack in his stoic facade revealing a flicker of genuine joy. He had not expected such a gesture, especially given his family's connection to the rival Rulers Association. Will you accept it? The leader asked. Namgungwai's hesitation was fleeting. This was an honor he could not refuse. Yes, he affirmed, taking the sword with a look of profound gratitude. I will treasure it. Next, the leader turned his attention to the exuberant Maxian. They call you a once-in-a-century genius, and you truly were impressive, he praised. But Maxian, humbled by the tournament, shook his head. Not at all. Compared to that young hero from the Yunhe merchant group, I'm still greatly lacking. The alliance leader chuckled, seeing through the young man's modesty. Haha, so you already knew. Maxian simply laughed, his gaze drifting toward Jin Eon with a look of pure, unadulterated respect. The alliance leader presented Maxian with his own prize, a magnificent blade. Have you decided on a name for the sword? He inquired. Maxian's eyes lit up with inspiration. If it's all right with you, I will call this sword the Golden Sand Sword. The leader nodded in approval. That's the name of your sword art. That's good. His business with the two swordsmen concluded. His gaze finally settled on Jin Eon. And as for the winner, stay behind for a moment. A sudden, heavy tension fell over the platform. The alliance leader's expression became stern as he issued a series of commands. White Dragon Squad, to the perimeter. Elders, get into a formation centered on the platform. Instantly, torch-bearing warriors moved to secure the area, while the most powerful elders of the alliance formed a protective circle. The air crackled with importance, and the remaining spectators were ordered to withdraw. Something far more significant than a mere award ceremony was about to take place. The alliance leader presented Jin Eon with a small, exquisitely decorated wooden box. Watching from below, a confused Myungo turned to Hwa Eunwoo. Young Master Hwa, what are they doing? Hwa Eunwoo fanned himself, his eyes sharp with understanding. In the Murim, the moment you take an elixir is the most dangerous, he explained. You can't protect yourself, and if you slip up, you could fall into energy deviation. Therefore, it looks like the alliance leader is going to personally protect young Master Jin Eon. Myungo was still puzzled. Why was the most powerful man in the Orthodox faction going to such lengths for Jin Eon? Myungo answered his own question with a thoughtful frown. He's always like that with juniors, he mused, recalling tales of the alliance leader's character. He looked on as the leader spoke with Jin Eon, his expression one of earnest guidance. Not everyone in the Jianghu is amazing, but the alliance leader really is one impressive old man. He recognized that this was not a political maneuver, but a genuine act of mentorship towards a warrior of immense potential. On the platform, the alliance leader's voice was firm. Take it immediately. You can take as long as you need. While you circulate your energy, the alliance members and I will stand guard. Jin Eon gave a silent nod of understanding. He sat, cross-legged, placing the box before him. There was no hesitation, only a quiet determination as he prepared to absorb the treasure within. Jin Eon opened the box, revealing a century-old purified ginseng, a priceless elixir radiating potent energy. Without a second thought, he placed the root in his mouth and began to consume it. As the power flooded his system, a profound thought crossed his mind. Back when I was a mere wanderer, it would have been unimaginable to think that someone would stand guard for me. He looked out at the formidable figures protecting him, a slow, genuine smile spreading across his face. The smile remained as he closed his eyes, focusing his will. A brilliant blue aura erupted around him, swirling into a miniature vortex in front of his chest. This was a completely different Jianghu unfolding compared to the lonely life he once led. The energy of the ginseng, immense and wild, was being drawn into his core, refined and absorbed with impossible speed. He opened his eyes, now glowing with a faint blue light. Is it thanks to the azurite essence? He wondered. The legendary treasure he possessed was accelerating the process beyond all known limits. He clenched his fist, feeling a new tide of power settle within his meridians. The absorption time was astonishingly short. A new threshold had been reached. Now, the 9th level. Jian stood up, the blue aura fading as if it had never been there. It's finished, he stated calmly. The Alliance leader stared, completely taken aback. Already? Are you all right? That was too fast. Jian simply nodded. I'm fine. When asked if there were any issues, his only response was, I'm extremely hungry. The leader burst into laughter, the tension finally breaking. Haraha. Then, I suppose I should treat the winner to a meal. Call those friends of yours over, too. Later, the group sat around a dinner table laden with food. A strange silence hung in the air, primarily because the normally loud Cheol Myungo was stone-faced and quiet in the presence of the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader's gaze then shifted to the man in ornate robes. Ho, you're the young head of the Wa clan? He asked. Wa Unwol confirmed it, and the leader continued, asking after his father and the villagers. Unwol was visibly stunned. How do you know about that? He asked, his composure rattled for the first time. Jian watched intently, chewing his food. Looks like they're hiding something, he thought. Don't be startled, the leader said kindly. I received multiple reports of the Wa clan's covert exploits during the Great Battle of the Five Tombs. He placed a hand on the table, his expression turning fatherly. Young clan head, you are the descendant of a great clan. They are also my comrades in arms. If you panic like that, you commit an act of disrespect toward your ancestors. Humbled, Wa Unwol bowed his head. I'll bear that in mind. The mood grew serious again. Since the Wa clan has begun moving again, it would be good for you to know this as well, the leader stated grimly. He revealed a dark piece of news. The Fist King and Moyon Chu have gone silent. Furthermore, he had already summoned the Sword King back to the Alliance. Make sure you tell your father this is happening too, he instructed. If the demonic faction begins their revenge, your clan and the two of them must be especially careful. Finally, the Alliance leader turned his full, undivided attention to Jian. And you, he said, his eyes glowing with an intense light. You need to become even more overwhelmingly strong than you are now. I want you to become the hidden sword of the Orthodox faction. He explained the strategy. Jian's victory had earned him some notoriety, but he was not yet truly famous. To the demonic faction, he was still a nobody. Their targets will be old men like me for now, the Alliance leader continued, a grim look on his face. He was asking Jian to remain in the shadows, to grow his power while the established masters drew the enemy's attention. Do you understand what I'm saying? Jian's eyes narrowed with understanding. I understand. He then added under his breath, my objective is the same. Myungo, utterly lost, could only look on in confusion, to which Jian quipped, you don't need to know anything. With the meal and the heavy conversation concluded, the Alliance leaders stood to leave. It's late. I need to prepare for the tournament tomorrow, so I'll go in now. The group saw him off respectfully. As the leader walked alone through a long, quiet corridor, the latticed moonlight casting patterns on the floor, a soft, satisfied smile graced his lips. The future of the Orthodox faction seemed a little brighter. Suddenly, the leader's calm expression vanished. His senses, honed over a century of battle, flared to life. He stopped, his gaze piercing the darkness at the end of the hall. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice sharp as steel. A lone figure stepped out of the shadows. As the man came into the light, the Alliance leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Stumbling forward, his face aged with hardship, was a man he knew all too well. Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was not alone. He was supporting the grievously wounded body of another man. "And the man beside you, isn't he the Sword King's disciple?" the Alliance leader asked, his voice laced with dread. The Sword Emperor simply confirmed his fears. "It's just as you see." He carried the broken warrior forward, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the silent hall. The Sword King was attacked by the demonic faction. The war had already begun. Under the cold and watchful gaze of the moon, within the walls of the Murim Alliance, a grave and urgent meeting was underway. The Alliance leader and the Sword Emperor stood over the injured form of the Sword King's disciple, the air thick with unspoken dread. The news of the demonic faction's assault had shattered the night's peace, a grim prelude to the war that was now upon them. A physician, having tended to the disciple's wounds, gave his report with a bow. "It's nothing life-threatening, but he needs absolute rest." The Alliance leader nodded, his expression hard as granite. He acknowledged the doctor's work before turning his full attention back to the matter at hand, his long white hair seeming to absorb the dim lantern light. With a heavy silence hanging in the room, the Alliance leader's voice cut through the stillness, sharp and demanding. "Now, tell me," he commanded, his gaze fixed on the injured man, who was now being supported by the Sword Emperor. "How did this happen?" The disciple, his face pale and drawn, recounted the terrifying events. "I was attacked by those fiends from the demonic faction too." The Sword Emperor's grip tightened in support, his own face a mask of grim determination as he listened to the harrowing tale of his fallen comrade's student. He spoke of an ambush in the dead of night, a sudden, overwhelming assault by shadowy figures. There were 2 who looked like the leaders, and 12 more besides them, he explained, his voice trembling with the memory. "But even when I cut them down, they didn't die." The Alliance leader's eyes narrowed at this revelation. "It was as if they were blade impervious," the disciple exclaimed. The Sword Emperor, however, corrected him with a grave tone. "It wasn't a physical resistance. It was more like some kind of spell." His story continued, a desperate flight from an undying enemy. "After escaping the demonic faction, I went to the Sword King's residence because I was worried about him," he said, the scene of carnage flashing through his mind. But the Sword King was already gone. The Alliance leader listed the fallen, his voice a low growl. Moyang Chue, the Fist King, and now even the Sword King. The Sword Emperor confirmed the dire truth. "Yes, those wretched cultists are killing people everywhere." The pattern was undeniable. The enemy was systematically eliminating the pillars of the Orthodox faction. Without a moment's hesitation, the Alliance leader's authority filled the room. He summoned his elite warriors, who knelt before him instantly. "Cloud Dragon Squad, White Dragon Squad." The Cloud Dragon Squad will split up and investigate traces of the demonic faction. The White Dragon Squad will protect the rising talents participating in the Dragon Phoenix tournament. His orders were met with a unified, determined response. "Understood." The Alliance leader's thoughts raced as he considered the new threat. The demonic faction's movements were erratic, completely different from their strategies during the Great Battle of the Five Tombs. A new, unknown danger was stirring, and until its nature was understood, they had to prepare for the worst, under the silent watch of the full moon. Later that night, at a lively and near the Murim Alliance, a starkly different scene unfolded. Jin Eon, Myungo, and Lady Hua sat together at a table, a temporary island of calm amidst the brewing storm. Myungo, ever the jovial host, called out to the waiter, "Waiter, bring us 2 bottles of Dukong wine and 1 plate of stir-fry meat." As they settled in, Myungo's curiosity got the better of him. "Come to think of it, what did you mean when you told the Alliance leader that you ran a gambling house?" Jin Eon winced, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. "Well, I used to run a gambling den," he admitted reluctantly, recalling the conversation. He remembered the Alliance leader's unexpected wisdom. Despite it being their first meeting, the old master had placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and said, "If you can live a good life today, you don't need to dwell so much on the past." Those words had resonated deeply with Genie-on. "So I decided to think the same way," he concluded. "The past is only the past, and I should just live a good life today." Myungo, impressed, turned his attention to their other companion. "So what great clan are you from? For the alliance leader to call your clan a great clan?" He gestured toward Lady Hua, whose elegant and powerful demeanor certainly suggested a noble lineage. After a brief pause, Lady Hua took a sip of her drink and began her tale. "To be honest, I was told that my ancestor, the first clan head, had no name." Her voice was low and somber, painting a stark picture of a man who was more tool than human, because he was someone who killed when told to kill and ate when told to eat. That's the type of assassin he was. She continued, recounting the story passed down through generations. The first name he ever got was Sam, with Sam likely meaning third in the order. One day, under his master's orders, he carried a letter to Cloud Dragon Falls. There, he met the Wudong Sword Immortal, who gave him a new name, Wonryong, meaning Cloud Dragon. The memory was a powerful one for her clan, a moment of profound transformation. I was told that each time he was called by that name, he wept, overwhelmed by the feeling of being seen as a person for the first time. As she spoke, she poured a drink, the splash in the cup like a tear falling. "That's where the Wa clan began," she finished, a faint, proud smile on her lips. "A clan that began only after a grown man received a name and was treated like a person. It's a past I don't need to hide, so my story got long." She held her gourd of wine, her gaze distant. Moved by her story, Genie-on raised his cup in a gesture of respect and understanding. "Let's have a drink together." A rare, genuine smile touched his lips, acknowledging the shared path of leaving a difficult past behind to forge a new future. Lady Hua mused on their unusual company, an assassin's descendant, a man who ran a gambling den, and a merchant group's son. There are nothing but strange men here. She poured another round, a playful glint in her eyes. "Is that why the liquor tastes so good?" Myungo laughed heartily, raising his cup. "Of course," he declared with a wide grin. "Drinking companions are better the stranger they are." The three of them, all outcasts and wanderers in their own right, shared a moment of camaraderie in the warm light of the inn. Their cheerful gathering was suddenly interrupted. A figure appeared at their table, and as Myungo and Lady Hua turned, their smiles faded. Myungo's eyes widened in recognition. "You?" It was Dako Han, the warrior Genie-on had so soundly defeated. He looked weary but resolute, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "I'm just here to get a drink and go," he stated plainly, before turning to Genie-on. "After I lost, I stayed and watched to the end. You went quite easy on me." With that, he took a seat, joining the already peculiar group. Genie-on silently poured Dako Han a drink. The defeated warrior accepted it, his gaze intense, and downed it in one go. There was a moment of unspoken understanding between the two fighters, a mutual respect forged in the fires of their brutal match. Dako Han let out a long sigh, the tension leaving his shoulders. He placed a heavy pouch of money on the table. "The money is from a wager I made. A full bet against you on some expensive wine," he explained. "Thanks for the drink." As he stood to leave, he paused, looking over his shoulder at Genie-on. "Let's spar again next time." With his debt paid and a promise for the future made, Dako Han walked away, leaving the others to stare at the unexpected payment. Lady Hua let out an amused laugh. "Seriously, so he came to pay the wager." Myungo, however, was beaming. "I should have included that guy who got fleeced 30,000 niang in our toast too." He confessed with a grin that the money wasn't just from Dako Han, but also from the old gambler he'd humiliated in the stands. Genie-on pushed the pouch back. "I can't take all of this by myself. I didn't even fight," he said, refusing the reward. "Absolutely not." Myung-ho pushed it back, and the two began a comical struggle over the money, much to the exasperation of Lady Hua, who could only mutter, "What on earth are they doing? Rich people are just a sight to behold." The next day dawned bright and clear, bringing with it the main tournament of the Dragon Phoenix event. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices a low roar in the grand arena. Wow, this year's Dragon Phoenix tournament is really a sight to behold, one spectator exclaimed to his friends. Another spectator leaned in, his voice filled with anticipation. Exactly, and on top of that, the famous, this is the spar between the Snow Phoenix and the greatest beauty of Jiangnan. All eyes turned to the stage, where Lady Hua faced off against Bakley Yinseal, their blades locked in a tense standoff amidst a flurry of symbolic flower petals. In the stands, Myungo was having the time of his life, his face flushed with excitement as he cheered at the top of his lungs, much to the amusement of Jineon. "Lady Hua, show her what you've got," he screamed, fanning himself furiously. The match began in a flash of steel. Lady Hua, with grace and deadly precision, launched a series of attacks, her blade a crimson blur. Bakley Yinseal parried desperately, her wide hat flying from her head as she was driven back by the ferocious assault. The clash of their swords echoed across the arena, a symphony of battle. Lady Hua pressed her advantage, her movements fluid and relentless. "Lady Bakley, sorry about this," she said, her voice cold as she disarmed her opponent, sending the sword skittering across the stone floor. With a final, decisive leap, she declared, "It's over for you." But just as victory seemed certain, Bakley Yinseal did the unthinkable. Instead of yielding, she dropped into a low stance, channeling her inner energy. With a powerful, explosive movement, she met Lady Hua's advance not with a weapon, but with a bone-jarring punch, sending a shockwave through her opponent's body. The crowd gasped. Bakley Yinseal didn't stop, flowing from the punch into a powerful kick that sent Lady Hua sliding back across the stage. Myungo and the others watched in disbelief. "Body techniques," Jineon murmured, his analytical gaze sharpening. Jineon shook his head. "No." Lady Hua, recovering from the shock, stared at her opponent with newfound respect and confusion. "You trained in body techniques too?" she asked, a predatory smile spreading across her face, thrilled by the unexpected challenge. Bakley Yinseal's mind flashed back to her training, her father's words echoing in her memory. "A lady must learn to move on from some man. If you learn body techniques first, no matter what, you can beat your opponent up." The memory of her younger self, practicing with earnest determination, fueled her resolve. Jineon watched the exchange with a critical eye, a slight smile playing on his lips. He saw the raw power in Bakley's form, but also the hesitation, the subtle flaws in her execution. To him, her path was clear. Still, he thought, she's a long way off. Having seen enough, Jineon stood to leave. "Hey, where are you going?" Myungo called out. "Lady Hua is going to win for now anyways," Jineon replied, already walking away. "I'm leaving first to take care of the remaining business with Ouyang Seng. I've left the Yunhe merchant group unattended for too long." Night fell, and Jineon found himself walking a lonely path through a dense forest. Because I was handling matters related to Ouyang Seng, it's now much later than expected," he grumbled to himself. The long journey and the day's events had tired him, and he decided he should find a place to rest for the night. Within the Yunhe merchant group, business was being concluded. An attendant asked about the Ouyang young masters they had detained. Jineon, having already dealt with the matter, simply replied, "Ah, those guys too. I asked for them to be released, so it should be fine." With his affairs settled, Jineon found a moment of peace, standing on a moonlit bridge. He reflected on his journey so far, a rare smile of satisfaction on his face. Thanks to the support from the Moyon clan head, he could travel with peace of mind, realizing he had gained quite a lot from this one trip into the Murim. He took stock of his progress, clenching his fist. The 1,000-year-old ginseng had granted him immunity to poison, and his white lightning 10-phase art had reached the 9th phase. On top of that, he had acquired a pair of rare, powerful gauntlets. But more than power or items, he had gained something far more valuable: allies. He thought of Myungo, Lady Hua, and even the Stern Alliance leader. This single step into the Murim had been more fruitful than he could have ever imagined. setting him on a path far beyond his initial quest for revenge. As he continued his journey through a bamboo forest, the whispers of other travelers reached his ears. They spoke of the Dragon Phoenix tournament's shocking outcome. "Did you hear?" one asked. "Someone who doesn't belong to the Rulers Association or the Murim Alliance won." Neon paused, his curiosity piqued. "So Lady Hua didn't win?" he wondered aloud. The traveler continued, his voice hushed with awe. "Her name was." Just as the name was about to be spoken, a gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves around him, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a woman, shrouded in a veiled hat that obscured her face, her presence ethereal in the moonlight. The travelers confirmed the name that was on the wind. Bekyak? That's what they said. And there she stood, the mysterious champion, having sought him out. She took a step closer, the moonlight catching her piercing eyes through the veil. Her voice, calm and confident, drifted through the silent forest. "Hey, champion," she said, addressing him by a title he hadn't claimed. "I skipped the awards ceremony and ran after you just to chase you down." As Neon walked through a tranquil bamboo forest under the pale moonlight, the idle chatter of passing travelers caught his ear. They spoke of the Dragon Phoenix tournament and of a shocking upset. The famed Lady Hua, the Snow Phoenix, had been defeated. This unexpected news piqued Neon's curiosity, causing him to pause his journey. As the traveler was about to reveal the victor's name, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and an ethereal figure emerged from the shadows. She wore a wide, veiled hat that obscured her features, her presence commanding the night. The travelers whispered the name that was now on the wind. Bekyak, that's what they said. The mysterious woman had found him. She took a step closer, her piercing eyes visible even through the veil. Her voice, calm and filled with an unshakable confidence, cut through the silence. "Hey, champion," she said, addressing him by a title he hadn't yet claimed. "I skipped the awards ceremony and ran after you just to chase you down." With a graceful movement, she removed her hat, revealing a face of striking beauty and fierce determination. Neon observed her, noting that her features were distinct from the women of the Central Plains. Without any preamble, she made a simple, yet monumental declaration. "I won the Dragon Phoenix tournament." Neon remained completely unfazed. His response was flat, almost dismissive. "Oh, is that so? Congratulations." Internally, he found her direct, almost blunt manner of speaking to be quite unusual, a stark contrast to the decorum he was used to. She bowed her head slightly. "Forgive my late introduction. My name is Bekyak. I was deeply impressed by your sparring, so I came to find you." Her eyes met his, alight with a warrior's spirit. "I want to request a final match between the dragon and the phoenix." Neon turned, his own agenda more pressing than a challenge. "Let's do it another time. I'm in a hurry." Bekyak, clearly unaccustomed to refusal, stepped forward insistently. Her desperate, oddly phrased pleas were overheard by the nearby travelers, who whispered amongst themselves, completely misinterpreting the intense situation. Growing tired of her persistence and strange manner of speaking, Neon's patience wore thin. He stopped and turned back, his gaze sharp as a blade. "If you're my enemy," he stated coldly, "then I don't mind fighting you right now." Startled by his sudden shift in tone, Bekyak quickly corrected him. "Obviously, I'm not your enemy." "Let's fight at another time, then," Neon replied, his decision final. He started to explain that it was getting late, but his words caught in his throat. His highly attuned senses detected something far more sinister than a simple challenge on the night air, the unmistakable, metallic scent of blood. His head snapped in the direction of a nearby inn, his focus absolute. Bekyak's question about their match was lost to the wind as Neon exploded into motion, a silent blur dashing through the bamboo grove. He arrived moments later before a dark, foreboding building from which the grim scent emanated. He slid the door open, revealing a scene of utter carnage. The interior was a slaughterhouse, the walls and floors stained crimson. Bodies lay where they had fallen, their lives violently extinguished. Neon's expression remained cold and detached as he absorbed the grim tableau. Bekyak arrived just behind him, her eyes wide with shock. "So you followed the smell of blood," she murmured, understanding his abrupt departure. She surveyed the scene, adding, "The lights were out. It seems nobody's entered this place before us." Jineon knelt beside a victim, his analysis swift and precise. He identified the dead as commoners and low-level thugs, not martial artists. They had been dead for roughly a day, killed by having their spines shattered, a cruel method designed to prolong suffering. This brand of sadism was not the work of common criminals or the unorthodox faction. It was something far more sinister. He rose to his feet, a silent, chilling fury washing over him. The thought of those who would prey on the defenseless, on those who couldn't even fight back, ignited a cold fire within him. Bekyak felt the change instantly, the air growing heavy with his murderous aura. "He's radiating killing intent," she thought, a shiver running down her spine. With a grim certainty forged from past battles, Jineon came to a single, chilling conclusion. They must be from the demonic faction. Without another word, he vaulted through the shattered doorway, a predator let loose upon the night. At that same moment, in another part of the settlement, the gambler who had lost his bet to Myungo approached a hidden safe house. Inside, a group of men dressed in identical uniforms and wide-brimmed hats were gathered, their meeting clandestine and purposeful. As he entered, the leader of the group silenced him before he could speak. "Let the escort establishment go. The youngest is here." The leader's gaze was fixed on the darkness outside the room. With a subtle gesture, he indicated their predicament. "One person, watching us nearby." "Huh, what a pain." The leader sighed, clearly irritated by the interruption. He dispatched his subordinates to secure the area, then raised his voice, calling out to the unseen observer. "Stop whispering in there. Come out, all of you. Or should I go in?" His men tensed, their hands gripping the hilts of their swords. A lone figure emerged from the moonlit path. It was Jineon, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. The leader attempted to bluff, claiming they were merely guards from the Great Bear escort establishment. He tried to dismiss Jineon, telling him the deaths of some at an inn were none of his concern. The plural slipped out, and Jineon's eyes narrowed into slits. With a predatory smile, he retorted, "I never said there was more than one person." The atmosphere crackled with tension. Jineon's casual inquiry turned into a chilling interrogation. "Hands up if you were the guy at the inn yesterday," he commanded. The men froze, their nervous glances and hands drifting towards hidden weapons betraying their guilt. Jineon tossed a bamboo canteen into the air, his verbal trap closing tight. "Maybe I should be asking if you were." Realizing their cover was blown, the leader screamed, "Get into formation!" But Jineon's voice cut through the chaos like thunder. "I told you to raise your hands." Surrounded, Jineon stood his ground, a smirk playing on his lips as he recognized their fighting stances. "It's been a while since I last saw the ancient demonic arts," he mused aloud. These forbidden techniques specialized in illusion and stealth, but against him, they were useless. Seeing no escape, the leader gave a final, desperate order. "Kill him." The order was a death sentence for them. In the split second it took to utter the words, Jineon was already moving. He closed the distance instantly, his fist connecting with the leader's face. The attack was so fast, so overwhelmingly powerful, that his arm plunged straight through the man's chest, extinguishing his life in a single, brutal strike. The surviving cultists could only stare in pure terror as their leader's body was annihilated. One moment Jineon was there, and the next he had vanished, leaving only his silhouette against the full moon. Panic set in. "I can't see his movements at all." A cultist stammered, his eyes darting wildly. Where is he?" The answer came from above. Jineon descended like a meteor, his foot crashing down on another cultist's head with enough force to shatter the very ground beneath him. The night was filled with the sickening crunch of bone as another life was snuffed out before they could even react. Standing amidst the carnage, splattered in their blood, Jineon's gaze was one of pure contempt. "They still have the courage to come at me?" The remaining few, driven by desperation, charged forward. In response, Neon simply raised his hand, gathering crackling blue energy as he prepared to unleash the devastating white lightning 10-phase art. He unleashed the lightning strike technique. The dark forest was consumed by a blinding, incandescent flash. The cultists' charge ended in screams of agony as they were instantly vaporized by the torrent of pure, destructive energy, their bodies turning to ash in the brilliant light. Watching from a safe distance, Baekhyuk shielded her eyes from the overwhelming blast. The raw power on display was beyond anything she had anticipated. A mix of awe and frustration colored her thoughts. He's fighting now even though he said he wouldn't spar with me. As the light faded, only silence and the crackle of burning embers remained. Neon stood in the center of the scorched clearing, the bodies of his enemies nothing more than smoldering remains. His face, stained with blood, was a mask of cold indifference. His eyes caught a glint on the ground, a signal flare. He instantly understood. These men were merely pawns, decoys sent to summon a bigger threat. A defiant, almost eager smirk spread across his face. He picked up their flares and, without hesitation, ignited them all, painting the night sky with a brilliant, explosive challenge. I don't care who it is. The fireworks illuminated the forest, their light dancing on the leaves and smoke. As the last embers began to fall, a new figure stepped out from the tree line. The presence of this newcomer was heavy, leagues beyond the cannon fodder Neon had just dispatched. The man's face was hidden behind a curtain of talismans, but his voice was cold and sharp. You're not one of my people. Are you alone? Neon met the hidden gaze of the cult's captain, his blood-stained lips curling into a confident, almost mocking smile. Yeah, he replied casually. I'm still single. The embers of the signal flares danced in the night air, casting a hellish glow on the forest clearing. From the shadows emerged Oh Kyung, captain of the demonic assassins, his face a chilling tapestry of paper talismans. He sized up the lone warrior standing amidst the fallen. You're not one of my people, he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Are you alone? Neon, bloodied but unbroken, offered a smirk that was equal parts mockery and confidence. Yeah, he replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I'm still single. Oh Kyung ignored the jibe, his focus entirely on identifying this unknown threat. Orthodox faction? Neon's answer was a flat no. Underworld, another no. Frustrated, the captain demanded, Then, what are you? Neon's expression remained impassive as he gave a clearly false answer. I'm just the son of a merchant. His eyes then narrowed, the facade dropping to reveal a core of cold steel. One of us is going to die here, so state your affiliation. Surprisingly, the captain complied, his voice resonating with zealous pride. I am Oh Kyung, captain of the Myriad Demon Palace's secret demon corps. The name meant nothing to Neon, a new player on a board he thought he knew. He found it strange. For a member of a demonic sect, this man was unusually forthcoming, carrying himself with the honor of a traditional martial artist rather than a shadowy killer. It was a contradiction that hinted at a much deeper, more complex threat. Oh Kyung brushed aside any further questions. No need for you to know the details, he said, snapping a talisman between his fingers. He reasoned that since one of them was destined to fall, introductions were a waste of breath. From the surrounding darkness, a dozen more assassins materialized, their forms shifting like ghosts in the firelight. They were an illusionary corps, designed to overwhelm the senses and strike from impossible angles. With a final, chilling command, Oh Kyung ordered the attack. Draw your swords. Kill him. The assassins descended upon Neon in a disorienting whirlwind of motion and steel. Their movements were a blur, their numbers seemingly multiplying with every step. Neon stood his ground, his eyes darting between the figures, unable to distinguish the real from the ethereal. He was trapped in a deadly dance where every partner could be a phantom or his final demise. Faced with a technique designed to confuse and deceive, Neon chose the only path that made sense to him: absolute destruction. Well, then, he muttered, clenching his fists. He abandoned any attempt to find the original bodies. Instead, he would simply obliterate them all. He lunged forward, his fists a blur of motion, smashing through the assassins with concussive force that shattered both flesh and illusion alike. One by one, the assassins were broken and scattered by Jineon's relentless barrage. His movements were economical but devastatingly powerful, each blow landing with the finality of a death sentence. Yet, the phantoms kept coming, a seemingly endless tide of cannon fodder. Jineon's patience, already worn thin, finally snapped. This is starting to get annoying. A crackle of energy filled the air as raw power began to gather around Jineon. Brilliant blue lightning arced across his skin, his ki surging with untamed fury. He unleashed it all in a single, explosive wave that erupted outwards, a dome of pure electrical energy that incinerated everything in its path. The clearing was bathed in a blinding flash, and the screams of the assassins were silenced in an instant. From his vantage point, Okyung could only stare in disbelief at the scorched earth where his elite squad had once stood. "What kind of ridiculous situation is this?" he whispered, his composure shattered. He knew then that this lone warrior was no ordinary martial artist. He was a catastrophe, a risk factor that could unravel all their plans. Clutching a paper talisman, he began folding it into an origami bird, a desperate attempt to send a warning to the young palace master. But his escape was not to be. A voice cut through the silent aftermath from directly behind him. "So you were hiding here." Okyung froze, terror gripping him as Jineon stepped out of the shadows, a predatory smile on his face. He had not only survived, but had tracked the captain with silent precision. "Over here," Jineon called out, a taunt that sealed Okyung's fate. With no time to react, Okyung was caught in a vicious onslaught. Jineon moved with blinding speed, his fists a storm of relentless punishment. The captain was thrown about like a rag doll, his defenses crumbling under the sheer ferocity of the attack. The brief, brutal exchange ended with Okyung being slammed into a tree with enough force to splinter the ancient wood. Slumped against the tree, his body broken and bleeding, Okyung acknowledged the truth. "This is unexpected." He gazed upon the carnage, the bodies of his fallen comrades littering the forest floor. He, a captain of the secret demon corps, had been utterly defeated by a single, unknown man. So this operation is a failure. Yet, even in defeat, his fanatical loyalty burned bright. His eyes glowed with a fiery red light as he drew his own sword, not for a final attack, but for a final act of devotion. Placing the blade to his own throat, he prepared to take his life. "That is the way," he choked out, blood staining his lips, "to repay the grace of the myriad demon palace." In his final moments, a manic grin spread across his face as he envisioned his master's grand ambition. He saw a world where his sect ruled, their will imposed upon all. "Wander the heavens," he rasped, "and watch as the myriad demon palace safeguards while the demonic faction rules the world." But Jineon would not grant him such an honorable end. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the captain's own discarded sword flying through the air, pinning Okyung's sword hand to the tree and forcing him to drop the blade. Jineon caught the falling weapon, his face a mask of cold fury as blood dripped from the wounds on his face. The fight wasn't over until he said it was. Holding the broken hilt, Jineon's voice was low and seething with contempt for his enemy's twisted ideals. "The myriad demon palace, or whatever there is." He began, his grip tightening until his own hand bled. "I didn't defy fate just to watch some pathetic demonic faction rule the world." With a roar, he slammed the hilt into Okyung's head, knocking the fanatical captain unconscious. Placing the broken sword against the fallen captain's head, Jineon began to absorb his essence, siphoning his life force and memories in a violent torrent of blue lightning. The energy crackled and roared, consuming Okyung's body until nothing remained but a pile of smoldering ash. The forest fell silent once more, the only light coming from the faint blue aura radiating from Jineon. As the captain's memories flooded his mind, Jineon felt a deep sense of unease. He had learned of a demonic faction that operated with the discipline of an orthodox sect, yet harbored ambitions of world domination. This was a new, unpredictable variable. He clenched his fist, realizing the truth. This isn't normal. My past self's level of skill won't be enough. I need the 10-phase realm, the domain of enlightenment. His path was now clear. He had to reach a stage where there was no limit to his power, the final step of the White Lightning 10-phase art. The knowledge he'd gained was a chilling warning, but also a catalyst for his own evolution. The next time I unleash the White Lightning 10-phase art in this life, he vowed to the silent woods, his eyes blazing with resolve, I'll become the Lightning Emperor. Just as he solidified his new purpose, a calm voice broke his concentration. Aren't you forgetting something? He turned to see Baek Yak, the veiled winner of the tournament, stepping gracefully into the clearing. She looked weary but determined. I've lost count of how many times I have chased you today. In her hand, she held a small, delicate origami bird. That is, Neon began. She explained, I was heading toward where the sound came from when this creepy paper bird flew past, so I grabbed it first. It probably has information about you written on it. Neon understood immediately. She had intercepted the enemy's message, saving him from future ambushes. He offered a rare, genuine sentiment. Thank you. Baek Yak's demeanor shifted instantly, a sly smile gracing her lips. If you're thankful, you should pay up, she declared, her intent clear and unwavering. She stepped closer, her gaze intense. When are you going to spar with me? Meanwhile, in a secret, opulent chamber far away, a white cat stretched lazily before slipping through a grand door. Inside, shadowy figures sat behind a screen. The cat watched as a paper bird, wreathed in flames, flew into the room. It was a dying message, a final report from a fallen subordinate. The bird plunged into a basin of water, its fire extinguished, its message delivered. A murmur went through the assembled figures. It seems the secret Demon Corps captain has passed, one of them observed. What in the world happened? As the cat rubbed against the leg of a seated figure, a voice, young but filled with unquestionable authority, cut through the confusion. Please, calm yourselves, clan heads. The young palace master, his crimson eyes glowing from the shadows, spoke with chilling composure. I will look into this. Under the serene light of the full moon, the young palace master of the myriad demon palace sat in quiet contemplation. The recent loss of his captain weighed heavily on him, a shadow in the tranquil night. Just then, a subordinate's voice cut through the silence, announcing his arrival with a formal but urgent tone. The subordinate entered, his posture rigid with the gravity of his news. I sent people to investigate, he began, his voice low. It seems Oh Kyung, captain of the secret demon corps, and all the members of his squad were wiped out by a single, unidentified martial master. The young palace master's expression remained impassive, betraying none of the shock that must have followed such a report. To think Oh Kyung would lose so easily. He mused, his voice cold. He blamed the failure not on weakness, but on betrayal. Without missing a beat, he issued a new command. The next captain of the secret demon corps will be you, Squad 1 leader. The new captain was momentarily stunned but accepted the promotion. It was Oh Kyung's wish, the young master added, a calculated move to ensure loyalty. Obey it. Leave and reorganize the secret demon corps. As the subordinate departed, a profound silence fell over the room, leaving the young leader alone with the consequences of this catastrophic failure. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. This was more than a military loss. It was a political disaster that would weaken his influence. He thought back to the myriad demon palace's origins, an institution his father built to raise powerful orphans, turning their tragic pasts into unwavering loyalty and a formidable fighting force for the demonic faction. However, that loyalty had been shattered. The greatest of those orphans, the Heavenly Demon and the Sword Demon, betrayed the palace. They formed their own Heavenly Sword Alliance, and their power grew unchecked, surpassing anything the palace could control. This mission was supposed to be a show of force, a declaration that the myriad demon palace was still strong. Instead, it ended in abject failure, with nothing left of his captain but smoldering talismans. He ran a hand through his hair, the facade of composure finally cracking. In the end, I even lost my loyal right-hand man. He lamented, questioning the vast power gap between them and the traitors. As his despair settled, his white cat, a creature of simple loyalty, patted over and nuzzled against him. Picking up the feline, he stroked its soft fur, a bitter thought crossing his mind. Those orphaned wretches we fed, raised, and cared for, like we did with you. His voice trailed off, a dangerous glint in his crimson eyes. They keep betraying us. His thoughts turned darker, a venomous internal debate. Do I have to become a demon like them? Someone who betrays without knowing gratitude. He knew the Heavenly Sword Alliance was stronger now. If they came for him, there would be no mercy, no quarter given, even if he groveled like a dog. His hand tightened into a fist, his knuckles white. The conclusion was inescapable. There would be no mercy from them, so he could show none in return. No, he whispered, his voice laced with a newfound, chilling resolve. They don't have that kind of mercy in them, so there's no choice. I'll have to become a demon. With his decision made, he moved to his desk. Dipping a brush in ink, he began to write, his movements fluid and deliberate. A new strategy was forming, a desperate gambit born of failure. He was sending a letter to an unlikely, and perhaps unwilling, ally, Yu Zhonghong, the Murim alliance leader. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Yunhe Merchant Group headquarters was far brighter. A familiar voice called out across the bustling courtyard, heralding the return of its young master. Jian. After his long journey, he had finally come home. He strode confidently across the paving stones to greet his friends. Long time no see. Did anything happen while I was gone? Wei Yan smiled, relieved. Myung Ho pouted, arms crossed. You ended up coming back pretty late. Jian simply grinned. Yeah, stuff came up. I even won the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The casual bombshell silenced his friends, their faces a mask of utter shock and disbelief. As his companions struggled to process the news, Myungo collapsing in comedic agony, Jian's sharp eyes scanned the compound. Come to think of it, he murmured, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. There seemed to be more people in the merchant group than usual. Just then, a well-dressed woman approached him with a confident smile. Young Master Jian, do you remember me? He searched his memory, but came up blank. Who are you? She introduced herself as Zhonghua, reminding him of their meeting at the courtesan house. Her face was bright with genuine gratitude. Thanks to you, I was able to take the girls and leave that life. And now, I'm running a small shop. She bowed her head, her voice sincere. Thank you so much. Jian was baffled, having no memory of directly helping her in such a profound way. Wei Yan, ever the astute observer, stepped in to explain. It's probably thanks to the alliance you proposed, Jian. The Great Merchants Association. Not only small merchants, but even large groups have joined, seeking protection and opportunity. A flag bearing the new association's crest fluttered in the breeze, a symbol of the unexpected prosperity Jian's idea had created. Wei Yan laughed heartily. Thanks to that, the Yunhe Merchant Group hasn't had a quiet day lately. Jian simply smiled, deflecting the praise. I did nothing, though. Looks like you've been doing great work, Wei Yan. As they spoke, Wei Yan's eyes drifted past Jian to the figures standing quietly behind him. By the way, I've been wondering, who are the people behind you? Jian turned, his attention finally drawn to the silent warrior who had followed him all this way. A woman with striking features and a calm, powerful demeanor stepped forward, performing a martial artist's greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Baekyak. She then added, much to the shock of everyone present. Young Master Jian said that once he returned to the merchant group, he'd do it with me, so I followed along. The implication of her words sent a wave of shock through Jian's companions. Do what with her? Wei Yan stammered. Flustered, Jian quickly corrected the misunderstanding. That's not it. He grabbed Baekyak's shoulder, leading her away. Please bring some tea to the reception room. Behind them, his friends erupted in excited whispers about their young master finally bringing a woman home. Wei Yan watched them go, a hopeful smile on his face. So I might actually end up with a sister-in-law. But tea and pleasantries were not on the agenda. Moments later, in a vast and empty training courtyard, Jineon and Baekyak stood facing each other, the air electric with anticipation. Jineon sought to confirm her intentions. Is it really fine to start right away? Baekyak was resolute. Yes, instead of wasting time on tea, I want to spar as soon as possible. She then set the unusual terms of their match. How about we exclude striking techniques and fight only using grappling and body techniques? Let's say whoever's shoulder touches the ground loses. He hesitated, a hint of concern in his voice. Body techniques are welcome, but to grapple with a woman, if it's only body techniques, the movements can get rough. Will you be okay? In response, Baekyak simply shrugged off her outer robe, revealing a practical martial arts uniform underneath, her intent clear and unwavering. It's fine, she said with a disarming smile. This outfit is a uniform I wear when I train body techniques. Jineon sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation and intrigue. Not only does she speak strangely, he thought, her actions are impossible to predict. Here I come, she declared, and in a flash, she was gone. Her speed was breathtaking, closing the distance instantly. Before Jineon could fully register her movement, she was already behind him, her arms locking around him in a perfect hold, ready to throw. You let your guard down, young master. Huh, she taunted, a victorious smirk on her lips. But her victory was premature. Using her own momentum against her, Jineon broke her posture, effortlessly reversing the hold and sweeping her off her feet, hoisting her upside down into the air with one arm. He held her suspended in the air. Is this not it? It feels like I can just slam you down like this, he stated, pointing out the clear path to victory. Hanging upside down, she calmly replied, You're not wrong, but try doing it like you're breaking the opponent's balance. Please give me a chance. Respecting her warrior's spirit, he agreed. Let's do that. He released her, and she spun gracefully through the air, landing lightly on her feet. Without a moment's hesitation, they re-engaged. The courtyard became a stage for a silent, lightning-fast dance of counters and reversals as the two masters tested each other's limits in pure, unadulterated technique. In the midst of a fluid exchange, their bodies locked in a grapple, Jineon suddenly stopped. They were frozen, face to face, mere inches apart. In a low voice, he gave her a piece of advice. Wrap your clothes up properly. There's a chance your opponent will grab them. Baekyak paused, her intense gaze softening slightly as she took in his words. Yes, she replied. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the courtyard. Their sparring had lasted for hours. Baekyak, though clearly exhausted, was ready for more. One more time. Jineon, however, called a halt to that part of the duel. Seems like I'm a level above you in body techniques, he said, not as a boast, but as a statement of fact. How about you use inner energy or something? His tone shifted, a predatory grin spreading across his face. I've been wanting to check your inner energy anyway. A brilliant blue aura erupted around him, crackling with immense power that charged the very air. The friendly spar was over. This was a true test of strength. In response to his challenge, Baekyak unleashed her own power. A wave of chilling energy exploded from her, and razor-sharp shards of ice materialized in the air. Jineon's eyes widened in recognition. Ice art, he thought, a memory surfacing. Back then, and even now, she's incredibly skilled at using ice art. Her voice was as cold as the frost she commanded. If I use inner energy, I'm sure you'll regret it. Jineon's focus sharpened, his mind racing to connect the pieces of the puzzle she presented. He observed her flawless control, murmuring, You seem extremely familiar with ice art. He recalled a crucial piece of information. In the Central Plains, every known master of ice art had vanished, hunted to extinction, with the sole exception of those who served the demonic faction. The truth slammed into him with the force of a physical blow. He stared at her, the question hanging heavy between them. Could you be a descendant of the heavenly demon? The ice around her pulsed with ethereal light. Her expression was serene as she finally revealed her truth. Yes, she confirmed, letting the weight of the admission settle. Then, she clarified her heritage with chilling precision, her blue eyes glowing with the power of her lineage. I am the descendant of Baekmujin, Bekyak's voice, though soft, carried the weight of a monumental truth. She corrected Jineon with chilling precision, revealing a name that had been lost to legend. To be more precise, it's the first heavenly demon. I'm the descendant of Baekmujin. The name echoed in the silence, a name synonymous with unparalleled power in a bygone era. She dismissed the title her ancestor was given with a hint of disdain, finding it ridiculous that a man of his stature would be worshipped as a demon. Jineon was momentarily stunned. Bekyak continued her explanation, clarifying a history that had been twisted over centuries. She revealed that Baekmujin was never actually the first heavenly demon. His overwhelming mastery of ice-based martial arts was so profound, so awe-inspiring, that it drew the adoration of countless zealous followers who deified him. The generations that followed, attempting to restore his peerless techniques, inherited his title, becoming the heavenly demons of legend. She spoke of her ancestor with reverence, a man whose strength transcended the ages, rightfully called a martial god. The revelation settled upon Jineon, each piece clicking into place. To think that a direct descendant of the legendary Baekmujin was standing before him was almost unbelievable. He knew that the bloodline of the martial god had vanished from the Jianghu, never to be heard from again, until now. With his mind reeling from the implications of her identity, Jineon shook his head to clear it. There were too many questions, too many new variables to consider. He paused, looking at her, and then at the quiet courtyard. Before diving any deeper into this world-altering conversation, he made a simple, grounding request. Before everything else, could we eat while we talk? Soon, they were seated in a private room, a lavish spread of food laid out before them. Bekyak ate with an unreserved and impressive appetite, praising the quality of the meal. As she enjoyed the food, one of Jineon's attendants couldn't help but observe the scene, quietly noting to herself that the young master was now dining with two very different, yet equally remarkable women. Once the initial fervor of the meal had passed, Jineon returned to the topic at hand. His gaze was serious, cutting through the casual atmosphere. He suspected her presence at the tournament was more than mere competition. Did your entire clan leave the Central Plains? It doesn't look like you came here simply to participate. Bekyak met his gaze, her expression turning somber as she confirmed his suspicion. Yes, that's right. She began to tell the story of her people, a tale of exile and prejudice. Because their ancestor, the founder of the White Blossom Divine Art, was mislabeled as a demonic figure, their techniques were forever stained. They lived in seclusion, unaware of the infamy their art had garnered in the Jianghu. This misunderstanding created a deep-seated prejudice, branding all ice arts as the domain of the demonic faction, and though they were innocent, her people were forced to bear the weight of this false condemnation. Her clan's only goal was to preserve the martial arts of Baekmujin, a sacred duty passed down through generations. However, true masters of the art were exceptionally rare, appearing only once every few generations. She explained that if they remained complacent in their isolated, frozen lands, without rivals to test their strength or elixirs to cultivate their power, the legendary White Blossom Divine Art would inevitably fade into nothingness. Her eyes burned with fierce determination as she stated her purpose. That's why I came to the Central Plains, so I don't lose what I inherited. She paused, her voice gaining a sharp, vengeful edge, and also to set things right. Her statement hung in the air, potent and mysterious, prompting Jineon to ask the obvious question, set what right? In a flash of movement too quick to follow, a nearby insect was bisected by a chopstick she held. The action was as swift and deadly as a sword strike. Her intent became crystal clear as she spoke, her voice laced with cold fury. To prove that we are not of the demonic faction, and I intend to prove it, by eradicating the demonic faction with my own hands. She stood by her declaration, acknowledging the prejudices she would face, but remaining undeterred in her singular goal. Jineon listened, processing her audacious plan. A slow, knowing smirk spread across his lips. Her ambition mirrored his own. You'll eradicate the demonic faction with those hands, huh? He mused, a dangerous glint in his eyes. That's a fine idea. It seems you and I are going to have quite a good connection. Baek was visibly startled by his enthusiastic agreement. She had expected resistance, not kinship. Jineon's mind was already racing, calculating the advantage of having such a powerful martial artist as an ally. The prospect was such good news he couldn't suppress his smile. Across the table, Baek felt a strange warmth spreading through her, a flush rising to her cheeks that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. Noticing the late hour, Baek decided it was time to depart. She stood gracefully, announcing her intention to return to her lodgings. Jineon and his attendant rose as well, bringing the intense meeting to a close. Baek turned and walked out into the cool night air, leaving Jineon to contemplate their newfound and potentially deadly shared purpose. Outside, she was met by her cousin and guard, Baek Ran, who immediately sensed something was different. "Did something happen inside?" she asked, her sharp eyes noticing the lingering blush on Baek's face. "Your face is a bit red." Flustered, Baek dismissed it as the warmth of the room or the exertion from using her techniques for the first time in a while, a flimsy excuse that barely concealed her true feelings. As they walked through the quiet streets, Baek Ran inquired about the spar with Jineon. Baek answered honestly, admitting she couldn't defeat him and that his strength in the tournament was only a fraction of his true power. When pressed for more details, Baek deflected with a fond comment about the delicious food, prompting a playful jab from her cousin about her insatiable appetite. The following morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the mountains, another powerful warrior began her day. While stretched languidly by a serene lake, the early light catching the elegant lines of her form. Having heard of the beautiful scenery, she had come to enjoy a peaceful walk and begin her morning training. Deciding a run was in order, she coiled her energy and launched herself from a cliff edge. As she soared through the air, she was startled to see a figure below her. It was Jineon, already deep in his own grueling training, lifting massive boulders. His sudden presence directly in her path caught her completely by surprise. Realizing her landing would be rough, Jineon reacted in an instant. He dropped the heavy stones and moved to intercept her fall, catching her securely in his arms. Hwa found herself flustered and breathless from the unexpected and intimate encounter. After a moment, he set her down gently, asking if she was all right. They exchanged brief apologies, the awkwardness of the moment hanging between them. They began to walk along the lakeside, Jineon explaining his habit of training there in the mornings. An unspoken tension filled the quiet air as they walked side by side, two formidable warriors sharing a rare moment of peace. Breaking the silence, Jineon suggested they pick up the pace and took off. Hwa agreed, but was stunned to see him run directly towards the surface of the lake. Her mind struggled to comprehend his action. That direction, was he planning to run on water? Without hesitation, Hwa followed. With each step, she froze the water beneath her feet, creating a solid path of ice. Her movements so fluid and calm it was as if she were walking on solid ground. Jineon, glancing back, was genuinely impressed. "Your movement art is extraordinary," he called out, recognizing the immense skill required for such a feat. Hwa's focus was shattered when he effortlessly closed the distance between them, running on the water's surface as if it were trivial. She was shocked. It was said that only a handful of masters in all of Jianghu could match her movement art, yet here he was, keeping pace with a grin. "It's not easy even for me to keep up with your speed," he admitted, clearly thrilled by the challenge. "This is stimulating." A faint blush touched Hwa's cheeks at his praise. She quietly murmured that he was amazing, too, though her words were lost in the wind. When he asked what she said, she quickly brushed it off. "It's nothing. Wanna run more?" With a confident sure, he accepted, and the two of them shot off across the water, a friendly race between two masters. After a long and exhilarating run across the vast lake, they finally came to a stop on the shore, both breathing heavily from the exertion. Hwa was amazed, unable to even tell how far they had traveled. The world seemed to still around them as they caught their breath, the silent morning air charged with the energy of their contest. Noticing a small leaf that had fallen into her hair, Jineon gently reached out and removed it. "Tell me about it," he said with a smile. "I was having so much fun competing with you that we went way too far. Let's head back." The simple, thoughtful gesture made Wa's heart flutter, a warm blush returning to her face as they turned to leave. As they walked, Wa wondered at the persistent warmth she felt, questioning if the Central Plains were simply hotter than her home at the Ice Palace. Upon their return to the Yunha merchant group, Jin was stopped by a stern-faced man. The man informed him that the 8 Dragon sect leader was calling for him. Jin's expression hardened, a wry smirk on his face as he wondered why the leader of such a powerful sect would seek him out. The man's reply was grim and direct. "Why else? It's karma." He revealed the chilling reason for the summons. "Because the Crimson Reaper you killed was from the 8 Dragon sect." Jin paused, searching his memory. He had dispatched countless foes on his path of vengeance. The name meant nothing to him. The Crimson Reaper? "Who's that?" he asked, his indifference a testament to the bloody road he had walked. Meanwhile, far from the rising tensions at the merchant group, Myungo was still trying to find his way back. Frustrated by the ridiculously long journey, he ran through the forest, his mind filled with worry. "Heavens," he grumbled. "That troublemaker better not have gone off to fight someone else again." The man's words hung in the air, a name meant to intimidate. Jin, however, remained unfazed as he searched his memory, a vast graveyard of faces and names, but the Crimson Reaper drew a blank. His indifference was not feigned. The path of vengeance was long, and he had forgotten countless stepping stones along the way. "Who is that?" he asked, his tone flat, dismissing the name as utterly insignificant. The sect member was taken aback by Jin's ignorance, his expression a mixture of disbelief and indignation. He clarified, his voice laced with annoyance. "You truly don't know Yukwon Main Street's Crimson Reaper?" A faint flicker of recognition crossed Jin's mind, a memory of a large, brutish figure he had dispatched without a second thought. "Ah, that big guy." He recalled casually, the memory as trivial as swatting a fly. The messenger's face hardened, delivering the true purpose of his visit. "The Crimson Reaper's master wants to see you personally," he stated, his words carrying an implicit threat. He then laid the trap bare. "If you don't go, the Yunha merchant group will be hurt." A familiar chill ran down Jin's spine. His newfound allies were being used as leverage. His gaze drifted to a distant pagoda, and knowing there was only one choice, he finally relented. "Okay, I'll go." The messenger seemed pleased, but Jin cut him off before he could make arrangements. "No," he said firmly, a defiant edge to his voice, asserting his own control over the situation. "I'll eat first before going," he declared, crossing his arms. "It's a prior appointment, so wait." A flash of rage crossed the messenger's face, his eye twitching at the sheer disrespect. He was a representative of the 8 Dragon sect, yet this upstart was treating their summons like a casual invitation. Recalling his orders, he suppressed his anger, realizing this was not a man to be trifled with. "I'll wait," he conceded through gritted teeth. Under the silver light of a crescent moon, Jin and his guide finally made their way to the sect's headquarters. The journey had been long, stretching into the deep of night, a testament to the sect's secluded and imposing domain. As they approached the grand structure, its towering pillars cast long shadows, creating an atmosphere of foreboding power. Jin glanced at the opulent architecture with a mocking smirk. "What's up with the huge size of this place?" "Did you steal it?" he quipped. The messenger, still irked by the delay, muttered under his breath about the nerve of someone who made them wait while he leisurely ate dinner. Ignoring the jab, he gestured curtly towards the entrance. "Go in." "The 8 Dragon sect leader is waiting," the guide announced, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. Jin stepped into an immense hall, his footsteps silent on the polished floor. The room was designed to overwhelm, with dozens of sect members flanking the path to a central throne, where a man sat with casual authority beneath the looming, carved figure of a dragon. The eyes of the assembled elders, hardened and weathered, followed Jin's every move. The man on the throne, his posture relaxed but his gaze sharp, finally spoke. "You're here," he said, his voice smooth and confident. "I am the 8th Dragon Sect leader, Hajianik." Jineon simply stood his ground, observing the display of power with a neutral expression, unimpressed by the pageantry. As Jineon began to walk forward, one of the sect members, eager to assert his own standing, stepped in his path. Without breaking stride, Jineon's hand shot out, casually shoving the man aside. The guard went flying as if struck by a boulder, crashing to the floor with a sickening thud. The assembled warriors stared in stunned silence, their arrogance shattered by this sudden, brutal display of raw power. While his subordinates reeled in shock, Hajianik watched with an intrigued, unbothered smile. Jineon strolled past the throne and took a seat himself, claiming a position of equal footing. "I heard you called for me," he said, his voice carrying easily through the hall before giving an order to the leader himself. "Speak, I'll hear you out, and move the guy who just went flying." The sect leader, unperturbed, got straight to the point. "So the Crimson Reaper," he began, but Jineon cut him short. "I killed him," he admitted without a trace of remorse, his eyes locking with the leader's. "So what?" The question was a direct challenge, forcing the leader's hand. "This is the underworld, so I'm sure there are rules. Tell me what you're going to do." Jineon's gaze swept across the room. "Who's the man called the Crimson Reaper's master?" he demanded. From the seated elders, an older man with scarred, sightless eyes spoke up. "That would be me," he said, his voice gravelly, addressing Jineon with a strange mix of curiosity and condescension. "Hey, young man, I don't know why you're so confident. It's taking me aback." The old master's tone shifted, becoming cold and menacing as he laid out his threat. "I heard you killed my disciple," he began, the words dripping with venom. "It seems the Yunha Merchant Group has created a lot of business here. I can get rid of several of their clients to set an example. I can make it so they can't do business at all." Jineon let out a short, derisive laugh. He turned his attention back to Hajianik, the true power in the room, ignoring the subordinates' empty threats. "Sect leader," he began, his voice calm, but his words heavy with implication. "The only reason I'm sitting here quietly instead of immediately slaughtering you underworld thugs is because you left the Yunha Merchant Group alone while I was gone." His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing within them. "And yet, here you are, threatening me through them. How disappointing." The air grew thick with tension. One of the elders, incensed by Jineon's disrespect, urged, "Sect leader, let's just deal with this young master and finish things." But Hajianik raised a hand, silencing him. "That's not right." The sect leader addressed the blind master directly, his words cutting and pragmatic. "The Crimson Reaper was a disciple you raised simply to increase your wealth. He isn't even a true member of the 8th Dragon Sect," he declared coolly. "You resolve this yourself. If you die, I'll avenge you." Meng was aghast at being abandoned, but the leader was unmoved, stating his duty ended with the summons. As the sect's internal politics played out, Jineon saw his opening. He rose from his seat, a disgusted look on his face. "You insane underworld people," he muttered, walking toward the now isolated master. He lashed out with a sudden kick, sending the old man sprawling. Looming over him, Jineon's voice was low and menacing. "You blind fool, don't you understand the position you're in?" The sect leader watched the scene unfold with cold amusement, his chin resting on his hand. How arrogant. The other sect members, however, were not so calm. Enraged by the blatant assault on an elder, they drew their swords, ready to strike. But before they could move, a wave of crushing pressure emanated from Jineon, an aura of pure, unadulterated killing intent that froze them in place. "How dare you?" one of the elders roared, struggling against the immense spiritual pressure. "In the middle of the 8th Dragon Sect, you show your killing intent?" Hajianik's nonchalant demeanor finally vanished. His eyes widened, glowing with a faint red light as he felt the sheer murderous power radiating from Jineon, a power far beyond that of any ordinary warrior. A blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Jineon's neck. But instead of dodging, he simply raised his hand, catching the razor-sharp steel between his fingers. The impact sent sparks flying, but his skin remained unbroken. With a predatory grin, he looked at his attackers. "The arrogant ones," he said, his voice a low growl. "Are you?" In a single, explosive movement, Genion released a torrent of energy from his body. The shockwave slammed into the surrounding guards, sending them flying like broken dolls. Even Hajionik, seated on his throne, was thrown back by the sheer force of the blast, his chair skidding across the floor. The hall was left in ruins, the sect's elite warriors groaning on the ground, utterly defeated. "I've been letting things slide," Genion announced, drawing his own blade. As it left its sheath, brilliant blue lightning crackled along its length, illuminating the darkened hall with its fearsome light. With movements too fast for the eye to follow, he unleashed a storm of electrified slashes, each one finding its mark. The remaining guards fell, their bodies rent by arcs of pure energy. Debris rained down around the terrified Meng. He couldn't see the destruction, but he could feel the raw, untamed power in the air. "Lightning energy," he gasped, his face pale with terror. There was only one martial art in the world that utilized such a force. The horrifying truth dawned on him. As someone who can use this lightning energy, is this young man the Fist King's disciple? Genion stood amidst the crackling energy, a figure of absolute power and destruction. The lightning danced around him, casting his shadow long and menacing against the ruined hall. He turned his head slightly towards the blind master, a faint, condescending smile on his lips. "You may be blind," he complimented dryly, "but you're quick-witted." Panic seized the old master. "Don't go for him. Just run," he shrieked, his voice filled with a desperate warning. "He's not someone we can face." His plea was cut short as a flash of lightning silenced him forever. His body fell to the floor, a stark monument to his fatal miscalculation. The few survivors could only look on in horror, their will to fight completely extinguished. Genion looked down at the last remaining enemy of consequence, the sect leader, now sprawled amongst the wreckage. "This is too bad, since the smart one died," he said mockingly. He walked towards the terrified leader, repeating the threats that had been made against him. "I can make it so they can't do business. I can get rid of several clients to set an example. That's what your man said so confidently." He loomed over Hajionik, his voice laced with cold fury. "So why did you let him gamble his life like that?" he demanded. He then asked a seemingly unrelated question, one that carried a terrifying weight. "Eight Dragon Sect leader, do you have any family?" Shaking, the leader could only manage a single, terrified reply. "I do." A wicked, predatory grin spread across Genion's face. "What? You have a family, but you acted all confident," he sneered. The implication was not lost on Hajionik. His mind raced, the pieces clicking into place with dawning horror. This was not just a threat of revenge, it was a promise of annihilation. Genion was making it clear that if he touched the Yunha merchant group, his own family would be wiped from existence. The weight of the threat crushed Hajionik's spirit completely. All his power and influence meant nothing in the face of this madman. With a voice trembling with fear and defeat, he gave his final order. "Put your weapons down." The remaining guards, shocked but obedient, let their swords clatter to the floor. Hajionik bowed low, his forehead touching the cold, dusty floor in a gesture of absolute surrender. "I completely miscalculated your skills," he admitted, his voice muffled. "This Hajionik has committed a huge crime. From now on, the Eight Dragon Sect, and I will do everything you say." Genion looked down at the groveling sect leader with disdain. "Aren't you from the underworld? If you are, I'll deal with you using their ways." He reminded him of his earlier declaration. "You said that if Meng died, you'd avenge him. So uphold those things you said. I'll accept your revenge." Hajionik's face contorted in anguish. "I realize that I don't have the ability to keep my words," he pleaded. But Genion was relentless. "In the underworld, you keep what is promised, even without the ability." Left with no choice, his face a mask of grim determination, Hajionik's hand closed around the hilt of a fallen sword. With a sharp cry, Hajionik drove the blade deep into his own thigh. Blood spurted from the wound, a gruesome offering to satisfy the underworld's code and the terrifying man who enforced it. He had failed to avenge his subordinate, and this was the price. Jin Eon watched the brutal act of self-mutilation with cold, indifferent eyes. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the sect leader made a new vow. Every time I say something I don't mean to, I'll cut off one finger. He then turned to his stunned subordinates. You guys cut them too, he commanded. A chorus of yes, sir, was followed by the sickening sound of blades meeting flesh and bone as the sect members followed their leader's desperate example. Jin Eon turned his back on the carnage, his point made. I don't have the rebirth skill that you trash have, and I have no plans on taking in weaklings to unify the underworld. Humbled and bleeding, Hajionik renounced his very identity. I won't consider myself underworld from now on. I don't have the right to. I will simply do as you say. Jin Eon stopped and looked back. Bait, sect leader Ha. He delivered a final, chilling threat, explaining that if crossed, the Yunha merchant group would burn, his clients would be ruined, and his own family would turn on him. But none of that mattered. What's important, he said, his blue eyes burning with an unholy light, is that I won't die. I don't die. Do you understand? Jin Eon asked. The question was a formality. The absolute terror on Hajionik's face was answer enough. Why yes, he stammered. Satisfied that his message was received, Jin Eon turned to leave, stepping nonchalantly over a severed finger on the floor. Let's finish things up here. As he walked toward the exit, Jin Eon glanced over his shoulder. Follow me, sect leader Ha. I have something to say to you. Leaving the blood-soaked hall and the maimed members of the once proud 8-Dragon sect behind, the two figures disappeared into the night. A new, terrifying hierarchy had just been established. Meanwhile, far from the brutal display of power, Chol Myung-go finally reached his destination, a local gambling den. He ran a hand through his messy hair, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. Heavens, wait. What kind of ridiculous situation is happening in this gambling den? He wondered, seeing a group of people kneeling in silent submission. Spotting the people he was looking for, Chol Myung-go approached them, holding up a new umbrella. Anyway, I broke the umbrella you guys gave me for Lee Jin Eon, he announced, his arm aching from the journey. I've got a new one here, so just take it. The small group simply stared back, their expressions blank and confused. The battle was over, but the statement was not yet complete. Jin Eon glanced over his shoulder at the broken man who once led the 8-Dragon sect. Follow me, sect leader Ha, he commanded, his voice calm, yet carrying the weight of absolute authority. I have something to say to you. Leaving the carnage and the terrified survivors behind, the two figures walked out into the quiet night, a new, terrifying hierarchy having just been forged in blood and steel. Meanwhile, far from the brutal display of power, Chol Myung-go finally reached his destination, a local gambling den. He ran a hand through his messy hair, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. Heavens, wait. What kind of ridiculous situation is happening in this gambling den? He wondered, seeing a group of people kneeling in silent, fearful submission in the main hall. His eyes found the two figures at the center of the strange tableau, Jin Eon and the former sect leader, Hajionik. Chol Myung-go watched, dumbfounded, as his master simply turned to the defeated man. Go boil some noodles, Jin Eon said with casual indifference, as if he hadn't just dismantled an entire sect. I'm hungry. Sometime later, the three sat around a table, an awkward meal in progress. Chol Myung-go sighed wistfully. Noodles and a gambling den. This brings back old memories. Ah, those times. He then addressed Hajionik directly. And you must be the one who got your face beaten in. Jin Eon cut in, his tone sharp. Where have you been? Chol Myung-go simply replied. Something came up. Chol Myung-go slammed his hand on the table, his frustration finally boiling over. So what is it, you rogue? Why is my gambling den being torn up and remodeled into an underground training hall? Jin Eon gestured nonchalantly towards his new subordinate. This guy is Hajionik, the 8-Dragon sect leader. Chol repeated the name, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, before Jin Eon asked, You know him? Chol Myung-go's face contorted, not with anger, but with uncontrollable mirth. How would I know? The 8-Dragon sect. That name is ridiculously childish. he howled, collapsing in laughter. Why not the Nine Dragons sect? Why'd they leave one out? Goodness, my stomach hurts from laughing. Genie On turned to the humiliated sect leader. I'll give you time to beat him up later, so hold it in for now. Hajienik could only grit his teeth and agree. The meal continued in a tense silence, with Chul Myungo being the only one enjoying himself. Deciding it was time for business, Genie On addressed his new follower. Sect leader Ha, how many subordinates do you have now? Ha replied promptly, 240. Chul whistled in appreciation. You sure have a great many of them, as expected of the underworld. Genie On looked from Ha to Chul, a plan forming in his mind. Sect leader Ha, that's Chul Myungo over there, he said, gesturing with his head. He then asked a pointed question, is he weaker than you? Ha Jienik, a master in his own right, answered honestly. He is. Chul Myungo froze, a vein throbbing on his forehead. What? Genie On's gaze was cold and serious as he laid out his first command. Once the renovations here are done, pick opponents suited to Chul Myungo's level and have him spar against them. Buy every elixir that you can get with your funds and feed him. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, commanding tone. I want you to teach Chul Myungo and invest in him until he's strong enough to become the Nine Dragon sect leader. He's my disciple too, so treat him with respect. Hajienik bowed his head in complete submission. From now on, I, Hajienik, will complete anything you order without exception. Chul Myungo shot up from his seat, outraged. Wait, hold on. What about the opinion of the person involved? I'm already busy enough practicing the Trisword technique until I'm dying here. Genie On looked at him coolly. I forgot to ask for your opinion. So you don't like it? In that case, count every swing you make during the spars as part of the number of times you perform the technique. Chul Myungo was speechless, trapped by his master's cold logic. Genie On stood, his decision final. The two of you are to figure out what to do for the training, he stated, before turning back to Ha. Sect leader Ha, there's another task you'll do while you're here. The underworld leader bowed once more. Please give your orders. Genie On's expression grew serious, his mind shifting to the larger threats moving in the shadows. Look into the recent cases of famous martial masters from the Orthodox faction going missing, as well as any movements from the demonic faction, he ordered. When the demonic faction moves, they contact the underworld first. Check if any groups you know are showing signs of their influence. Hajienik understood the gravity of the task and swore to uncover everything. One last thing, Genie On added, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper as he leaned on the table. His eyes locked onto Hajienik's, radiating a pressure that froze the air. If Chul Myungo dies, I'll take revenge on the entire 8-Dragon sect. Got it. A cold sweat beaded on the sect leader's brow as he stared into the abyss of that promise. Yes, I understand. With his orders given, Genie On walked out, leaving the two men in the quiet room. He's really something, Han murmured. He just says what he wants and then leaves. Chul Myungo scoffed, still reeling from the events. Do you have no pride at all? You're just going to do whatever that guy tells you. Hajienik's expression was grim. It's an order from the disciple of the Fist King. I'll just consider myself lucky and cooperate while I still can. Hajienik's voice was heavy with a fear born from legend. In the underworld, it's common knowledge. He began, his mind flashing to images of desolate battlefields and fallen sections. No underworld sect that's messed with the Fist King has ever survived. The words echoed in Chul Myungo's mind. The disciple of the Fist King? A slow realization began to dawn on him. This was more than just a burden, it was an opportunity. If I handle this well, he thought, a strategic glint in his eye, he won't be able to treat me however he wants, right? Chul cleared his throat, his demeanor shifting from defiant to conspiratorial. True, Master really is scary, he admitted, leaning closer to Ha. Sect leader Ha, let's do this right. To be honest, my master broke every bone in my body once too. He continued, hoping to impart the sheer, terrifying reality of their situation. Do you know why the Crimson Reaper was killed by young Master Genie On? Ha admitted he didn't. He was killed for something as small as interrupting my training. Chul said, his voice deadly serious. Before I even filled my quota of 1,000,000 swings, the Reaper's underlings laid a hand on me, and that's why he died. Poor souls. Chul rubbed his tired eyes, shaking his head. How do I put it? You're in a terrible spot. The two of us are comrades who'll ascend to the afterlife together if we don't listen to Master. Hajienik's face went pale. The threat to his entire sect wasn't a bluff, it was a certainty. He finally grasped the deadly stakes, stammering, "I see." Chul couldn't help but chuckle darkly at the man's terror. Back at the Yunha merchant group, Jinian checked on the progress of his other trainees. The twin monks sat stoically atop beds of sharpened spikes, their robes torn and their bodies bleeding. Yet their concentration was absolute. "Boss, you're here," one greeted him. Jinian observed their grueling ordeal. "Training isn't that easy, is it? The Black Dog recoil art you two are learning is a brutal martial art that people with normal bodies shouldn't even attempt," Jinian explained, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. He approached one of the monks, patting his shoulder. "But it's fun. Your body's gotten pretty tough. You could probably bounce off most sorts now. Bringing you in was worth it." He looked out at the sky, his perspective always on the greater horizon. There are countless strong fighters in the Jianghu. Even Lady Beck, who comes to spar, is way above you two. I learned a lot from her, he told them, his words a mix of warning and encouragement. "I'll pass on what I learned to you so you can become stronger." The monks bowed their heads, their gratitude genuine. "Thank you, boss." As Jinian nodded, pleased with their resolve, a clerk from the merchant group hurried over. Boss, it's nothing serious, but there's a customer here to sell an elixir, and he insists on meeting you." Jinian's eyebrow rose in curiosity. "Meeting me?" A man dressed as an herb gatherer bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young Master Jinian. I'm young Nosa. I came because I'd like to trade an elixir with you directly." His smile was confident, almost sly. "It's an elixir that will surprise even you. It's called the Crimson Moonflower." The scene shifted to a harsh, windswept landscape of snow and ice. Jinian, now bundled in a thick winter coat, followed young Nosa and his companion up the treacherous Dragon Valley Mountain. "You're saying that the precious Crimson Moonflower is really there?" Jinian asked. "That's right," the herb gatherer confirmed. "The reason I asked you to come with me is because of the flower's unique nature. It's an elixir that can't be stored," young Nosa explained, pointing towards a solitary, glowing flower. "It withers the moment it's picked, so you have to consume it on the spot. That hassle is why I'm offering this rare treasure for only 300,000 niang." A loud, hearty laugh suddenly echoed across the desolate peak. Young Nosa turned, confused. "Young Master Jinian, why are you laughing like that?" Jinian's laughter subsided, replaced by a cold, calculating calm. "What a pain, acting like this," he murmured to himself, before his gaze sharpened. He had already considered his enemies. The Crimson Reaper was gone, and the Ouyang clan wouldn't be so clumsy. That left only one possibility. His eyes, now a piercing blue, fixed on the herb gatherer. "What's your relationship with the leader of the Little Deity sect?" Young Nosa's face paled, but he tried to maintain the ruse. "What a misunderstanding. I'm only trying to guide you to where the elixir is." Jinian cut him off, his voice laced with ice. "Young Nosa, do you even know how to consume the Crimson Moonflower? If you don't know, you die too." Trying to appear knowledgeable, the man stammered. "Like I said, you can't pick it. You have to swallow it where it blooms, carefully cupping the petals with your hand." Jinian couldn't contain another burst of laughter. "Wahaha, no, that's not it." As young Nosa stood confused, the third man in their party suddenly lunged, his sword aimed squarely at Jinian's back. The trap was sprung, but not in the way the conspirators had planned. The ambush had begun. Young Nosa, realizing the jig was up, finally revealed the flower's supposed secret. The Crimson Moonflower absorbs poisonous energy the moment you touch it, and withers right away. But Jinian was already moving. "Therefore," he began, his sword flashing with an icy light. "To take the flower, you don't touch the petals. You sever the stem with a sword and swallow it instantly." In a single, fluid motion that blended offense and defense, his blade sliced through the air. The assassin behind him froze, a look of disbelief on his face as his head separated from his shoulders. A wicked smirk played on Jinion's lips as blood sprayed across the snow. Just like this. "Yeah," Jinion said, his eyes glowing with predatory light. "This is how you should have acted from the start." Before the remaining men could react, he was upon them, a whirlwind of deadly steel. In seconds, they lay broken and bleeding in the pristine snow, their ambush turned into a massacre. From behind a ridge, a new figure emerged, an older man flanked by more assassins. "Looks like you followed on purpose even though you knew," the leader observed. Jinion sheathed his blade, his demeanor relaxed. "Don't bother luring me out here. Just give it to me straight. An elixir as rare as the primordial vermilion fruit, sold to me for a cheap price by a random herb gatherer? It was too stupid for it to be believable." The old man sneered. "I think you're the stupid one. This was the best way to keep you as far away from the Yuna merchant group as possible." In that instant, Jinion's world froze. The casual confidence vanished, replaced by a surge of pure, unadulterated fury. His face became a mask of shadow and rage. "You wretched fools," he snarled, bloodlust radiating from him in palpable ways. "What in the world did you do to the Yunha merchant group?" The old man sneered, his confidence absolute. "I think you the stupid one," he retorted, his words laced with condescending poison. He revealed the true nature of their deception, a plan not to kill Jinion, but to isolate him. This was the best way to keep you as far away from the Yuna merchant group as possible. As he spoke, one of his subordinates, impaled on an unseen blade, spat a final gout of blood before collapsing. In that one, heart-stopping instant, Jinion's world froze. The casual arrogance, the relaxed posture, it all vanished, replaced by an aura of pure, unadulterated fury. His face became a mask of shadow and rage, his eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light. "You wretched fools," he snarled, his voice a low growl that promised retribution. "What in the world did you do to the Yunha merchant group?" The surviving assassins stared at the crumpled form of their captain, their confidence shattered. A wave of fear washed over them, a stark contrast to their earlier aggression. Seeing their hesitation, the old man erupted in a furious roar, his patience completely gone. "What are you all staring at? Attack him!" Spurred into action, the assassins surged forward, a wave of white-clad killers against the snow. But Jinion was no longer a man. He was a storm, a whirlwind of crackling blue energy and lethal strikes. He moved through their ranks like a phantom. Each movement was precise, each blow fatal, as he carved a path of destruction through the horde, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. One of the assassins watched, paralyzed with disbelief, as Jinion gathered his power. "Good heavens," he whispered, his voice trembling. With a deafening roar, Jinion slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a massive shockwave of pure yang energy. The frozen earth cracked and splintered under the immense force, sending shards of ice and snow flying in every direction. Jinion stood amidst the carnage, the bodies of his enemies strewn around him like broken dolls. A vibrant blue aura crackled and sparked around his body, a visible manifestation of the power he struggled to contain. He gritted his teeth, the immense energy threatening to overwhelm him as the chilling realization of the plot against his family fully set in. The truth was a cold, sharp blade in his gut. "My extreme yang energy won't calm down," he seethed, the pieces clicking into place with horrifying clarity. So from the start, the one they were aiming for wasn't me, but the merchant group? His rage ignited his power, and with a final, explosive burst of energy, he launched himself into the sky, rocketing back toward the city with the speed of a comet. As Jinion raced against time, the Yunha merchant group was already a war zone. Invaders swarmed the courtyard, their blades clashing with the desperate guard squad. The captain roared orders, his voice strained but firm. "Prioritize evacuating the merchants. Don't let any more of them get inside." He prayed they could hold out just a little longer. The captain turned to repel another attacker, only to be caught off guard by a massive, bald warrior who appeared from nowhere. The blow was too fast, too powerful to block. The captain's eyes widened in shock as he saw the fist approaching, his mind screaming a single name in warning and disbelief. Myungbo. The devastating blow landed not on the captain, but on the unyielding form of Myungbo himself, who had moved to intercept it. The massive guard didn't even flinch, absorbing the full force of the attack without a scratch. He took an attack and is still completely fine? The captain wondered in awe. Myungbo turned to him, his expression grim. Please leave this place to us and take care of the chief administrator. With the captain retreating, Myungbo and his twin unleashed their true might. They were not mere guards. They were monsters of combat, wading into the fray with fists like battering rams. Bones crunched and bodies flew as they tore through the attackers. The invaders, once so confident, now looked on in horror, cursing the merchant group for employing such inhumanly strong protectors. Despite their monstrous power, the two guards were still only 2 men against a sea of enemies. The leader of the raiders sneered at their futile resistance. So what? There are only 2 of them. Overwhelm them with numbers. At his command, the attackers swarmed forward, their blades hungry for blood. From the safety of a high balcony, the chief administrator watched the battle rage, his face pale with anxiety. There are too many of them, he murmured, his hands clenched. Below, the courtyard was a chaotic blur of black-clad guards and yellow-clad invaders, the fate of his merchant group hanging by a thread. Unseen by the combatants, Baekyak and her attendant watched the chaos from a nearby rooftop. She looked down at the battle with an air of detached curiosity. It looks like the merchant group is being attacked by a bunch of thugs. Am I imagining things? She quickly dismissed the thought. No, judging by how vicious their killing intent is, they seem like they're from the unorthodox faction. The chief administrator spotted the 2 women and called out in alarm. They're not people you know, are they? Baekyak's attendant quickly shouted back. Of course not. Baekyak's eyes narrowed slightly, her suspicions confirmed. So, it was just as she thought. The attendant projected her voice over the sounds of battle, addressing the terrified merchants. Everyone from the merchant group, it's fine, so please go inside. The young lady will handle this. The chief administrator started to protest, but the attendant cut him off. The young lady is somewhat embarrassed to display her martial arts, so please go inside. With that, Baekyak began her elegant descent down the stairs, a silent promise of intervention. She came to a stop before the throng of invaders, her expression unreadable. With a graceful, deliberate motion, she pulled a long, silver pin from her immaculate hair, holding it like a weapon. Since things have turned out like this, she murmured, a faint, dangerous smile on her lips. Guess I'll earn my keep today. The leader of the thugs scoffed at the sight of her. What is with that woman? Our target is the vault deeper inside. Just kill her. Seeing only a single, unarmed woman standing in their way, the men charged forward without hesitation, their blades raised to strike. Baekyak held the pin between her fingers, an otherworldly chill beginning to emanate from her. She spoke, her voice carrying an ancient, absolute authority that cut through the din. Baekmujin declares. Die or freeze. Her blue eyes flashed with power as she prepared to unleash the legendary art of the Ice Palace. With a gesture as delicate as a whisper, she unleashed a tidal wave of glacial energy. The air itself seemed to crystallize as the wave of absolute zero swept across the courtyard. The charging thugs were stopped dead in their tracks, their battle cries frozen on their lips, their bodies instantly encased in jagged coffins of ice. What is this? One managed to gasp before the frost claimed him completely. Silence fell upon the battlefield. The members of the Yunha merchant group stared, mouths agape, at the forest of frozen statues that had once been their enemies. The chief administrator could only utter a single, disbelieving word. Ice. Baekyak stood serenely in the center of it all, the architect of this beautiful, terrifying scene, her power glowing faintly around her. Her work was not yet done. With a final, decisive clench of her fist, a sickening cracking sound echoed through the courtyard. The ice statues shattered violently, the men within them disintegrating into clouds of frozen blood and dust. In moments, the entire invading force was gone, leaving only crystalline shards glinting on the blood-stained stones. Baek looked over the aftermath of her power, a thoughtful expression on her face. A moment of realization seemed to dawn on her as she looked at the carnage. "Ah, right," she mused aloud, her voice soft in a sudden quiet. "I wasn't supposed to leave them alive, was I?" Just then, the main doors, already damaged, were blasted open. Jineon burst into the compound, panting heavily, his eyes wild with fear and desperation. He scanned the strangely peaceful courtyard, his voice cracking as he yelled for his family. "Why, Father!" Jineon skidded to a halt, utterly bewildered. Instead of a massacre, he found a lively party in full swing. The chief administrator, already flushed with drink, waved him over enthusiastically. "Jineon, come on in and have a drink." Utterly baffled, Jineon could only ask, "Nothing happened?" The chief administrator grinned. "Nothing happened. Really?" Jineon looked over at Baek, who met his gaze with a subtle, knowing glance. He knew the chief administrator was wrong. Well, something did happen, he thought, turning his attention back to the older man. He lowered his voice, asking the crucial question. "I see. Did Lady Baek help?" The chief administrator launched into an animated retelling of the event. "Lady Baek here just flicked her hand once, and the enemies went crashing down," he exclaimed, his arms waving wildly. "You should have seen it too. My whole body got chills." As he spoke, Jineon tapped a finger on the table, absorbing every word. Jineon stood and faced Baek, his expression one of genuine gratitude. "Lady Baek, thank you." She simply smiled, her eyes glinting with a familiar, challenging light. She leaned closer, her voice a tempting whisper. "If you're grateful, then spar with me again today." A slow, confident smile spread across Jineon's face as he gave a small, consenting nod. In the background, the chief administrator's drunken teasing about a potential sister-in-law was swiftly silenced by a hand clapped over his mouth, much to the amusement of the others. At that very moment, in the hallowed halls of the Murim Alliance, a very different conversation was taking place. The Alliance leader sat in quiet contemplation, the evening sun casting long shadows across the room. A subordinate knelt before him, and the leader's sharp, golden eyes focused on him. "Yes? Did you find anything out?" The subordinate bowed his head. "Yes, they say the Moyong clan discovered traces of the former clan head, Moyong Chu." The Alliance leader's brow furrowed. "Traces?" The subordinate hesitated, the words heavy with grim portent. "That is, the condition of the body. No, there wasn't even enough left to call it a body." He continued his chilling report, describing the gruesome scene. All that was found was a bloodstain imprinted in the shape of a human body. They barely confirmed the identity through the former clan head's personal belongings. The subordinate looked up, his voice low and certain. "It must be the work of demonic arts." At this, a dangerous light flared in the Alliance leader's eyes, the implications of such an act echoing in the silent room. In the cold, oppressive darkness of a cavernous prison, shafts of moonlight pierced the gloom, illuminating a solitary figure. The man sat in deep meditation upon a stone dais, his body still as the rock beneath him. This was Nung Chianak, the Sword King, a master of unparalleled renown, now a captive in the heart of enemy territory. A voice, slick with arrogance, echoed from the entrance. "Ah, you're looking good." A man with a cruel smile stepped into the light, flanked by a retinue of masked warriors. He looked down upon the captive with a predatory gaze, his words of venomous taunt. "Do you like the prison, Sword King, Nung Chianak?" Nung Chianak opened his eyes, his expression unreadable. "It's not bad for a prison," he replied calmly, his voice steady despite his circumstances. He then posed a question to his captor. "Since you invited me here, why don't you tell me your name?" The man smirked, dismissing the notion with a wave. "I threw away something like a name. From now on, feel free to call me the Sword Demon." The title sent a chill down Nung Chianak's spine. He recalled their first encounter, a sudden, brutal attack that spoke of immense power. The pieces clicked into place, forming a horrifying picture. So he really is from the demonic faction, he concluded internally, his gaze hardening. He looked directly at the sword demon and asked the one question that mattered. "So, why did you let me live?" The sword demon's eyes gleamed with a fanatic's light. "You're called the Sword King, aren't you? If I'm going to defeat the Sword God someday, I'll need to improve too," he explained, his voice laced with ambition. "But I haven't had the chance to see your martial arts." His men shifted behind him, their posture radiating killing intent. He gestured to his masked followers with a theatrical flourish. "What do you think about my subordinates?" "They're all swordsmen," he said, a sadistic smile playing on his lips. "To them, just crossing blades with the Sword King would be an honor. So what do you say? Shall I give you the chance to kill them one by one?" Nung Chianak considered the cruel proposition. Trapped and outnumbered, it was a fight he couldn't win, but it was a chance nonetheless. "If you'll give me the chance, I'll accept it gratefully," he agreed. The sword demon's smile widened as he turned to his youngest subordinate. "Youngest, kill the great Sword King. If you don't, you die." The masked warrior bowed his head, his voice steady. "I accept the order." Before the duel began, Nung Chianak had one final question. "Before we fight, let me ask you one thing. Did you kill the Fist King and Moyon Chu like this too?" The sword demon paused, stroking his chin in thought. I do remember the Fist King. He fought like a complete wild man and was unbelievably well. I couldn't take him alive." The confirmation struck Nung Chianak like a physical blow. The Fist King, Moyon Chu, so they were all gone. A wave of grief washed over him, quickly replaced by a cold, burning rage. He rose to his feet, drawing his sword as a golden aura erupted around him. "Even if I die," he vowed, his eyes blazing, "I'll drag every last one of the sword demon's underlings to the afterlife with me." The youngest swordsman did not wait. He drew his blade and lunged, a blur of motion wrapped in a sinister purple energy. The air cracked with the sound of steel meeting steel as Nung Chianak, with the experience of 1,000 battles, met the charge head-on. Sparks flew in the dim light, the first clash of a fight to the death. From his vantage point, the sword demon watched with keen interest. He analyzed his subordinate's technique with a critical eye, a flicker of pride in his expression. "The youngest swordsman has been trained well," he thought to himself. "An average martial master of the Orthodox faction wouldn't even be his match." However, the Sword King was far from average. Parrying the relentless assault, he found his opening. His own golden aura flared violently, countering the demonic energy of his opponent. Their silhouettes became a whirlwind of light and shadow, the cave echoing with the brutal symphony of their blades. The young swordsman felt his blade connect, a direct hit that should have ended the fight. Yet, Nung Chianak stood unmoved, a faint glint on his skin where the sword had struck. A look of sheer disbelief crossed the swordsman's eyes as the terrifying truth dawned on him. He's impervious to blades and swords. Seizing the moment of his foe's shock, Nung Chianak focused his ki. With a powerful grunt, he unleashed a wave of force through his sword. The ground shattered as the energy wave slammed into the young swordsman, sending him hurtling through the air to crash against the cavern wall. The subordinate slumped to his knees, his hands trembling. The sword demon's observation was sharp. Not only did he block my attack from that unstable stance, he marveled internally. He even blew me away. A slow, predatory smile crept across his face, his purple eyes glowing with fascination. The sword demon appeared beside his defeated underling, his voice sharp with admonishment. "I've told you repeatedly to keep your ability to be impervious to blades and swords hidden. So why did you bare your neck like that the moment the fight started?" He grabbed the young man's hair, his tone menacing. "You should have given up an arm, your waist, and a leg. I'm telling you to at least pretend you got hit. Put on an act." The subordinate could only whisper, "Sorry." Nung Chianak stood ready, his sword held firm. He knew this was a test, a cruel game orchestrated by his captors. The sword demon turned his gaze back to him, a chilling glint in his eyes. "They aren't human," Chianak thought. The sword demon merely smiled. "That's right." The sword demon's smile widened into a cruel grin. "From the way you're flapping that mouth, it looks like you've rested enough." He turned to another of his followers. "First sword, Toy with him a bit. Don't kill him yet. The order dripped with contempt, and Nung Chianak's rage finally boiled over. You vile creatures. Surrounded by a circle of silent, masked swordsmen, the Sword King stood alone. The Sword Demon made his way to the exit. You hypocrites from the Orthodox faction. Then, I'll see you again later. He paused at the doorway, looking over his shoulder. Why bother with manners when you aren't being sincere? I'm showing you manners because it's something you people like. With a final, chilling smile, the Sword Demon offered his parting words. Also, doing this is kind of fun in its own way. I hope you do stay alive. The heavy prison gates slammed shut, plunging the cavern into near-total darkness. The glowing eyes of the demonic swordsman were the last thing Nung Chianak saw as they closed in. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched pavilion overlooking a serene lake, a man in fine robes sipped liquor. This was the Heavenly Demon, a figure of immense power and influence. His solitude was broken by the arrival of a visitor. Drinking without even a side dish, the newcomer asked. The Heavenly Demon smiled faintly. Welcome, Heavenly Sword Alliance leader. The Heavenly Sword Alliance leader bowed deeply. I, the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader, pay my respects to the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon sighed, a flicker of irritation in his eyes. You deranged fiend. I'm sick to death of hearing that, he grumbled, before getting to the point. So, I know you didn't come just to waste my liquor. Have you already picked out the next opponent? The Alliance leader poured a cup for his host. Those underworld wretches are on guard against an ambush. So while waiting for them to let their guard down, I chose different prey, he explained. We start with the Sword Emperor, Namgung Wu. The Heavenly Demon raised an eyebrow. Is there a way to do that? He's a man who stays holed up inside his clan. The Alliance leader took a sip, his expression confident. The Rulers Association has found the traces of Moyong Chu that I left in the Bloodless. Their forces will comb through the area, and the Namgung clan's troop strength will thin out too. He explained his sinister plan, visualizing it with swarming ants. While their attention is elsewhere, we'll be able to reach the Sword Emperor easily. The Heavenly Demon seemed unimpressed. If the myriad demon palace master we so admire had helped, we could have spilled not just 50, but 100 or 200 lives worth of blood in glorious fashion. Yet he's getting colder by the day. He looked at the Alliance leader, his gaze sharp. So, when are we going to kill that admired myriad demon master? The Alliance leader chuckled. Why are you in such a hurry? Either way, he will cause trouble first, he explained, his eyes glowing with purple energy. Only when that happens will his followers have an excuse to betray him. He's not a coward, just a sensitive kid. The crazier the father, the more sensitive the child's inner world tends to become. The Alliance leader's tone became decisive. Anyway, since it seems we have no disagreement about absorbing the Sword Emperor first, let's move. We'll use minimum manpower. Just you and me. The Heavenly Demon paused, a question hanging in the air. Who's going to absorb the Sword Emperor? The Alliance leader burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Of course it's you. Are you getting uneasy because I keep yielding everything to you? He placed a comforting hand on the Heavenly Demon's cup. Don't worry. Even if the world becomes the demonic factions, we'll be each other's only friend. The Heavenly Demon stood, his decision made. Where else? To the Namgung clan to kill the Sword Emperor. I'll go on ahead, so meet me later at the Cloudfire Pavilion. As he turned to leave, the Alliance leader stopped him. We're not going together? You still have something to do, don't you? The Alliance leader's expression darkened, his red eyes burning with cold fury. The Sword Emperor we let slip is bothering me. So kill the Sword King by today. With the order given, the two parted ways. Walking along the path, the Heavenly Demon was troubled. Why is it that my friend yielding everything to me is starting to feel more and more uncomfortable, he wondered. He questioned the source of his doubt. Is it because we're of the demonic faction? He looked up at the moon, his mind racing. A purple light flared in his eye, reflecting his solidified purpose. The demon god's grand plan is revolving around me anyway, isn't it? He looked toward the jagged cliffs that housed the Sword King's prison, his expression now cold and resolute. Like my friend said, we should kill him today. Under the cloak of night, The heavenly demon stood his ground as a new figure approached. He recognized the man instantly, the leader of the entire Murim alliance, the very symbol of the Orthodox faction. A confident, almost mocking smile played on the heavenly demon's lips. "Well, well," he mused, his voice dripping with false cordiality. "What brings you here, alliance leader?" The air crackled with unspoken animosity, a meeting of two immense powers in the desolate wilderness. The alliance leader's golden eyes narrowed, his expression hardening into one of grim determination. He issued a sharp, low command to his subordinates, who materialized from the shadows, swords drawn. "Be careful," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper filled with lethal intent. "He's a monster." The heavenly demon remained unfazed, a lone figure standing against a dozen of the Alliance's elite, the impending battle hanging heavy in the air. Without another word, the heavenly demon exploded into motion. He launched himself from the ground with incredible force, a dark blur against the moonlit sky. The Alliance warriors met his charge, their blades a storm of steel seeking to overwhelm him. The forest clearing became a whirlwind of combat as he single-handedly engaged the entire squad, his movements fluid and deadly. As he weaved through the attacks, a single thought pierced through the chaos of battle. The Murim Alliance's intelligence network is good, he conceded internally, but there's no way they could have found this place. His mind flashed to a recent memory, a conversation filled with veiled warnings. A single name surfaced as the only possible source of the leak: the young palace master. One of the Alliance warriors saw an opening and lunged, his sword descending with a triumphant cry. "Got you," he shouted, convinced his strike would find its mark. But with a contemptuous glance, the heavenly demon met the blow, shattering the steel blade into fragments with his own demonic energy. "Who's got who?" he sneered, purple light flaring in his eyes as he prepared to counter. A torrent of dark, violet energy erupted from the heavenly demon's blade. He swung his sword in a wide, devastating arc, unleashing a wave of power that tore through the air. The Alliance warriors were thrown back, their coordinated assault broken by the sheer force of his demonic arts. The ground itself seemed to groan under the pressure of his technique. Seeing his men struggling, the Alliance leader's patience wore thin. "I'll handle this one," he roared, his voice booming with authority and power. "You guys deal with the stragglers." He moved to intercept the heavenly demon, his presence alone shifting the tide of the battle. The heavenly demon met his gaze with a smirk. "You couldn't stand it and just had to butt in, huh?" The heavenly demon's taunt hung in the air, a direct challenge to the most powerful man in the Orthodox faction. Oblivious old man, he provoked, his eyes glinting with amusement. The Alliance leader's golden eyes flared with righteous fury, the confrontation between the two supreme masters finally at hand. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. The clash was instantaneous and cataclysmic. Energy exploded across the mountain pass as the two titans of Murim finally engaged. The Alliance leader's sword moved like a living thing, a torrent of flowing, unpredictable strikes. His sword art is truly just as hard to deal with as I've heard, the heavenly demon thought, parrying the furious assault. The power behind each blow was immense, a testament to the leader's legendary skill. The heavenly demon analyzed his opponent's technique amidst the furious exchange. The Alliance leader's style was deceptively gentle, making it difficult to predict the origin of each powerful strike. "If I let my guard down even a little, I'll lose an arm," he acknowledged. A cold resolve settled in his heart. To become the sword god, he would have to surpass this man. But not right now. Another objective took precedence. Changing tactics, the heavenly demon stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him to create an opening. He then channeled his demonic energy, not for an attack, but for a different purpose. His hand glowed with violet power as he plunged his sword into the earth, unleashing a focused blast of energy to propel himself away from the fight. The Alliance leader could only watch in surprise as the blast sent the heavenly demon flying into the darkness. I spread my inner energy, erased my presence, and then ran, the demonic warrior thought, streaking through the night sky. That should buy a little time. The situation had become more complicated than he'd anticipated. His priority was clear. First, I need to rendezvous with the 12 demon swords, and then dash. His thoughts were cut short by a voice that echoed from the very ground he had left behind. Did you think you could get away from me? The heavenly demon's eyes widened in disbelief. The Alliance leader was already upon him, having crossed the distance in an instant. A manic, almost gleeful smile spread across the heavenly demon's face. Ha! What a monster! The Alliance leader wasted no time. He drew upon his immense inner power, his body glowing with a brilliant blue light. Black ink-like energy swirled around him as he launched a devastating attack, a swirling vortex of energy that tore through the air with unimaginable force, aiming to annihilate his fleeing opponent completely. The heavenly demon was caught in the epicenter of the blast, a guttural scream torn from his lips as the power slammed into him. The shockwave was so immense that the Alliance warriors miles away had to brace themselves, shouting warnings to each other. Be careful, don't let yourselves get blown away. The sheer scale of the attack was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. The warriors stared in awe and terror at the aftermath. Power that's strong enough to make heaven and earth turn over. One murmured. A massive chasm had been carved into the very mountain, the landscape permanently scarred. The remaining members of the demonic faction could only stare, dumbfounded. The mountain split, one gasped. What in the world just happened? Amidst the devastation, the Alliance leader descended, his aura pulsing with power. His true target, the imprisoned Sword King, now stood free, though wounded. The Alliance leader's gaze was steady. Good to see you alive, Sword King, he said, his tone serious. We should talk after this. But the battle was not over. A voice, dripping with malice and frustration, cut through the quiet. Looks like I won't feel satisfied unless we kill this fool. The heavenly demon emerged from the dust, his face smeared with blood, but his eyes burning with purple demonic light. He gave a final command to his subordinates, his voice a low growl. You people, scatter. Now. He plunged his sword into the ground, a feral grin spreading across his bloodied face. The earth itself began to tremble and crack as he poured every last ounce of his demonic power into the blade. Violet energy erupted, shattering the cliffs and shaking the foundations of the mountain. The Alliance leader watched in alarm. Is he planning to bring this whole area down? The cataclysmic explosion subsided, leaving behind a field of rubble. The heavenly demon and his followers were gone. Tisk, they're quick, like rats, the Alliance leader muttered in frustration. The newly freed Sword King, leaning heavily, bowed his head. I'm sorry, he said, his voice filled with shame. This is all because of me. The Alliance leader simply sighed. It's fine. Maybe I'm getting old. I'm too tired to keep chasing any farther. But how did you find this place? The Sword King asked, bewildered. The Alliance leader's gaze sharpened. There was an anonymous informant, he explained, though their likely goal was for both our sides to clash and weaken each other. As his subordinate arrived, he gave a weary nod. Yeah, we rescued the Sword King, so that's enough. The gravity of the situation settled upon him. He turned to his men, his voice resonating with absolute command. All Murim Alliance personnel are to retreat immediately. Inform the Rulers Association and the 9 great sects at once. His next words would send shockwaves throughout the entire Murim world. The demonic faction has returned. Meanwhile, one of the 12 demon swords, the Sword Emperor, found himself lost after the chaotic retreat. Are the others getting away safely? He worried, before chiding himself for not sticking with someone. As he pondered his next move, a familiar voice drifted from a nearby tree. Good to see you again. The Sword Emperor barely had time to react as the 10th sword dropped from the branches, his blade flashing. Why won't you people just die? The 10th sword snarled, his attack filled with pent-up aggression. He pressed his assault, a manic glint in his eyes. Gwa, this time for sure, I'll roast you nice and slow till you die. Before the 10th sword could land a finishing blow, a new power entered the fray. Thin, glowing purple threads wrapped around his limbs, binding him instantly. He was lifted into the air, completely helpless, his eyes widening in shock as he saw a figure perched on a tree branch above. York, the newcomer, a man holding a fan, looked down with an amused smile. Sword Emperor, the retreat order's been given. What are you doing? The Sword Emperor recognized the man and his power. So it was you, he said, his voice low and dangerous. This time, let's fight one-on-one again. Last time you fought dirty. The man with the fan simply waved a hand dismissively, leaping away. I've got something to do today, so let's fight properly next time instead. This casual refusal only enraged the Sword Emperor more. Who in the world are you? He demanded. The man paused, looking back over his shoulder at the full moon. Who knows? He said, his voice laced with a cold, detached amusement. Probably just one of the people who ended up an orphan because of the Murim alliance. And with a final, chilling smile, he vanished in a swirl of purple flame, leaving the Sword Emperor alone and bewildered. High on a cliff overlooking the mountains, the man with the fan landed softly. The 10th sword, now freed from the energy threads, knelt before him. We can't use that place anymore, the leader stated. You almost died, youngest, he added with a hint of rebuke. The subordinate expressed his thanks, then voiced his suspicion. The subordinate prepared to leave. I'll go and join the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader for now. But his leader stopped him. Oh, before you go, there's something you need to do for me. Before the younger man could even ask, his leader's hand shot forward, dark energy engulfing his throat. A strangled cry escaped his lips as his life was drained away. Shoo, the leader whispered, a cold smile on his face. Attain blissful rebirth, youngest, he said softly, letting the now lifeless body fall from the cliff into the abyss below. He stood alone in the sunrise, looking out over the vast landscape. His plans were in motion, his pieces scattered across the board. When will the scattered ones gather again? He wondered, his mind already on the next phase of his grand design. 3 days passed. In the Anhui province, the 10th sword, another member of the Heavenly Sword Alliance, walked through a desolate town. He reflected on the disastrous battle. Has it been about 3 days since that day? He mused. I wonder what happened to the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader and the other 12 demon swords. As night fell, his more immediate concerns took over. Where am I supposed to sleep tonight? This is looking bleak. Lost in his thoughts, he bumped into a passerby. Oh, sorry about that, he muttered, turning to continue on his way. But the man he bumped into stopped and called out to him. Hey, a familiar voice said. The 10th sword turned, his eyes widening as he recognized the man. A cold, piercing blue eye stared back at him. Why are you alone? Genion asked, his tone leaving no room for escape.